Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Became the Legendary Daredevil, a Hero Without Fear Part 1. Before we start, please go support Luis on 2234V for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Izuku, a boy who due to bad circumstances in life becomes blind, but not before seeing the death of his parents, ends up being the devil of Japan, Daredevil, the man without fear. Skills in the orphanage. Midori, a family house. Hisashi, ready to go, champion? He said, ruffling Izuku's hair. Izuku, yes, he said excitedly. Inko, for some reason I have a bad feeling. It must be nothing, she said with a smile. Well, to the car, she said, clapping her hands so that the two father and son could get into the car with the mother. After the aforementioned got in the car straight to the beach, they had an incredible family trip, where they told anecdotes, and also that next week they would go on a trip to New York. Hisashi, Izuku, with that impressive mind of yours, I'm surprised that you're not like the cliché kid who prefers to stay and read than go to the beach, he said with a smile. Izuku, of course not, he said with a smile. One studies, but one must also know when to have fun, he said, laughing. After that, the three arrived at the beach, where they had a perfect family day in Inko's words. Before leaving, they stopped to eat at a restaurant where they took a photo that was developed at that exact moment as a memory. Then the three went to where they had the car parked and loaded everything. The return home was going to be normal. But Izuku would not expect what would happen. After a while of driving, Hisashi was very tired that he was almost asleep, and so without realizing it, he hit the side of the road railing and lost control of the vehicle, colliding with an oncoming truck. Izuku saw it all in slow motion. First he saw his father's side crushed by the truck, killing him instantly, and then he saw how one of the truck's bars was inserted into Inko's stomach. Izuku, Mom, Dad, he said, crying, watching Inko smile. Inko, Izuku, look, she said this, taking Izuku's face. I know you want to be a great lawyer, she said this, coughing. I know you want to enter the elite UA school, study hard, and enter. Do it for me, okay? She said this while Izuku nodded with tears. I'm sorry I can't be there for you, she said this in her last words. I love you, son, make me and your father proud, she said this to drop her wrist as a sign that she was already dead. Izuku just cried on his mother's body, but without realizing it, a license plate of the truck was hanging above him. Before realizing it, the license plate fell directly on his head, and more on the eye area, causing him to faint. The driver quickly got out of the truck just to see the brutal scene. He saw that the child was still breathing and decided to call the police and ambulances to come for the boy. After a while, 3 patrol cars and 1 ambulance arrived, where they quickly took Izuku to the hospital. The driver told his version of the story. But as protocol, they had to arrest him until they heard Izuku's version to see if they matched. Izuku was quickly taken to the hospital where they would operate on his eyes. They took him to the operating room where they were 4 hours, but in the end they managed to operate on him. But unfortunately Izuku had lost his sense of sight, and so if that were not enough, his 2 parents had died. So the boy had to be sent to an orphanage to be taken care of. After a while the doctors saw how Izuku slowly woke up. Izuku, what's wrong with me? He said in a whisper. Izuku was seeing black, but in that darkness he could make out some blue silhouettes, and all the things in the room Izuku saw in black, and things were highlighted with blue lines, but as he concentrated a little more he could see how that silhouette was slowly becoming more detailed until he could see how it had a doctor's coat. He was worried and quickly asked the doctor. Izuku, doctor, what's happening to me? He said, upset. Doctor, young Midoriya, calm down, he said in a sad tone. You, unfortunately after a surgery, have become blind. He said this only for Izuku to raise an eyebrow. Izuku, doctor, but I can see it, he said, surprising the doctor. For some reason I can see blue lines highlighted around all the things in this room, but I can only see black in the background, he said, worried. The clearly surprised doctor saw Izuku. Doctor, young Izuku, would you let me run some tests on you? He said seriously so that Izuku would nod. After the doctor did some tests on Izuku, he was surprised by what he would discover. It turns out that Izuku Midoriya's accident moved the right hemisphere of the brain that was in charge of the senses. This caused him to lose his sight, but his senses were intensified 120 times more, such as mobility, agility, touch, smell, sound, and even being able to feel presences. This is why Izuku was like this. Izuku is definitely blind, but his senses are so heightened that he doesn't even notice it. Doctor, young Midoriya, you are very lucky, he said in amazement. Izuku, luck Midoriya, he said shrugging his shoulders, but why? He said confused. Doctor, now you are more agile, faster, you can read just by touching the letters, you can feel presences more than 100 kilometers away, you can smell people and even remember their faces if you spend more than 5 minutes with them, he said amazed. But yes, unfortunately your eyes were completely unusable, he said sadly. Izuku, so now what will happen to me? He said worriedly. Doctor, he will be taken to an orphanage to find him a new family. I'm sorry about his parents, he said as he left the room, poor boy. After that, a group of social workers arrived to pick up Izuku and take him to the orphanage. He was wearing a beige-colored shirt, gray pants and a bandage covering his hair and eyes. After arriving at the orphanage, Izuku began to make new friends. They were happy to receive Izuku. No one cared that he was blind. And they even protected him since Izuku was practically a superhuman with those powers. But that was something impossible, right? Well, no. Izuku saw what was happening as time went by in the orphanage. His senses intensified even more. Now it was as if he could only see without colors. Izuku only had that blindfold to cover those eyes with red pupils that became like that because they were always covered. Time skipped 10 years. We can see a 15-year-old green-haired boy training hide and seek in the orphanage courtyard. He had stayed in the orphanage because due to the fact that he was blind, no family wanted to take care of him. But this mattered less to Izuku. Since Izuku had made a family with those in charge of the orphanage, and even came to see the top boss as a mother, she even saw Izuku as a son since compared to the other boys Izuku always talked to her, and was always with her until they became very close to the point that Izuku called her mom. She was saddened since she could not adopt Izuku since she did not have the economic stability enough to have a son, but with a big smile she told Izuku's son she was proud of Izuku since despite his illness he had moved on, as she was even surprised to see how he could walk without help. And he could even read just by passing his hands over the words. During this time of training, Izuku managed to increase his senses to the point where he could almost feel everything perfectly like a normal person, and even 1,000 times better with his senses. He always wore a bandage on his head that covered his hair and eyes. At this time, a couple had also set their sights on him since they wanted to take care of a boy but not a baby since it would be very difficult for them. They wanted to take care of a teenager to finally give him a family, they thought with joy. The boss hearing this became sad and happy for Izuku since he would finally have a real family. One that would not care that he was blind, so the couple arrived where the boss was. Boss, nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Tashinori, she said with a smile. You're here to see Izuku, she said, so the two of them agreed. Namuri, that's right, my husband and I came to see what the boy is like, she said with a smile. Boss, okay, but you are already informed of the situation, right? She said seriously. Tashinori, yes, and we don't care that he's blind, he said with a sincere smile that made the boss happy. Boss, well then follow me, I think I should be training, she said, confusing the two. Tashinori, training? He said confused. Namuri, how? Boss, Izuku, despite being blind, is very independent. He can even read just by passing his hands over the words, she said, impressing the two. After walking for a while, the two arrived and saw a boy with a bandage covering his hair and eyes with a black earring in his left ear and stretching. Izuku's complexion. Izuku's appearance. Tashinori and Namuri were impressed by the boy as he was very gifted for his age. Izuku, is that them? He said, impressing the two. Namuri, how did you know we were here? She said, surprised. Izuku, a magician never reveals his secrets, he said with a smile. Tashinori, so what do you say, kid, do you want to come with us? He said with a smile. Izuku, sure, he said, smiling, but with one condition, he said seriously. Boss, Izuku, don't be rude, she said, annoyed. Namuri, no, let him talk, she said calmly. Izuku, let me find out Yue, he said this so that the two would be impressed. Tashinori, do you really want to get in there, boy? He said this so that Izuku would nod. Well, I think you're lucky. He said this, confusing Izuku. Although classes have already started, you're with one of the teachers in charge. He said this, surprising Izuku. Get ready, Izuku Midoriya, because tomorrow you'll be getting into Class B by recommendation. He said this so that Izuku would smile and a few small tears would flow. Izuku, thank you, he said with a smile. I will be able to fulfill the promise I made to my mother, he said with a smile. Nemuri, and what is that, Izuku? She said she is excited to have a new son. Izuku, I promised him that I would enter the UA and become a great lawyer. He said this so that Toshinori smiled but became serious. Toshinori, Izuku, remember, UA is the most famous elite school in the world. There are even departments and classes of combat so that students can defend themselves. Do you agree with that? He said seriously. Izuku, yes, even so, I'm not disabled, am I? He said, lifting his blindfold and winking. The couple was surprised by his green hair and red eyes, but they just let him pass. Toshinori, then Izuku, get ready to fulfill your dream, he said with a smile. Izuku, yes, he said with a determined smile. The UA, the reunion, and Daredevil. After Toshinori and Nemuri signed the adoption papers, Izuku said goodbye to everyone at the orphanage and promised that he would visit them. Then the couple met Izuku on the way. After a while they arrived at the house where they had planned to help Izuku get off, but he did it alone, which confused them a little. Toshinori was serious, as he began to suspect that the young man was not blind, but he quickly discarded that idea since he has a bandana that covers his eyes and hair, so whether he was blind or not, he does everything without seeing. Then they entered the house and Toshinori sat Izuku on the sofa while Nemuri just looked strangely at the situation. Izuku, what's wrong, Mr. Toshinori? He said calmly. Toshinori, I want you to tell me, he said seriously. Nemuri, tell you what, darling, she said, confused. Izuku, well, I think that since I will live with you I should tell you, he said seriously. Mr. Toshinori, do you believe in superpowers? He said this so that Toshinori and Nemuri turned their heads in surprise. Nemuri, of course not. Powers are only from science fiction comics, she said, confused. Toshinori, what are you trying to get at, boy? He said, confused. Izuku, the day of the accident where I went blind, I gained more than I lost, he said, this one confusing the two. My eyes were rendered useless, but my senses increased more than 120 times. I could practically see without needing my eyes, he said, this one impressing the two. I can read just by passing my hands over the words and I can feel presences more than 100 kilometers away. Also, for some reason my flexibility, resistance, and strength increased. Being able to carry up to the weight of a small truck, he said this one so that those mentioned would open their mouths in astonishment. But that's not all. Since I feel that the measure granted me these powers, I decided to train a form of fighting, to be able to defend myself. And because of my increased flexibility it is much easier, in short. I am a superhuman, he said this one so that the couple would be even more surprised. Toshinori, boy, are you telling me what? He said in shock. Izuku, yes, I have powers, he said, impressing the two. Nemuri, but how did you discover them? This incredulous person said. Then Izuku told them about the last chapter, about how the accident happened, how he saw his parents die, and how he discovered that he could see without the need for his eyes. But he only saw blue lines around things, but he could recognize them, but that was before, and now he could see everything in grayscale. Toshinori, wow, you're awesome, kid, he said with a smile. Nemuri, wow, my son is like a superhero, he said, hugging Izuku. Toshinori, but tell me, kid, is there something you want to do before you go to the UA dorms? He said with a smile. Izuku, I just want to go for a walk, he said this so that the two adults agreed, giving Izuku permission to leave but not before giving him some money so that he could buy something. So Izuku left his house and went for a walk around the city. People were looking at him strangely because of the bandage he had on his head. Izuku was fed up with this, and used the money they gave him to buy a cane so people would notice that he was blind. He played a very good role. He went around the city while moving his cane from one side to the other. Everyone seeing Izuku with a cane thought he was blind, and well, yes, he was, but with an incredible ability. But leaving that aside, Izuku continued through the city until he came across a pedestrian crossing light. Then Izuku stopped to wait for it to turn green, but Izuku felt someone approaching him. Izuku, without feeling hostility in that person, decided to let her see what she did. Then the person takes him by the arm and begins to cross with him. I saw that you can't see, sir, so I'm just helping you cross, the girl said so that Izuku smiled a little. Izuku, hey, I'm not a sir, I'm only 15 years old, he said with a smile. What, really? She said confused. Wow, it must be difficult, right? She said, sad for the boy. Izuku, after you get used to it, not so much, he said with a sincere smile, and tell me what your name is, he said while still holding the girl's arm. Ibara, my name is Ibara Shiozaki and I am a student at UA, she said with a proud smile. Izuku, seriously, you're from UA, he said with a surprised smile. Ibara, yes, we started a week ago, she said with a smile. And what is your name? She said with a smile. Izuku, my name is Izuku Midoriya, he said with a smile. Nice to meet you, he said, extending his hand in front of him, even though the girl was next to him, since he doesn't want to raise any suspicion, and for them to see a blind man hitting everything would be something strange. Ibara, feeling bad for the boy, silently stepped forward and took Izuku's hand. Ibara, nice to meet you, but I have to go, she said with a smile. Take care, I hope we see each other soon, she said, leaving while waving goodbye. Izuku, yes, thank you, he said with a smile. We'll see each other sooner than you imagine, Ibara, he said to leave. After Izuku arrived home, Toshinori scolded him a little for arriving so late, and he just apologized and said it wouldn't happen again. Then the boy went to his room and fell asleep since tomorrow would be a big day. And so it was. Izuku woke up, it was 4 in the morning, and he started training in the garden. After that he went to take a shower and put on his uniform. He put on his blindfold and went down to have breakfast. Izuku was going down when I heard how Namuri was cooking and Toshinori was setting the table. Izuku, good morning, he said, yawning as he went down the stairs. Namuri, good morning, she said with a motherly tone. Toshinori, good morning, boy, have you packed everything? He said with a smile. Izuku, yes, he said with a smile. Then Izuku, Namuri, and Toshinori had breakfast while telling anecdotes. After that, Izuku took his bags and left his house, but not before seeing how Toshinori and Namuri were behind him saying goodbye. He, in an impulse, hugged the couple, who was surprised by the suddenness of this. Namuri, what's wrong, Izuku? He said while stroking his head. Izuku, oh no, nothing, I just wanted to thank you for what you've done for me, he said, smiling while scratching his cheek. Toshinori, you have nothing to thank me for, boy, now go, you're late. We'll see you there, he said with a smile. Then Izuku agreed to leave his house, heading to the academy. This bothered him, having to pretend to go at a slow pace and moving his cane from side to side, but this was necessary so that they would not suspect. Izuku did not want to attract attention or show off his powers, he just wanted to be a normal lawyer and live with his new family who accepted him without knowing about his powers. But this will not be for long. After Izuku arrived at UA, everyone looked at him confused that a blind boy was at UA, but they didn't pay much attention to him. Then Izuku was walking towards his classroom, 1B, but to get there he had to go through 1A. Apparently he arrived at a good time since there were a lot of people in the hallways. But without losing his pace he continued walking until he paid attention to a presence from class 1A. This one was going to leave the classroom at full speed, and in the green-haired boy's calculations he was going to end up running into him. Izuku couldn't think of any excuse to stop. And if they saw that he was dodging the boy they would suspect him. But the strange thing about Izuku is that there was something about that boy that seemed familiar to him. Izuku resigned himself and continued walking until, indeed, he was knocked down by a boy with blonde hair and red eyes. This boy was Katsuki Bakugo, who was bored of the classes, decided to start bothering in the classroom, but in a miscalculation he ran out of his classroom. Bakugo closed his eyes waiting for the impact, but he only felt that he fell on someone, hurting himself even more. The entire classroom came out to see how their partner was. But they were amazed to see how he had knocked down an apparently blind boy. Bakugo, shit, what's wrong with you? Because of you I got hurt more, he said in an annoying tone. Izuku, wait for that voice, he said, remembering. Izuku just smiled, which made Bakugo even more angry. Bakugo was going to punch him, but he was shocked when he heard what the boy said. Izuku, wow, always with that explosive attitude, right? Kakin, he said this so that Bakugo opened his eyes while small tears came out of them. Bakugo, 3 Izuku, he said with a trembling voice. Izuku, do you know anyone else with green hair? He said, lifting his blindfold. making all the girls blush because of how handsome he was, but Bakugo didn't care, and just threw himself at the green-haired boy to hug him. Bakugo, dude, I thought you were dead, he said, increasing his hug. Where the hell have you been, he said, giving a punch that Izuku could easily dodge, but he didn't. Shit, you were like a brother to me, and when we found out about your accident, we went to look for you at the hospital, but we never found you, he said with his typical tone while Izuku put the bandage on his head again. And why the hell do you put that on your head, he said to his friend. Izuku, well, Bakugo, after the accident I unfortunately went blind, he said, this so that Bakugo would be in shock, but that didn't discourage me, and look, I even entered this academy, he said, this impressing everyone. Momo, how come they let a stupid poor blind man be in this school? She said with airs of grandeur. Kyuka, calm down, Momo, excuse her, sometimes it is, you know, she said, looking at Izuku. Izuku, oh, so these were the society rats that Miss Namuri told me about, he said, bothering Momo. Momo, how dare you, he said, this to try to hit him, but his hand was stopped by Bakugo. Bakugo, dare to touch him, and neither you nor all your fortune will be able to put your face back together after the beating I'll give you. I don't care that you're a woman, he said, impressing everyone not only because he dared to speak like that to the daughter of one of the most powerful families, but also because in the short week they had known Bakugo, he was not one to defend people. Izuku, thanks friend, he said, this to try to pick up his staff, but was thrown by a kick from Momo, making it fly out the window. Bakugo, how dare you throw it, he said angrily. Momo, ha ha ha, throw your stupid cane, now how will you move, you poor blind man? She said with a high society laugh. Izuku, oh my gosh, there went my 1,000 yen, he said, downplaying it. Momo, seriously, 1,000 yen, of course it was to be expected, your parents couldn't buy you something better even with all the work they put into their lives, not like mine, she said with a sly smile. Izumi, Momo, you must calm down, she said angrily. Momo, don't get involved, you poor thing, she said, hitting Izumi's hand. Now tell me, poor thing, where your parents live. Maybe if you kiss my shoe I'll leave them some souls. Izuku, okay, if you want you can go see them. Everyone was a little upset since the boy had to humiliate himself so that his parents had money. Oh, that's what they thought. They are in the 3rd sector of the central cemetery. They are the 3rd and 4th grave, he said with a sincere smile, and you know, if they were alive, I wouldn't care if they were poor. Because of them they would get the money honestly and not corruptly like your parents. They will understand, he said to take Bakugo by the shoulder. Momo, how dare you? She said angrily, you should take care of yourself, poor thing, they don't know when something could happen to you, she said with a smile as she entered the room. Kyuka, how dare you threaten a handicapped person, she said angrily, but Momo ignored her. Melissa, I regret my partner's attitude, said a girl who reached the shoulders of the green-haired boy with blonde hair and wore glasses. Izuku, no problem, miss, he said with a smile. Dogs bark but they don't bite, he said, further annoying Momo, who was listening to everything from inside. Momo, let's see if you say the same thing when they hit you, she said while taking her phone. Izuku, hey Bakugo, he said, this attracting Bakugo's attention. Could you take me to my classroom, he said with a smile. Bakugo, sure bro, let's go, he said, this one to guide Izuku if the teacher comes. Tell him what I went to do, he said, this one to leave and for everyone to nod. Melissa, poor boy, going so blind at such a young age must be terrible, she said, feeling bad for the boy. Izumi, if you're right, she said the same. Kirishima, but apparently he's taking it well, said to a boy with dyed red hair and sharper than usual teeth. A girl who had white hair with red streaks only saw the boy from afar, since he had caught her attention. Shuka, maybe I'll meet him later, she said with a smile. Here Endeavor doesn't pose because, well, there are no quirks XD. After Bakugo arrived at the classroom with Izuku already with his blindfold on, he told him that he could go to his classroom now because he didn't want to be scolded because of him. Bakugo left, but not before telling him that he would see him at lunch, so Izuku agreed and proceeded to knock on the classroom door. Inside the hall. Monoma, hey, there's a knock on the door, said a boy with straight blonde hair. Kendo, it must be the new student, he said, this confusing everyone. Ibara, new student, she said, confused. Yui, who will it be? She said in her usual serious tone. Kendo, I don't know, but they told me that he was a blind man, so I had to help him with everything. He said this so that everyone would be surprised. Setsuna, wow, if he's blind and he's in the UA, it must be impressive, she said this pair, and everyone agreed. Then Kendo opened the door. Everyone was ready to welcome the new student, and when they saw him enter they were confused because he only had a bandage on his head, but he didn't have a cane or anything to read on. Ibara immediately recognized the boy and went to the same one she had helped cross the street yesterday. She just smiled because now they could be friends. Izuku, realizing that everyone was looking at him, assumed it had to be because he was blind and wasn't carrying anything to read on. So that no one would suspect, he just put his hands on the wall and began to read on it until he reached the teacher's desk. Izuku, there's someone here, he said this obviously pretending. Kendo, yes, here I am, he said taking Izuku's hands in a greeting. Izuku, oh, hello miss. As you may have noticed, I'm blind, he said laughing. Could you tell me if this is room 1B, he said with a smile. Kendo, yes, this is room 1B, he said with a smile. Are you Izuku Midoriya? He said with a smile. Izuku, at your service, he said laughing. Are there more people? He asked. Kendo, if you wait, she said taking Izuku by the shoulders to turn him around. Now yes, you are in front of your companions, you can greet them, she said with a smile. Izuku, hello, it's a pleasure to introduce myself. I'm Izuku Midoriya and I hope we can get along well, he said while bowing, and everyone returned the greeting. Kendo, well Izuku, I am Kendo Itsuka, I am the president of the classroom, and come I will guide you to your place, she said taking the green-haired boy by the hand. You will sit next to Ibara Shiozaki, she said so that Izuku would smile. Izuku, wow, it's nice to see you again, Miss Shiozaki, he said while everyone was surprised. Oh, did you already know each other? They said confusedly. Ibara, we met yesterday when I helped him cross a traffic light, she said with a smile, but you didn't tell me you'd be at UA too, she said with a pout. Izuku, well, I wanted it to be a surprise, he said laughing. Kendo, well, since I see that you know each other, sit next to her, she said with a smile so that Izuku agreed. After that the class continued. The teacher arrived and began to give his class, but there were two who were not paying attention. Ibara, PSS, Izuku, how old are you? He said whispering. Izuku, I'm 15, he said the same. Ibara, same as me? She said with a smile. When is your birthday? Mine is on August 19th, she said with a smile. Izuku, mine is July 15th, he said with a smile. Ibara, oh, you're bigger than me, she said with a pout. Izuku, just for a few months, he said laughing, but the professor interrupted them. Vlad, well Midoriya, apparently you already know how to solve this equation, so why don't you come forward? He said thinking that the boy would use his blindness as an excuse. Izuku, it's okay, he said standing up. Vlad, just because you're blind doesn't mean that. Wait, what did you say? He said confused. Izuku, that's okay, I'll do it now. He stood up from his place and pretended to walk with the help of the desks and reached the blackboard. Everyone looked expectantly at what the boy was going to do and were surprised when he began to pass his hands over the chalk painted on the blackboard. Izuku, 3.1416, he said this to return to his place. Vlad, boy, you must be blind, said this unbeliever. Izuku just pointed at the scarf that covered his eyes and hair, implying that yes. Everyone was surprised and wondered what their partner had done, but they would ask him until lunchtime. After that the class passed. Until lunchtime came, Ibara offered to take Izuku. He agreed, then he takes him by the hand and he takes her by the shoulder to be able to walk. And so they arrived at the cafeteria, where everyone looked at Izuku with shock, since it was very admirable that someone blind could enter the UA. The two were walking and passed by the table of the girls of Class 1A, where Izumi, Melissa and Shuka wanted to talk to our protagonist to get to know him. But before that he realized how Momo wanted to put her foot on him, and he with no other option he only had to resign himself to letting himself fall. Izuku fell when he bumped into Momo's foot, making her have a sly smile. Momo, oh look everyone, the sewer rat on the ground, I wish you could see your face. Oh wait, you can't, she said while everyone felt bad for the boy. Then Momo pushed his food tray so that the green-haired boy would fall, and he resigned himself to giving in. He didn't want anyone to treat him as inferior, but he didn't want to attract attention either, so he just resigned himself. Momo dropped the tray, which dirted Izuku's entire mask. Momo, "Oh, I got your mask dirty, I'm so sorry, but I have nothing to do with it," she said, laughing. Everyone was angry, but they couldn't do anything. It would be suicidal to confront the daughter of one of the most powerful families in Japan. They could only feel sorry for the boy. Ibara was upset, but she was in the same situation. Izuku understood all this, but he intended not to. "Izuku, you know, I hate people like you. They think that with their money they will have everyone at their feet. Don't feel bad when everyone has moved away from you," he said, trying to get up, but Momo didn't allow him since she put her foot on his head. "Momo, stay there like the rat that you are," she said angrily. "How dare you talk to me like that," she said in a superior tone. Izuku, already fed up, took Momo's pie and threw it against the table, sending it to the other side, smearing it with food. Bakugo, who arrived at the scene to defend Izuku, was surprised by the strength he possessed. It almost seemed as if he had superpowers. "Ibara, Izuku, don't do anything to him, he could do something to you. His family is one of the most powerful in Japan." She said this, but Izuku didn't care. "Izuku, look, I put up with you a lot, but this is the last straw. You are shit in this society that will die one day if it continues like this. Maybe I am blind, but do not be confused. I can do many more things than you can imagine," he said seriously to take Ibara by the shoulder. "Can you take me to a table, Miss Shiozaki, if it is not too much trouble," he said, so that Ibara acknowledged and left with the boy. Momo was upset, and that was saying little. A blind boy had managed to humiliate her in that way. In a moment of rage she took her phone, and everyone was shocked by the words she said. "Momo, you take care of that rat today," he said this to hang up. "Kyuka, Momo, you won't think about," but she was silenced by Momo. "Momo, don't get involved, Kyuka, that bastard will pay," she said angrily. Izumi, Melissa and Shuka had heard everything but thought it was just a tantrum from Momo and that she wouldn't do anything to him. After that, Izuku and Ibara arrived at the table where those from Class B were. They saw Izuku, who had the one on his head dirty, and asked him what happened. Ibara, with a few small tears due to the helplessness of not being able to defend Izuku, told them everything. Everyone was upset, but a smile appeared on their faces when they heard what Izuku did last. But they were terrified when they found out who he had done it to. "Kendo, Midoriya, you have to be careful," she said, worried about her now friend. Izuku, "Yes, I know, but I was fed up. If something happens to me, they were the best companions I had," he said exaggeratedly. "Monoma, but we've only been here for one day," he said with a scared face. Izuku, "Shit, I'm going to die without friends," he said, crying comical tears. "Kinoko, hey, why don't you take off your scarf, is it dirty?" said a little girl with a mushroom cut that covered one eye. Izuku, "I don't like people to see my lifeless eyes," he said calmly. Tetsu, "But you're not even going to see it," he said in a calm tone, but received an elbow from Setsuna. "I'm sorry," he said exalted. Izuku just laughed out loud at the joke. Izuku, "That was very good," he said, laughing. "Ibara, you take it with humor, huh?" she said. Izuku, "Yes, I have been blind for more than 10 years. I don't care much anymore. I just want to be a lawyer," he said this so everyone would smile. Momo, "Well, you won't be anymore," she said as she arrived at Izuku's table. Izuku, "Oh yes, Miss Momo, why?" he said while eating his hamburger. Momo, "Today you die," he said, scaring everyone, "but you know, I'll let it go if you kiss my shoe," he said with an arrogant smile. Izuku, "Are you a shoe fetishist or what?" he said while eating his hamburger. Momo, "You won't do it?" she said angrily. Izuku, "No," he said, taking another bite of his hamburger. Everyone in the cafeteria looked at Izuku in awe. Not being afraid of the daughter of one of the most powerful people in Japan was having balls, but Izuku cared less. Momo, "You dug your grave," she said this to leave. Izuku, "Yeah, well, go buck yourself," he said while taking bites of his hamburger. Everyone was in shock when they heard that, and Izuku, well, he didn't care. He kept eating his hamburger and taking sips of his drink, until he finished it, and pretended to look for a trash can with his hands to put his trash in there. Bakugo from afar just saw this with a proud smile, since his best friend, almost brother, was no longer a coward. Bakugo, "So you've changed, huh?" Izuku, he said with a proud smile. After that the bell ranged and they returned to class. Vlad, "Okay guys, today you will have self-defense training with Class A and your teacher. I will not be there, But you must know how to defend yourself for life, he said with a smile, so that everyone agrees. Go to the locker rooms and put this on, he said, to extend some physical education uniforms to each student. Ibara guided Izuku to the men's locker room and left him there next to Momo, who was the one who would guide him from now on. In the locker room, Izuku lifted his shirt little by little, revealing his well-marked body and his scars. Momo, wow, my friend, what happened to you? He said, impressed. Tetsu, did John Wick give birth to you or something? He said, impressed. Always, your body is the perfect combination of pictures and scars, this shadowy man said. All the girls listened to this, and had a slight blush from hearing what Izuku's body was like until Setsuna spoke. Setsuna, hey girls, she said, pointing to a hole in the wall. Kendo, no, you won't, she said in an authoritative tone. Setsuna, too late, she said this to look into the hole, but instantly fell to the ground with a thread of blood running down her nose. Very big, she said between her swirling eyes. Yui, it can't be that good, he said while watching, but instantly a trickle of blood fell from his nose as he raised his thumb and looked at the girls. It's perfect, he said, impressing everyone because he had a silly smile. Reiko, oh come on, it can't be like that, she said. She was watching, but instantly the same thing happened. And so all the girls saw Izuku's body through the hole, and some even repeated it. After that they changed and went to the training place where Momo gave Izuku to Ibara. Izuku, I feel like a toy, he said, laughing. Aizawa, okay brats, listen up, this will be one-on-one fights. If you don't have knowledge you'll learn as you go. Like the elite you must learn to improvise, he said with a terrifying smile, but he saw Izuku. Midori, I know your condition. Are you sure you want to participate, he said to earn a nod from Izuku. Well, since he said to mention the fights. None importance, until the last one. Aizawa, well, the last fight will be between Miss Yaoyorozus and Izuku. Midoriya. Nobody bribed me, he said while petting a cat, and everyone had a drop of sweat. Well, let those mentioned go up. Then Momo and Izuku got on the platform. Mina, who do you think will win? Said a girl with pink-dyed hair and yellow eyes. Kirishima, I find it hard to admit, but Momo will be the winner. Midoriya won't be able to if he can't even see her, he said sadly. Bakugo, I bet you 1,000,000 yen that Izuku wins, he said this, surprising everyone, even Izuku, who heard how Bakugo bet. He trusted him a lot. Kirishima, okay, if Izuku wins, we'll all give you 1,000,000 yen, but if Momo wins, you'll give us 1,000,000 yen, he said, raising his hand. Deal? Bakugo, deal, he said, accepting it. Izuku, who had seen this, only had a smile on his face. Aizawa, okay, 3, 2, 1, start, he said to blow his whistle. Momo quickly reached Izuku and hit him in the face with a punch that didn't even move him, but she was scared when she saw Izuku laughing. Izuku, there are these, he said, taking Momo's wrist and bending over, making her scream. Izuku had to improvise a plan on the fly to be able to win and that no one would notice his abilities. So he came up with a plan where he would let Momo hit him so that everyone would believe that he won because he could know where he was thanks to that blow. Mathematics Sun.jpg. Momo was on the ground holding her hand as Aizawa announced the winner. Bakugo, PlayStation 5, here I go, he said with a smile. I have enough for 2. I'll give one to the nerd since thanks to him I won. Everyone had a drop of sweat and was sad because now between them all they would have to put in 1,000,000 yen. Everyone would see Izuku impressed since he managed to beat a person in a fight being blind. Everyone began to celebrate Izuku, and he pretendingly said that if someone could go get him, but before Ibara went up, Momo got up and tackled Izuku. He could dodge it, but if they did they would think he is not blind and that would bring a lot of problems, so he had to leave. Momo began to kick Izuku in the head, who only covered himself with his arms. Momo's kicks did not even hurt him, but they were still annoying. Aizawa quickly separated them and gave Momo a warning, and she only turned her head, annoying Aizawa. Aizawa, listen to me, you pretty girl, you are going to treat me with respect because I am your teacher. I do not care what families you come from, because if I want right now I will expel you from the school and write a letter so that you are not accepted in any elite school ever again. So from now on you are going to pay attention to me because you do not deserve to be here. You are so stupid that you have the worst grades and your parents pay the director to keep you just because he does not lose hope that here you will become a better person, but the next time you do something like that you get out, do you understand? he said, annoyed, but Momo didn't respond. Did you understand? He said, shouting, while Momo just agreed quickly. That's better. Well, you can go change and those of class B return to your classroom. Momo saw with great hatred as Izuku laughed, and she thought it was because they scolded her, which made her want to send him to hit her guards more and also to get revenge for her hand. But Izuku's story was very different. What Momo did not see is that Tetsu was smaller than the ring, so he did not stand out like Izuku, who was tall. Tetsu, then why did the chicken cross the road? He said, laughing. Izuku, why? Tetsu, to get to the boar's house, he said, laughing. Talk, he said, simulating another joke. Izuku, who is it? He said. Tetsu, the chicken. He said this so that Izuku started laughing, and that was why he was laughing. After that, Ibara arrived where Izuku was. Ibara, Izuku, it's time to go, he said, taking Izuku's hand and having him put his hand on his shoulder. Izuku, okay, he said, to leave with Ibara. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, Miss Ibara, he said with an apologetic tone. Ibara, are you kidding? I like being with you. You're good company, she said with a smile. It's not even a bother to take you, she said, smiling. Hey, and about that, you would die without friends, she said, so that Izuku would lower his head, looking at Ibara. I want to be your first friend, she said with an angelic smile and a small blush. Izuku, you already are, he said, smiling. Ibara, great, so let's go. He said this so that Izuku would nod, but in the distance someone was watching them. Momo, enjoy your last day, Izuku. Midoriya, it will be your last, she said, annoyed. The day passed. Izuku and Ibara got to know each other more. The two were going to the dormitory, but Izuku remembered that he had to go buy some things downtown, so he told Ibara that he would go alone, that it wouldn't be a bother, but if he could lend him to a staff. Ibara quickly went looking from room to room, asking if anyone had one that she could lend her for Izuku, and in the end they found one in Setsuna's room that nobody knows what she had it for there. After they gave Izuku the staff and he went downtown, he knew that Momo was spying on him, and that she sent 3 men after him. But what he didn't see is that a group of 3 friends from UA were watching him. What happens is that Izuku in these years realized that he can only perceive people who carry malice towards him, and not the others. The 3 girls wanted to go talk to Izuku and apologize for Momo's behavior. Melissa, do you think he wants to talk to us? She said somewhat sadly. Izumi, I think so, you just have to try it. What do you think, Shuka? He said, looking at the girl with red locks. Shuka, I think so, let's go, she said with a smile. Then the group of friends would approach Izuku, but Izumi quickly pulled the 2 towards a garbage container. Melissa, what's wrong, Izumi? She said, confused. Izumi, look, it's Momo, she said, worrying the 2. Shuka, you don't believe that? She said worriedly. Melissa, girls, she said this so that the 2 could see her, pointing to 3 men carrying Izuku into an alley. The 3 girls would run out into the alley to help Izuku, but they would not imagine what they would see inside. Izuku was fighting against the 3 men and none of them could hit him. Izuku was doing breakdance movements while he hit them. The girls looked at this in shock since their partner was blind. Or so they thought, since no blind man could fight like that. The men fell quickly, and Izuku began to breathe, but when he relaxed he saw the presence of the 3 girls who would make him nervous. Izuku, why you saw me? He asked nervously so that everyone agreed. Oh shit, he said, to see them I need you to keep this a secret. No one can know about my abilities, he said in a serious tone that made the 3 girls nervous. Melissa, skills? She said, confused. Izuku, shit, I always talk too much, he said angrily. Izumi, no, you were blind, she said, confused. Izuku, I'm blind, but thanks to my skills it's not even noticeable, he said seriously. Follow me, he said this so the girls would follow him to an apartment. Shuka, where are we? She said, confused. Izuku, at my adoptive parents' house, he said seriously. At that moment Izuku knocked on the door and Namuri quickly came out. Namuri, Izuku's son, what's wrong? Said the young lady, confused. Izuku, Miss Namuri, they, he said, pointing at the girls, saw me, he said, lowering his head. Tashinori, wow, they saw you, he said as he left, but you're not supposed to be able to sense presences, he said, confusing the girls. Izuku, yes, but it was either that they defended me against trained guards or fought against them. You already know what I chose, he said seriously. Tashinori, okay, ladies, come in. We have a lot to explain. He said this so that the three girls could come in. After that they all sat on the couch and Izuku and Tashinori began to tell her about Izuku's life and abilities. The girls were first sad about what the green-haired boy had gone through and then they were shocked and incredulous. Shuka, so you're telling us that you're blind but at the same time you're not, she said seriously. Izuku, in conclusion, he said shrugging his shoulders. Melissa, what am I wearing? She said seriously. Izuku, he is wearing a plaid shirt with a white bow tie and a butterfly-shaped hair ornament, he said, impressing the two girls. Izumi, and how do we know that you can't see through your cloth? She said seriously. Then Izuku at that moment took off the cloth, making the girls blush heavily because of their red hair and eyes. Izuku, my eyes were green, but as you can see after being disabled they turned red, he said this so that the girls would be surprised. Melissa, so you're telling me that you have superpowers, she said, amazed. Izuku, indeed, he said this, surprising the three girls. Tashinori, girls, please, we beg you not to tell anyone about this, he said seriously. The three, nobody, they said in a firm tone. After telling her about Izuku's life and the girls promising not to tell anyone, they went to the dormitories. Izuku arrived at 1B where they were all on a couch worried about him. Ibara, why did you take so long? We were worried about you, she said, scolding him. Izuku, I'm sorry but I was attacked, he said, leaving everyone in shock. Monoma, it seems like they attacked you, he said seriously. Kendo, who was it? She said angrily. Izuku, they were some men sent by Momo from Class 1A, but Izumi, Shuka and Melissa helped me escape, he said seriously. Yui, it's good that you were there, she said seriously but with a slight blush. But everyone fell silent when they saw Bakugo come in with an annoyed face. Bakugo, dude, how are you? He said while going with the green-haired boy. Izuku, I'm fine, he said seriously. Bakugo, if you tell me who attacked you, tell me, and I'll go kick his bucking ass, he said in an annoying tone. Izuku, no Bakugo, don't get into trouble for me, for now I just want to sleep. Tomorrow I want to see Momo's face when she knows I'm alive. Too bad I won't be able to, he said laughing. Then I want you to tell me, he said this so Tetsu would laugh. After that Ibara took Izuku to her room and told him that if he wanted something she was the room next door, that he should just knock on the wall, and she would be in his room. Izuku thanked Ibara for everything she did for him, and with a smile she replied that she didn't do it to be polite, she did it because he was her best friend. Izuku just smiled at this and gave her a kiss on the cheek goodnight, which made Ibara blush but would annoy a girl who was spying from afar with a quiet look. After that Izuku fell asleep, and so it went until the next day, where Ibara went to Izuku's room to see how he was already changed. This disappointed her a little and she didn't even know why, but then they went to the academy, but Izuku had to go see something in his locker, so he told Ibara to go ahead. When she arrived she noticed a boy almost his height with glasses and a serious look, but he had no malice. When he arrived the boy welcomed Izuku. Lida, hello friend, nice to meet you, I'm Tenya Lida and I'm from 1A, he said, taking Izuku by the shoulder. Izuku, nice to meet you Tenya, I'm Izuku Midoriya and I'm from 1B. As you can see I just came to get some things from my locker, he said, pretending he couldn't find where to open it. Lida, let me do it for you, he said, opening the desk, but when he did he saw a letter with a heart, and a chocolate came out of it. Whoever said that history is quite a boss. Izuku, what is that? He said, feeling the paper. Lida, it's a letter, I would read it for you, my friend, but it has a heart, it must be from a girl and I can't do that, he said sadly but firmly. Izuku, don't worry Lida, I can read, he said, impressing Lida. Then, to Lida's amazement, Izuku began to run his hands over the letter, which also brought a smile to the writer's face as she looked into the distance. Izuku's smile slowly began to widen as he read more, which made the girl blush even more. Letter. Hello, I just wanted to tell you that yesterday I was very worried about what they did to you and I left you a chocolate so you could recover. I didn't know if you liked them but I went with luck. I hope you really recover. You are so cute, I wouldn't want your face to be ruined. And I also wanted to tell you that I like you a lot even though we don't know each other, but your way of seeing life despite being blind is very impressive. I want you to get to know me, so from today I will send you a letter every day with a chocolate. I hope you like them. With love. Izuku, after finishing reading the letter, opened the chocolate and tied it. Izuku put the letter in a box he had in his locker and continued talking to Lida. Lida then took Izuku to her classroom at her request since she couldn't leave a classmate alone, much less if he was blind. Izuku thanked Lida and Ibara took him by the shoulders to take him to his place. Classes passed quietly, and it was time for lunch. We sat at a table in Class 1A. Kyuka, Momo, why are you happier today? She said with a smile. Momo, because I took care of a rat, she said with an arrogant smile. Izuku, I'm sorry Miss Yaoyorozus, but you'll need a lot more than that to kill me, he said as he passed by the Class A table, shocking everyone who heard it. Tsuyu, did you order to kill him? She said in shock. Kyuka, seriously Momo, I don't know what's wrong with you, she said, disappointed in her friend. Momo didn't listen to everything they told her. She was just upset that the rat, as she called him, was still alive. But this wasn't going to stay like that. She would come up with another plan to get rid of him. She couldn't let anyone humiliate her and get away with it. Izuku just went to the table where his friends were eating, but before he arrived a group of 3 girls called him. Shuka, sit with us, Midoriya, she said happily. Melissa, come here, she said, stepping aside. Izumi, come on, don't be shy, she said, calling the green-haired boy. The green-haired boy sat down with the 3 girls and they started talking, but 2 people saw this with jealousy. Ibara, what are you doing with those girls? She said, pouting. Bothers. After the classes continued until the time to return to the dorms, Izuku came out with the excuse that he would go see Bakugo, but he went to train. He had already been 2 days without training and he couldn't waste time. He went into the forest, but a girl saw him and followed him. Izuku began training by deactivating his perception in order to improve his hearing and touch and to be able to feel people through the movement of the earth. But he quickly activated it when he saw someone with great skill approaching. Izuku, really, Miss Yaoyorozus? Aren't you tired? He said, feeling Momo pointing a gun at him. Momo, last words, she said with an arrogant smile. Izuku, look above you, he said, this so that Momo could see how Bakugo fell on top of her and left her unconscious and took away her weapon. Bakugo, how did you know I was there? He said, confused. Izuku, good luck? He said nervously. Bakugo, Izuku, look at me, tell me, he said seriously, I've been suspecting and I've been watching you. That strength and precision you have is not normal. It's like if you were not blind and you were also faster in every aspect, he said seriously. Izuku, he sighed, it's okay, but I need you not to tell anyone, he said seriously so that Bakugo would nod. Izuku began to tell Bakugo about everything that happened to him at the orphanage and how his senses increased. Bakugo, are you telling me that you have powers? This exalted man said. Izuku, shut up, they can hear you, he said seriously. Bakugo, and why don't you become a superhero so I could be the one in the chair, he said strangely excited. Izuku, I had never thought about it, he said seriously, I have training, I know mixed martial arts. I don't know, he said thinking. Bakugo, you have heightened bucking senses that allow you to perceive bad people from more than 100 kilometers away. You have bucking strength above that of a human and a bucking flexibility that not even Luffy has, he said this so Izuku would laugh. Izuku, maybe I could do it, but I would need a suit, he said thinking that it was all a joke on Bakugo's part. Bakugo, I could make you one, he said seriously, surprising Izuku. Izuku, wait, it's not a joke, he said, impressed. No Bakugo, I can't do that, you know the trouble I'd get into, he said seriously. Bakugo, but Izuku, think about it, why you? He said, confusing Izuku. Izuku, why me? Bakugo, you, among 10 billion people, were in that car at that exact time when the bus left, the thing that hit you at the exact moment in the right place in your head for that to happen. You know there's a saying, sometimes life chooses you to be something more. And if you are destined for something more, he said this so that Izuku would open his eyes. Bakugo thinking, come on, believe it, I want to be the damn superhero of the chair, this desperate man said. Izuku, I'll think about it, but just in case, create the suit, he said, exciting Bakugo. Izuku didn't admit it, but the idea of being something different in life excited him. After he finished his training, leaving Momo lying there and returned to the dorms where the others were waiting for him to eat, Izuku arrived and sat next to Ibara thanks to Setsuna, guiding him since she took the opportunity to touch Izuku's body a little. They ate, talked, and told jokes. After that, everyone went to sleep. Ibara took Izuku to his room and told him the usual thing: if you need me, knock on the wall. 3 a.m. Izuku was sleeping peacefully when he started hearing some knocks on his window. It was Bakugo, who looked very nervous. Izuku, what's up, buddy? He said sleepily. Bakugo, nerd, listen to me, you have to go to the 1A dorms. Now there are some guys with guns holding them all hostage. The director can't do anything, and they're starting to touch the girls. He said this so Izuku would get upset. Izuku, but I have nothing to cover myself with, said this desperate man. Bakugo, sure? He said, showing him a suit. Izuku, Bakugo, did you do this? He said, impressed. Bakugo, no, I bought it at Koppel. Now go, he said this so that Izuku would nod and go to the 1A dormitories. Izuku was jumping between the roofs until he arrived and entered through a window of the bedrooms. Then he went down the stairs quietly, realizing that the thieves had everyone on the couches pointing a gun at them. Izuku quickly began to check the suit and realized that Bakugo had put a combat knife and the gun they stole from Momo on it. Izuku, at the moment he came down, everyone noticed his presence. But thanks to his senses he began to see everything in slow motion. There were 7. Izuku went for the first one, who was aiming at the students, and with a blow to the back of the neck he left him unconscious. Then he went with the second one, leaving him the same. And so he went with everyone until there was only one left. Subject, oh hey, who are you? He said, scared. Izuku, nobody, I'm just your death, he said, throwing a knife at the man's neck, killing him instantly. Izuku felt bad at that moment, but then he remembered what they were doing and realized that he was a bad guy, so he downplayed it. He unleashed all the students, who looked at him with a little fear until Aizawa spoke. Aizawa, see, how did you do all this? He said in shock. What are you? He said, screaming. Izuku, I'm just a human with extraordinary abilities, he said with a smile. Director Nizu was arriving at the scene. Director Nizu was a short, elderly person with a scar on his eye. Nizu, young man, what you did was very daring, he said, impressed by the young man's abilities. How do you have those powers? He said so that all the students would pay attention. Izuku, luck of life, he said, downplaying it, and yes, that's what I am. I'm daring. I'll be the new vigilante of the city. I am Daredevil. After Izuku left everyone in shock, they had seen something that seemed impossible. A human with powers. Everyone decided that they would not talk about it until they were sure who the singular human is. After Izuku arrived at his room where Bakugo was looking at his phone. Bakugo, you did it, he said seriously. Izuku, they weren't even a challenge, he said with a smile, but you know, Bakugo, I think you're right. This city needs justice, and I will give it to them. Daredevil, he said, looking at Bakugo, that will be my name. He said this so that Bakugo would put on a smile. Bakugo, great, he said with a smile. Izuku, yes, but we must not tell anyone. You will be my chair boy, the one who gives me the information, he said with a smile. Bakugo, sure, he said, smiling. After that, Bakugo arrived at his apartments, where they asked him where he was, and he said that he went to look for help, but they saw that the problem was already solved and he returned. After that, the night passed quietly for the boys, but first they saw the security, and then they slept. The next day, Izuku was heading towards his locker, and next to it he sees a boy with yellow dyed hair and a black lock. Kaminari, hi friend, what's up? He said, touching his shoulder. Izuku, oh hello brother, nothing here to see my locker. But when he opens it he feels like a sheet of paper with a chocolate stuck to it falling into his hand. Kaminari, oh Midoriya, so you have your thing, huh? Well, I'll leave it for you to read, he said as he left. Izuku began to run his hands over the letter. The girl in the distance, realizing that he was reading it, began to blush. Letter. Hello Izuku, I just wanted to tell you that today you look very handsome as always, and that you should not be afraid of that girl Yaoyorozus. If necessary, I will protect you so that nothing happens to you because I love you. I know you don't know me, but I do know you, and I saw that you kept my letter in a special place. That fills me with joy. Since I saw that you ate the chocolate in one bite I sent you too, since I saw that you liked them, how I would like to go out and kiss you, but I can't do it, I'm very shy. But even so, one day you will know who I am and I will tell you everything I feel. I love you. Izuku, he put a heart on it, he said with a smile. Izuku, at the moment of taking off the chocolates with great care, left the letter in the box where he began to save them just to make the girl smile. One day I'll tell you how much I like you, Izuku, the girl said with a blush, but in the distance she sees a friend of hers approaching. Kendo, Yui, what are you doing here? We're running late. Let's go, he said, taking Yui by the arm. Yui, yes, I'm coming, she said, returning to her serious face. Someday, she said with a blush. After everyone arrived at the classroom, Izuku went to his place next to Ibara. Monoma, hey, did you hear what happened yesterday? He said this for everyone to see. Kendo, yes, it is true. They say that they were going to take them hostage, but a boy with powers rescued them. Do you believe that nonsense? He said, laughing. Tetsu, maybe it's true, he said with a smile. The world is very small, he said, laughing. Setsuna, what do you think, Izuku? She said with a slight blush. Izuku, I didn't see anything, he said, so Tetsu started laughing. Tetsu, that was good, bro, he said, laughing. Everyone was going to continue talking, but then they saw how two gentlemen, a couple, entered the room with three uniformed men from behind. These were Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozus, one of the most powerful men in Japan. Everyone was nervous. They knew why they were there, but if necessary they would all save Izuku. Mr. Yaoyorozus, who here is Izuku Midoriya? He said seriously. Mrs. Yaoyorozus, get up, she said the same. Everyone was nervous but not Izuku. He stood up. The two gentlemen saw in astonishment how he was blind because of the bandage he wore on his head. Mr. Yaoyorozus, so you are the one that my daughter upset. We wanted to apologize for her behavior towards you. We didn't know she would do that, much less to a blind boy, he said, astonishing everyone with what a good person he was. Mrs. Yaoyorozus, yes, boy, do not feel bad, feel proud. It is impressive that someone like you has entered this academy. You will be a great lawyer, she said, surprising Izuku. Izuku, how did you know? He said, surprised. Mrs. Yaoyorozus, I have contacts, she said, laughing, but as an apology I wanted to invite you and your parents to dinner, she said with a smile, so that Izuku put on a sad smile. Izuku, I'm sorry, gentlemen, my parents are dead and my adoptive parents don't have time to go, he said, this making the two gentlemen feel bad. Mr. Yaoyorozus, hey boy, I'm sorry, then you can take two people, he said with a smile. Izuku, well, Ibara, do you want to go? Ibara, yes, she said with a smile. Well, who else can I invite? Yui, Midoriya, can I go with you, she said seriously but with a small blush. Izuku, well, then we already have both. When will dinner be? He said respectfully. Mr. Yaoyorozus, it will be today at 9. Don't miss it, he said as he left with his wife. Izuku, what a nice guy, he said with a smile. Kendo, guys, you know what truth means, he said, this confusing the three. You are going to the house of the most powerful people in Japan. You can't go with just any old face. He said this so that the three would think girls group meeting. He this said so that all the girls, including Yui and Ibara, would make a ball, getting a drop of sweat out of everyone. Kendo, well, we've decided, she said seriously, we'll change you three, she said with a slight blush, so Ibara, Yui, and Izuku will wait for you in my room when you leave school, she said, so everyone would nod. Izuku, but what's wrong with my clothes? He said confused. Setsuna, you wear clothes that are too big for your size. It looks great on you, she said, watching as a few of Izuku's muscles stood out, but you'll look better with clothes that are a little tight, and without that cloth on your head, she said seriously. Izuku, but it makes me uncomfortable for people to see my eyes, he said seriously. Kinoko, we'll fix that there, she said with a smile. After that the day passed and all the students left. The girls were talking about the plan of how to dress Izuku, and Shuka, Izumi, and Melissa's group listened, so they also joined. After that everyone went to Kendo's room so that later Izuku, Yui, and Ibara would arrive. Izumi, well, from my point of view, first we have to try on a suit for Izuku, an elegant one, she said seriously but with a slight blush. Izuku, there is some in my closet, you can go check it out, he said, so Shuka and Melissa could go get all of Izuku's clothes. Among Izuku's clothes were baggy shirts and only a few gala suits, which are the ones that would be tried on Izuku. Reiko, Izuku, take off your shirt, she said this. Izuku, hey, first a kiss, right? He said sarcastically. Reiko, no, you idiot, it's to try on the suit, she said, blushing. Izuku, let's see what was said before he said this so that everyone would have a drop of sweat, but that drop of sweat would turn into an immense blush when seeing Izuku's body. Just imagine him with the scarf on his head. Shuka, pee, can you take off your, this one was so red that I couldn't even speak. Melissa, the scarf, take off the scarf, she said with a big blush. Izuku took off his scarf and the girls' blush increased so much that almost all of them were about to faint, but they controlled themselves. They all saw Izuku's green hair and his red eyes, super red, those lifeless eyes that for some reason attracted them. They slowly began to approach Izuku until he saw what was coming and interrupted them. Izuku, are you still there? He said, pretending. All the girls came out of their trance and blushed at what they were going to do. After that they changed to Izuku to see how he looked. They all kept their blush. Ibara felt satisfied since every day she took him by the hand. After dressing Izuku so much they finally decided on an outfit where he looked good. Izuku, how do I look? He said, adjusting his tie while putting on a smile, making everyone blush. Just imagine him like in the previous image, but with that outfit. You look good, they all said with a blush. After that the other two girls also got dressed, wearing an elegant black dress. After that the three of them went out to the common room where everyone said goodbye to them at the door, but in the distance they saw Bakugo arrive. Bakugo, hey nerd, he said looking at Izuku. Izuku, oh Bakugo, what's wrong, he said pretending. Bakugo, come, he said pulling Izuku to a place where they wouldn't be heard. Take this. If something happens let me know, he said giving him an earphone and taking him back to where the girls were. Well, I'll leave you with your girlfriends, he said blushing Yui and Ibara and making Izumi, Melissa and Shuka jealous. Izuku, well let's go, he said this to leave with Ibara and Yui. After that they were talking on the way where the girls blushed a little as they took Izuku to help him cross the street until they arrived at the Yaoyorozus house. Yui, ready? Ibara/Izuku, no, they both said in unison. Yui, well there's no other way, we have to go in, she said with her stoic face. Izuku, let's go, he said to take the two girls by the arm, blushing them. Take care of yourself. Right now we see the three young people entering the Yaoyorozus residence. Izuku did not tell anyone, but he began to feel a great malice coming from that house. Izuku was on guard. If at any time he would have to fight, he would do it. He could not allow them to harm Yui and Ibara. They entered and were greeted by the Yaoyorozus lords, who had a smile that seemed sincere, but a great malice came from them. Mr. Yaoyorozus, good evening young people, he said in a calm tone. Yui/Ibara, good evening, thank you for inviting us, they said these while bowing. Izuku, good evening, he said making a slight bow. Mrs. Yaoyorozus, well, let's wait for Momo who is in her room finishing changing, she said with a fake smile. Ibara/Yui, yes, they said these as they sat down and helped Izuku sit down. After that Momo went down giving Izuku a dirty look that Yui and Ibara wouldn't notice. After that they spent their time eating where Izuku remained silent the whole dinner. Yui and Ibara were confused by the insinuations that were thrown at Izuku from time to time, but there was one that bothered them. Mr. Yaoyorozus, and tell me brat, how does it feel to be a dirty orphan rat in this society? He said laughing. Mrs. Yaoyorozus, honey, don't remind him, poor thing, she laughing said. Yui, hey sir, don't you think you're going too far? She said a little upset. Mr. Yaoyorozus, oh ladies, don't worry, we respect those who have a middle economic level like you, but the poor hate us, he said, making a face of disgust at Izuku. Izuku, with the little respect that you deserve sir, he said, angering Mr. Yaoyorozus, I have adoptive parents who love me very much, so your comment doesn't make me angry, he said while eating. Momo just looked at this with a sly smile at what was coming. Mrs. Yaoyorozus, oh yes, Miss and Mr. Yagi, she said impressing Izuku, right now they must be regretting in their graves seeing you adopted, she said leaving the three boys in shock. Izuku, what? He said in shock. Mr. Yaoyorozus, did you really think that anyone who messed with my daughter would get away with it? He said laughing. Well, you thought wrong, brat. Enjoy your life without parents, he said laughing. Izuku, no, he said in shock. Yui, Ibara, let's go, he said this so that the two mentioned agreed. Mr. Yaoyorozus, they think they can, he said. This stop was interrupted by his wife. Miss Yaoyorozu, leave him, honey. If he dies, he would meet them again. Let's make him suffer. She said this so that Momo would smile. Momo, that's what you get for messing with me, poor blind man, she laughing said. Izuku, Yui and Ibara were running while holding Izuku's hand to guide him. In the end they sat on a park bench at Izuku's request. 2 blocks from here is my parents' apartment. Let's go, he said, imagining the worst. When they arrived, Izuku couldn't believe what they told him. His parents had been killed by some thugs. Yui and Ibara hugged him, but they began to see how Izuku began to cry. Izuku, let's just go, he said with a gloomy look. So the 3 of them went to the bedrooms where everyone was waiting for them with a smile, but it disappeared when they saw the faces of the 3 of them. Kendo, what happened? She said worriedly. Izuku, nothing, I just need to go for a walk, he said as he stepped back and started walking out with a cane. Kendo, what happened? She said, scared, watching as Yui and Ibara began to cry. Ibara, we thought they were good people, she said in tears. Yui, they only invited us so Izuku could go out, she said, angry and crying. Setsuna, and take advantage of it for what? She said worriedly. Ibara, to kill her parents, she said, this leaving everyone in shock. Kanoko, killing his parents, she said in shock. Reiko, we have to follow him so he doesn't do anything crazy, she said this so all the girls agreed. The girls followed Izuku and the boys would wait in case he came. Yui told the girls that she saw him enter a forest, scaring them more, but then they calmed down when they saw him sitting on a bench. Izuku, what are you doing here? He said in a dry tone, scaring the girls. Bakugo, I just came to see you, he said, sitting on the bench. How are you? He said, worried. Izuku, how do you want me to be? He said angrily. My parents died. The people who took me out after living in a bucking orphanage for more than 15 years gave me the opportunity to enter the UA, and just for not letting me be humiliated, now they are dead, he said, crying. This impressed all the girls since they didn't know that Izuku had lived in an orphanage, and it also made them sad. In that he sees how Bakugo began to take out a cardboard that seemed to have drinks inside. Bakugo, the old lady always drinks this when she feels bad. Take one, he said, handing a beer to Izuku while he opened one. Izuku, I don't drink, he said, confused. Bakugo, me either, he said while drinking the beer, but it will help you, he said this so that Izuku would start drinking. After a while and a few beers, Izuku and Bakugo continued talking while the girls listened to them. Bakugo, so what are you going to do? He said, confused. Izuku, I'll stay away from the boys in my class. I don't want them to end up getting involved in my problems. I'll also keep Yui and Ibara away from this. I don't want anything to happen to them, he said, blushing but saddening those who were spying. Bakugo, you know I support you, bro, so I'm leaving. You should do the same. Go, rest, he said this so that Izuku would nod and the girls would leave so they wouldn't be discovered. After that, Izuku walked towards his dormitories where everyone and the girls who had already arrived were waiting for him to be able to talk to him. Then Tetsu approached and put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Tetsu, are you okay? He said worriedly. But no one expected Izuku to slap his hand away. Izuku, it doesn't matter to you, we're not friends. No one here is my friend. I see everyone as companions, he said, starting to climb the stairs. Ibara, Izuku, let me help you, she said, worried. Izuku, no, Miss Shiozaki, I can do it alone. Thank you, he said as he started to climb. Ibara, she doesn't call me Ibara anymore, she said sadly. Monoma, what's wrong? He said somewhat sadly. Then the girls told him what they heard, saddening everyone. Always, he doesn't want us to be his friends so that nothing happens to us, he said sadly. Tetsu, that Izuku, he is quite a man, he said, crying. Yui, you know what, we're going to rest and tomorrow we'll fix everything with him, she said so everyone would nod. After that, everyone went to sleep with a lump in their throats for what happened to Izuku, seeing your parents die, living in an orphanage for more than 15 years, and the people who helped you get out of there and who helped you fulfill your dreams now die. It was a lot of burden for him. Everyone fell asleep until the next day came. The next day everyone was waiting for Izuku in the living room until he was down, already dressed and ready to leave. Yui, Izuku, we have to talk. Izuku, Miss Kodai, I'm sorry I don't have time right now, he said before leaving. Kendo, he ignored us, she said sadly. Setsuna, let's go to the living room, maybe we can fix something, she said sadly, so everyone agreed. After that everyone went to the living room. Some tried to talk to Izuku but he just avoided them. Izuku as always wore his baggy clothes that didn't show almost anything of his body and his cloth on his head. After that lunch arrived, everyone tried to eat with Izuku, and he just went to a lonely table. Izumi, hey, that's not Izuku, she said pointing to the lonely table. Shuka, because he won't be with his classmates, she said confused. Melissa, and if we are going to talk to him, she said this but was stopped by Reiko who was passing by. Reiko, it would be better if you leave him alone, she said confusing the others. Shuka, why? She said confused. Reiko, because but she couldn't finish speaking because someone came making a racket in the dining room. Mr. Yaoyorozu, where is he? He said annoyed when he saw Izuku. Oh, there are these rats, he said approaching Izuku. The murmurs did not take long to appear. Everyone was surprised as to why one of the most powerful people in Japan was there. Mr. Yaoyorozu, hey brat, why don't you talk? He said, bothering Izuku. Izuku, I don't have to, he said while eating. Everyone was impressed because Izuku was not afraid of one of the most powerful people in Japan. This infuriated Lord Yaoyorozu, but he was going to annoy him a little more. Mr. Yaoyorozu, oh, I see that the death of your parents hurt you, didn't it? He said this one, making Izuku upset. Hey, I have a proposal for you. My daughter doesn't want you to study here, so, what do you think? I'll give you 3 million yen to leave this school, he said with airs of grandeur. Izuku, no, he said while eating his noodles. Mr. Yaoyorozu, well, I tried to get you to leave in a good way, but since you don't want to go, I guess it would be a shame if something happened to those little friends of yours, he said, making Izuku stop eating. Yui and Ibara were scared, which Izuku saw and made him more angry. Then Izuku stood in front of Mr. Yaoyorozu. Mr. Yaoyorozu, so what? You accept my offer? It's obvious. If poor people like you would kill for a little money and more now that you are left without parents, he said with a smile while putting a finger on Izuku's chest. But what no one expected, everyone was in shock when they saw how Izuku tackled Mr. Yaoyorozu and began to hit him on the ground relentlessly. He tried to defend himself but couldn't. Izuku's blows hurt him. The classmates of Class B and Class A saw this with astonishment and respect. He did not let himself be defeated, and is defending himself from one of the most powerful men in Japan without fear, but what he said left them scared. Izuku, let's see, you damn rat, look at me, he said lifting Lord Yaoyorozu by the collar of his shirt. Tell me what's stopping me, he said taking out a knife and putting it to his neck. Slit your throat now. Tell me what's stopping me, he said shouting, and you know one last thing, I'll return that threat of yours to you. Be careful because you don't know when something could happen to your dear daughter, he said leaving everyone in shock. A direct threat. Everyone was shocked to hear Izuku say this. He was threatening one of the most powerful people in Japan, without fear. Mr. Yaoyorozu, you dug your grave, he said with some fear. Izuku, 23, he said confusing everyone. Mr. Yaoyorozu, 23, what a brat, he said somewhat scared. Izuku, 23 imbeciles have told me the same thing, not counting your daughter. That would be 25 underground imbeciles if I took care of you all, he said, leaving everyone in shock. Mr. Yaoyorozu, you're just bragging, he said scared. Izuku, sure sir, he said making light cuts on his neck with his knife, terrifying him. Ibara, we must stop him, she said this so that everyone agreed, but Bakugo stood in front of her. Bakugo, let him figure it out, he said with a serious face. Yui, but I could kill him, she said scared. Bakugo, and? He said this leaving everyone in shock. Melissa, Bakugo, what do you mean? Shuka, Izuku can go to jail, she said worried. Bakugo, that idiot killed his adoptive parents and threatened his only friends apart from me, he said this leaving everyone in shock. Izumi, what? She said in shock. But Ibara didn't care and ran straight to Izuku and hugged him. Ibara, leave it alone, Izuku, he doesn't deserve it, she said this so Izuku would stop. Izuku, I hope you calm down, damn it, he said, sculpting it on his face. That was enough to anger Mr. Yaoyorozu, and he took out a gun pointing it at Izuku's head, shocking everyone. Lord Yaoyorozu, get on your knees and beg me for your life, even if it will be of little use to you, he said, wiping the blood from his mouth. But what no one expected, Izuku in a quick movement took the gun from him and put it on his head, holding it with a key. Everyone was impressed by the boy's quick movement, and they were scared by what could happen. Nizu, Mr. Midoriya, stop, he said with a serious face, arriving at the scene. Izuku, why should I, director? This bastard killed my family and threatened my friends. Does he think he deserves to live? He said, scaring the director a little. Nizu, Mr. Midoriya, I promise you that we will expel Miss Yaoyorozus from this school, but please do not do anything stupid, he said, scared. Izuku, I don't know, director, I'm blind. I don't know if I have the trigger pressed properly to be able to shoot at any moment, he said, exerting more force on the gun trigger. Mr. Yaoyorozus, leave me alone, you idiot, he said, scared. Izuku, okay, I'll leave you alive, but first I want you to tell me, who gave you my information? He said, putting more pressure on the weapon. Mr. Yaoyorozus, I sent one of my employees to follow you, he said with fear. Izuku, okay, he said, letting go of him as he broke the weapon. Remember, rat, if something happens to any of my friends, it doesn't matter if you didn't do anything, your daughter dies, he said, leaving. Everyone left the shock thanks to the bell, and began to leave. Now everyone had respect for Izuku. Despite being blind, he did not let himself be intimidated by one of the most powerful people in Japan. This also attracted fans, but that did not matter to him. He only went to his locker to see his letter that was sent to him every day courtesy of Yui, but he did not know. Izuku arrived at his locker and opened it so that the letter fell into his hands. Letter. Hi, I just wanted to tell you that I was very worried about you today, because of what happened to you, and I just want to tell you that I will be there for you. I like you a lot, and today I want to see you behind the school. I won't tell you who I am. I just want to give you a hug. I hope you go. I will be waiting for you after leaving. With love. Izuku, 3 hearts, he said, smiling. I'll go, he said to himself, which the girl who was spying on him from afar heard. Yui, yes, I hope you don't recognize me by my smell, she said nervously. After that, the school day passed quietly, where Izuku apologized to his classmates for how he behaved, and he explained to them why. They only hugged Izuku since he cared about them. After that, Izuku apologized to Ibara, who with a pout told him that he had to reward her, and she asked for a date for Saturday. It was Thursday. Izuku gladly accepted the date, which left a few jealous. But that did not matter. After that, the school day ended as Izuku went behind the school. He was impressed to see that Yui was the one who sent him the letters but could not show it since she would realize his abilities. Izuku, acting very well, went to where Yui was and asked if there was someone, to which Yui in response gave him a paper so that he would not recognize his voice. Letter. Hi, it's me. I just wanted to ask if I can hug you. Izuku finished reading it, and saw how Yui was very red. He just extended his arms, implying that he could. Yui, without waiting twice, threw herself to hug Izuku. Izuku surrounded her with his arms, which made her blush even more, and she just sank into his chest. After they separated, and Yui gave another letter to Izuku. Letter. Thank you very much, and sorry for what I'm going to do. Izuku. What are you going to? But he couldn't finish this because he received a kiss on the lips from Yui, who ran away. Izuku just put on a smile that made Yui blush as she watched from afar. Yui blushed and left, but she left happy because she had achieved her goal. Izuku, Yui, he said with a smile, maybe it's not so bad, he said to leave. In the distance you can see Yui super red and talking to herself. Yui, Izuku was very warm, he smelled very good, and his lips tasted like mint, she said with a big blush, to go home. The Watchman. It was Friday, the last day of the week. Izuku was a little nervous since the next day would be his date with Ibara, and the boy was nervous. All this was his first date, and the kiss with Yui, he didn't let it go. He even bothered her in the classroom indirectly, which brings us to now. Setsuna. So you're telling me that someone brings you letters to your locker with a chocolate every day, and that yesterday she told you to meet her behind the school because she wanted to hug you? She said this so Izuku accepted, and Yui blushed a little. Kendo. But what's so special about this girl? She said this so that Yui would be attentive. She wanted to know what the green-haired boy thought, indirectly, about her. Izuku. I know I'm going to sound like a loser, but it's the first time a girl hugs me, or kisses me, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. Yui didn't know what to say. She had her stoic face, but inside she was a sea of emotions. It was the first kiss from the boy she liked, and it was also her first hug. Yui had a small blush that was not visible. Tetsu, but how do you know he's not a boy? He said, laughing. Izuku, well, the hug felt like he said this so that Yui's blush would become more noticeable. Yui was grateful that Ibara was sick and stayed in her dorm today because if she heard the conversation she would get furious since she also had feelings for the green-haired boy. Kendo, don't tell me you're a pervert, he said, this covering himself with his arms, which Tetsu and Izuku laughed at. Setsuna, what's so funny? She said, confused. Tetsu, no offense, but even if Izuku was a pervert, he couldn't, he said, pointing to the cloth on his head. Kendo, oh Izuku, I'm so sorry, she said regretfully. Izuku, don't worry, it usually happens, he said, laughing. But then they saw more girls start joining the conversation. Kinoko, hey guys, what are you talking about? She said, curious. Tetsu, yesterday Izuku was robbed of his first kiss, he said, impressing everyone. Reiko, Kinoko, Pony, what? They said in shock. Reiko, if Ibara finds out she will surely kill him, he said, knowing his partner's feelings. Kinoko, who was it? She said, impressed. Izuku pointed at his scarf. Kinoko, oh I'm sorry, she said sadly. Izuku, oh, don't worry, the bell rings, well, it's time to leave. I'll go take care of Ibara, he said, coming out with his cane. Yui, vi sidrai Ibri, this jealous woman said. Kendo, oh no, she impressed, said, you like Izuku, she said in shock. Yui, shut up so I can hear you, she said this, but Kinoko came out to see. Kinoko, he's gone, now tell it girls, she said this so everyone would gather around her. Yui, well, I was the one who kissed him, she said, covering her face. Oh, what? They said in shock. Everyone was amazed. They did not expect this from the least expressive person in the room. Kinoko, you know what, we will help you, they said this for everyone to nod. Yui, but Ibara likes it too and I wouldn't want to fight with her, she said, somewhat sad. Kendo, they will come to an agreement, he said this so that Yui would smile. Yui, thanks guys, she said with a smile. With Izuku. He was entering Ibara's room, who had a cloth on her head. Izuku, Ibara, how are you? He said with some concern. Ibara, Izuku, I'm better now, I just need to rest a little more, she said in a weak tone. Izuku just went to Ibara and took the cloth off her head to change it. Ibara thanked the green-haired boy for helping her and taking care of her. Ibara, Izuku, I feel bad that you waste your time here with me, she said somewhat sadly. In response, Izuku just kissed her forehead, which made Ibara blush. Izuku, it's not a waste of time, he said, smiling. I take care of you because I care about you, he said, blushing even more at Ibara. Ibara, thanks Izuku, she said while holding the green-haired boy's hand. After that, Izuku spent the whole day with Ibara, getting closer until Ibara fell asleep and he left the room. Izuku just went to the bench where he will always remember his parents, but this time Bakugo came out again. Bakugo, nerd, there's a bank robbery, he said excitedly. Izuku and? He said confused. Bakugo, what do you mean, why? Put this shit on and go, he said, giving him the suit and a headset. The suit has a camera that will allow me to see everything you do. Izuku, I don't know, it's illegal, and he said this but was interrupted by Bakugo. Bakugo, if you do this I will cook you Katsudan, he said seriously. Izuku, it's a joke, let's do it, he said as he ran away. Bakugo just sat on the bench, turned on his laptop and put on headphones to start talking to Izuku. Izuku was doing parkour on the roofs until Bakugo spoke. Bakugo, okay nerd, the bank is 2 blocks away, go as fast as you can. Izuku understood, he said this to go faster. With Class B. Yui, hey, have you seen Izuku? She said, somewhat worried. A ways, he said he would go downtown for some things, he said so that Yui would sit on the sofa. Yui, oh okay, pass me the remote, she said so Reiko could pass it to her. Let's watch the news, she said. There's a bank robbery in the center, she said worried. Tetsu, that's where Izuku is, he said worried. Kendo, let's hope nothing happens to him, she said the same. With Izuku. Izuku, hey Bakugo, I'm seeing everything, what do you recommend I do? He said seriously. Bakugo, okay, from what I see on the news there are 4, they are all outside, He comes from above with a jump on the one in the center. He has the most dangerous weapon and then he knocks out the other three. Izuku, did you really just think of that? He said, impressed. Bakugo, if you see now. Izuku quickly jumped on top of the first criminal, catching everyone's attention. Reporter, okay, what we can see is that a man, with a tall, muscular build, has just fallen at the scene, leaving a criminal unconscious, she said attentively. Everyone watched attentively what was happening since it was very strange. Criminal 1, who are you? He said, confused. Izuku, Daredevil, he said in a whisper. And so Izuku quickly hit the first criminal in the chest to knock him out with a right hook, then he went for the second one who knocked him out with a crane kick. The third one just saw this with fear but still made the attempt. He tried to shoot Izuku but he dodged the bullets. He grabbed him by the foot and threw him against a police car, denting the car a little. Report, okay, what we just saw is something unprecedented. A masked man finished off the 4 criminals in a flash, she said in shock. But the reporter didn't waste time and approached Izuku. Reporter, hi, would you mind telling us who you are? She said determinedly. Izuku, I'm Daredevil, he said as he ran towards a building and climbed it by jumping on the fire stairs. Reporter, you heard it, Japan, a new vigilante has arrived in town. Criminals better watch out or things will go very badly for them. Josh is coming back to the studio with you. He said this so they could turn off the television. Yui, the story of Class 1A was true, said this incredulous girl. Monoma, there is a person with powers? He said in shock. All, go, they said without words. In another place. Nizu, who are you, boy? He said confused. With Izuku. He was returning to the same forest where Bakugo was only for him to receive him with a hug on his shoulders. Bakugo, you did great, nerd, he said proudly. Izuku, we did great, he said, bumping his fist. After Izuku took the suit in a small box so they wouldn't see it, and went to his room. Everyone, seeing Izuku arrive, gave a sigh of relaxation. Kendo, Izuku, don't come out again without telling us, you had us very worried, she said, scolding Izuku. Izuku, Kendo, I told you how cute you look when you're not upset, he said, making Kendo blush. Kendo, really, he started to think, but you can't even see me, he said, hitting Izuku on the head. Everyone had a drop of sweat. Izuku, almost, he said, snapping his fingers. Kanoko, well, you need to rest, since you spent the whole day taking care of Ibara, she said so that Izuku would nod. Setsuna, Yui, why don't you take him to his room? She said this so that Yui would thank her with gestures that the green-haired boy saw but remained silent. Izuku was sure of Yui's feelings for him, but also of Ibara's. He didn't know what to do. He didn't want anyone to stop talking to him, so he decided to keep quiet. After that, Yui took the green-haired boy by the arm and took him to her room. Izuku, thank you very much for bringing me Yui, he said with a big smile that made Yui blush. Yui, no problem, she said, blushing. Izuku, but I still appreciate it, he said, giving her a kiss on the cheek and hugging her. Yui was releasing smoke from her ears, which made Izuku laugh a little, but it wasn't noticed by Yui. After that, Yui returned the kiss on the cheek and ran away. Izuku, hey Yui, he said with a smile. One more day. We find Izuku waking up in his bed without a shirt. Izuku, I would put on my shirt, but it's very hot. Not today is Saturday. I'm sure you'll understand me. Let's see. I feel 6 presences. They're probably the boys. I'll just put on my blindfold, he said, coming down. When Izuku went down and saw, he mentally slapped himself. The girls were the ones in the living room. They all stared at Izuku with a big blush. To cover it up, he started singing while he walked leaning on the walls to the kitchen. Izuku, she left with a posh boy. She has a white Ford Fiesta and a yellow jersey. I see them pass through the park. When they kiss, I have a terrible time. I'm going to get revenge on that faggot. I'll fill his neck with itchy powder. Suffer, you bastard. Give me back my girl. Or you're right, between itchy powders. Suffer, you bastard. Give me back my girl. Oh, you're right, between itchy powders, he continued singing, but nothing worked. The girls just followed him in silence, appreciating his physique. Even Izuku swore he saw a small flash. Izuku only had a drop of sweat, but he had to pretend. Izuku, I think I'll make myself some eggs, he said, pretending to look for the fridge. You're damned here, he said, opening and taking out 2 eggs. Are these eggs? He said, pretending very well while smelling the eggs. Yes, they are eggs, he said, taking out a bowl to start beating them. They all watched in amazement as Izuku cooked his breakfast. This impressed them how independent he was. The girls just watched him while he was eating breakfast until Setsuna accidentally took a photo and put the flash sound where Izuku heard it. Izuku, who's there? He said, pretending to be scared. Yui, a little joke? I whispered this. Kendo, come on, he said, starting to fake his voice. We have your black-haired friend kidnapped, with a knife at his neck, he said, putting on his deepest voice possible. If you let us cut off a finger, we will let her go, he said, almost laughing. Yui just started making sounds like she was gagged. Izuku only had a drop of sweat, but he had to pretend. He had no choice. Ibara just kept quiet since she neither agreed nor against the joke. Izuku, okay, he said, putting his hand on the table. It's good that I won't be able to see when they cut it, but let me know, he said, sitting down. They were all surprised to hear Izuku's answer. Yui blushed deeply and Ibara got a little jealous. That made Yui's feelings for the green-haired boy grow even bigger. Setsuna couldn't take it anymore and just started laughing. Setsuna, calm down, Aizu, it's us, she said, laughing. Izuku, oh wow, for a moment I thought they were kidnappers, he said, laughing. Making fun of a blind man is not right, he said, scolding them. Kinoko, we are sorry, but we couldn't resist, she said, laughing. Ibara, I told them no, she said, a little embarrassed. Izuku, oh, I can't be mad at you, he said, hugging the girls and blushing. Okay, breaking the hug, I have to go take a shower, he said, leaving. Ibara, you don't want me to help you, she said with a blush. Well, you could fall or slip on something in the bathroom, she said, playing with her fingers. Yui, I'll help you too, she said, blowing smoke out of her nose. Izuku, girls, don't you think it would be strange? He said, trying to reject them. Ibara, no, because I don't want to sound rude, but you can't see us, so I don't see the bad thing. She said this so that Yui would nod. Izuku, being cornered, had no choice but to retract and toughen. Izuku, okay, let's go, he said this so that each girl took him by the arm. This will be difficult, the green-haired boy thought as he left with the girls. Reiko, do you think they can reach an agreement? She said with a drop of sweat. Kendo, you don't believe me, but maybe they share it, she said the same. Setsuna, a threesome? She said, she's imagining things. Kinoko, maybe, but for now, let's have breakfast, she said with a smile. With Izuku. He was entering the bathroom with the girls. Izuku, you don't have to do this, you know? He said in his last attempts to get away. Ibara, you are our friend, and we are worried that you will get hurt, she said. Yui, that's true, you can't let anything happen to you if we can avoid it, she said seriously. Izuku, if they knew, he thought. Ibara, we'll start undressing, don't look, she said seriously. Izuku, ha ha, very funny, he said with a smile. Ibara, oh right, forgive me, I forgot, she said with a blush. Yui, don't worry, he even takes it with grace, she said, watching Izuku laugh. Ibara, well, we're ready, all that's missing is you, she said, first removing the scarf from the green-haired boy's head. The two blushed furiously seeing that face so innocent and at the same time so mature. Then Yui takes off the green-haired boy's shirt, where the two almost fainted, but they were able to control themselves. What they couldn't control was the nosebleed, but they managed. After that they began to help the green-haired boy to take a bath, where Izuku thanked them. After that we found the girls fighting over who would carve Izuku's back. The two wanted to do it, so they left it to rock, paper, scissors, where Yui won. Ibara, well, now we will wash your hair and back, she said this to earn a nod from Izuku. Then Ibara poured some shampoo on the green-haired boy's hair and Yui began to scrub his back with a scouring pad. But Yui quickly changed strategy and began to use her breasts to wash the green-haired boy's back. Izuku blushed greatly since he had Ibara's breasts in front of him. He could see them perfectly, but he didn't say anything. Izuku is not stupid, and he also felt like Yui was washing his back with her breasts. Ibara got jealous because of this and began to rub her breasts in the green-haired boy's face, saying things like, sorry, oh, I didn't mean to, it was obviously intentional. And so the two girls continued bathing the green-haired boy, and then they told him that if they helped him get changed, and he quickly said that there was no problem, that he could do it alone, and closed the door. Ibara/Yui, so close the two thought disappointed and looked at each other. Ibara, what's up with you and Izuku? She said this jealously. Yui, nothing, it's just that, well, I like him, she said, playing with her fingers. Ibara, well, I like it too, and I won't make it that easy for you, she said, somewhat upset. Yui, but what if we share it? She said this as if it were nothing. Ibara, are you serious? She said, confused. Yui, yes, I don't want to fight with you and I don't want to lose Izuku. I think it would be a good idea, she said, lowering her head. Ibara, thinking about it, you're right, she said, putting her finger on her chin, but how are we going to make him fall in love with us? She said, confused. Yui, leave it to me, she said with a smile, but for today you have a date with him, so go change? She said, so that Ibara quickly agreed and went to change. I think today I will ask Izuku to see him behind the school again. Maybe I can kiss him, she said as she started writing on a paper and sent it under Izuku's door. Izuku, what is this? He said, looking at the paper. Letter. Hi Izuku, it's me, the card girl. I just wanted to apologize for stealing a kiss from you, but I would like to know if you want to see me again today behind the school. I want to hug you again. I liked feeling your arms around me. I hope you can go. I'll wait for you at 3. He loves you. Izuku, oh, an hour before the date with Ibara. Okay, I'll go, he said, smiling so that Yui blushed on the other side. Izuku could feel Yui on the other side of the door. He just smiled and prepared to change. So Izuku went down to the living room where nothing interesting happened until 2:50 came around and Izuku started to leave. Kendo, Izuku, where are you going? She said, confused. Izuku, a little walk, he said, to leave. Then Izuku went behind the school to wait for Yui. Yui arrived after 5 minutes with a pen and a notebook. Yui, you're early, she wrote this in the notebook. Izuku, yes, it's just that I wanted to be with you more, he said this so that Yui blushed. Yui, may I? Write this. Izuku just extended his arms in a sign of yes, and Yui lunged at him, giving him a very strong hug. Izuku, you can do that too, if you want, but I can't finish this one since Yui started kissing him on the lips. Yui, thank you, it said this in the notebook. Izuku, whenever you want, just write to me, he said, caressing Yui's hair. Yui felt like she was in heaven. The boy she was caring for her hair and had liked her told that one time she wanted she could meet him to kiss him. Yui was very red and she only limited herself to giving the green-haired boy one last kiss and a leaf. Yui, I have to go. My class might get suspicious. Your lips taste like mint, she said this so that Izuku blushed a little, which Yui noticed. Yui, has she said this to leave. After that Izuku arrived at his dorms where everyone asked him where he went. He only answered that he went for a walk for happiness, which made Yui blush. He went to Ibara's room. Izuku, Ibara, are you ready? He said, knocking on the door. Ibara, if I go out now, she said. She is coming out in a white dress. How do I look? She said, blushing, looking at the floor. Izuku, sometimes I think you do it to annoy me, he said, laughing. Ibara, realizing what she did, just blushed and began to apologize. Izuku, don't worry, now let's go, he said, extending his arm to Ibara, which she took. After that the two left the bedrooms and went to the mall where Ibara was looking at some dogs which she found adorable. Everything was going to remain calm if it weren't for a guy who approached Ibara. Guy, hey babe, he said with an arrogant tone, why don't you come with me and leave that loser, he said, looking at Ibara. Ibara, no thanks, she said, squeezing Izuku's arm. Guy, oh, do you prefer this bucking blind guy? He said, taking Izuku by the shoulder. Izuku, there are these, he said, to take the guy's hand and dislocate it without letting go. The police who were passing by and saw everything approached the guy to take him away and congratulated Izuku for his bravery. After that the date continued as normal. Ibara, hey Izuku, how do you know how to fight like that? She said, confused. Izuku, training, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Ibara, oh, I have a question. When you said you had already killed 23 people, it was a lie, right? She said with fear. Izuku, sure, it was just a little bragging. I couldn't allow them to threaten my only friends, he said, giving a smile that made Ibara blush. Ibara, wow, that's great, she said, sighing. So now what do you want to do? She said, hugging Izuku even more. Izuku, I would like to go to the cemetery, he said, confusing Ibara. Ibara, what for? She said, confused. Izuku, I want to see my parents, he said with a smile. Ibara just agreed and guided him to the cemetery, but first they went shopping for flowers. But what confused Ibara is that she bought 3 bouquets of flowers, but she didn't ask. After that they came to some grave that said, Inko Midoriya, and Hisashi Midoriya. Izuku, hello mom, hello dad, he said sitting down, and next to him sat Ibara. I know it's been more than 11 years since I visited you, but it's just that, he said, starting to cry. When you guys died I went blind, and they took me to an orphanage where nobody wanted to adopt me because of my condition. And just when someone adopted me and gave me the chance to fulfill our dream, which was to enter the UA, a rich girl sent them to kill, he said, crying. Ibara at that moment just hugged the green-haired boy while comforting him. Izuku, but you know what, he said, calming down a bit, not everything was so bad. I met Kaken again. I even have 2 friends, one is called Yui, one day I will introduce them, and the other is the one next to me. Her name is Ibara Shiozaki, the first friend I made, he said so that Ibara would speak. Ibara, nice to meet you, Midoriya. I am Ibara Shiozaki, your son's friend and companion. Your son is an excellent person who is always there for everyone, and despite being blind, he is very independent and always helps us. It is a pleasure that you have introduced me to them, she said, bowing. Izuku, they would have loved to meet you, he said with a smile. Well, Dad, Mom, I have to go. I'll go see Mr. and Mrs. Tashinori, he said so that Ibara would take him by the arm and leave. After that he talked about the same thing at Tashinori and Namuri's grave. After that the two were heading to the bedrooms where Ibara was plagued by doubt until she asked, Ibara, hey Izuku, who are those flowers for? She said, referring to the bouquet the boy was carrying. Izuku, oh, I'm sorry, how forgetful. Here, he said, giving her the flowers. I know it's late, but 1 flower for another flower. He said this so Ibara would blush. Ibara, you didn't have to do it, she said with a blush, smelling the flowers. I love them. Thank you, she said, hugging the green-haired boy. After that the two arrived at the dormitories where everyone asked them what they did, but they told them tomorrow that now they were very tired. Then Izuku went, leaving Ibara to her room, where she gathered all the courage and gave him a kiss on the cheek, and then closed the door. Izuku, I love you too, he said, laughing, making Ibara blush. After that he went to his room but saw Bakugo in the window. Izuku, what's wrong? He said while opening the window. Bakugo, nerd, you have to be careful, the ponytail, I heard her talk, and she's planning something against the quiet girl and the vegan, he said, angering Izuku. Izuku, what? He said angrily. Bakugo, you have to go find out, he said, taking the suit out from under his bed. Izuku, yes, he said, this one leaving through the window. Bakugo, come on nerd, he said with a proud smile. Izuku was jumping through the academy buildings. He defended people, but if it was necessary to intimidate someone to save his friends, he would do it. Izuku, now what are you planning, damn it? He said, annoyed. To new ally. We met in dorms 1A. All the girls were gathered in Momo's room because she had invited them for a plan. All the girls were excited, thinking that Momo had finally calmed down. They thought she just wanted some girl to talk, so they all went. Momo, thanks for coming, she said, standing up. Mina, no problem, Momo, but why didn't you quote? Said a girl with pink-dyed hair. Toru, yes, why did you want us? Said a girl with good features, somewhat tall and with short hair. Kyuka, don't tell me to talk about boys, she said with a mischievous smile. Momo, no, they are here because I need their help, more than those 3, she said, pointing to Izumi, Shuka and Melissa. The 3 of them, us? They said, confused. Melissa, sure, what do you need us to help you with? She said, so that the 3 of them agreed. Momo, I need you to seduce Izuku Midoriya and take him to a remote place around 8 p.m., she said, angering everyone. Shuka, I thought you had changed, she said with disappointment, but just to know, why do you want to do it, she said, confused. Momo, the poor blind man dared to humiliate my father and me, but he has something we can blackmail him with. He has those 2 girls from 1B, Ibara Shiozaki and Yui Kodai, she said, smiling, scaring everyone. Uraraka, and what are you going to do to them? Said a girl with chubby cheeks, good features and small stature with mushroom-shaped hair on the side. Momo, Simple, she said, showing a weapon, scaring everyone, but a voice interrupted them. Daredevil. Aha, yes, you and a few more, he said, scaring everyone. Izumi. It's you, the boy with powers, she said excitedly. Daredevil. Oh, I have a fan, that makes me happy, he said, smiling and blushing at Izumi. Momo. Oh, I'm glad you're here. I need your help. How about I give you 2.5 million yen and you take care of some people? She said, scaring everyone. Daredevil. You tempt me, he said, making Momo put on a sly smile, but no, he said, reassuring everyone. Momo. What, why not? She said, annoyed. Daredevil. I found out that someone is plotting against the lives of 2 people at this school. I investigated, hit and shot so they would give me information, and it reached you, he said, scaring Momo a little. Momo. I'm not afraid of you, she said nervously, pointing the gun at him. Daredevil. Oh, but you should, he said with a dry voice that scared everyone. Momo. Aha, yes, and you will scratch me, she said with a proud smile. Daredevil. This, he takes out a gun, making everyone scared. Oh, you don't worry, I'm only interested in her. I will never kill any innocent. I protect you. But what this person did, he said, pointing at Momo, it's inhumane. Killing the parents of a boy who lived more than 15 years in an orphanage, and who gave him the opportunity to be something just because he didn't bow down to you, he said, making everyone sad except Momo. Momo. Well, that's what that poor blind man deserves, said the superior, about to shoot. Daredevil. Wrong answer, he said, shooting at Momo's weapon, which was destroyed by the impact, scaring her. Momo. No, don't do anything to me. I'll pay you whatever you want, she said, scared. Daredevil. I'm not interested in your dirty money, he said, this about to kill her. Shuka. Don't do it, she said, scared. Daredevil. Why not? He said, somewhat annoyed. Shuka. Because you will get your hands dirty with something that is not worth it, he said, distracting Izuku. Momo was quickly able to take the gun away from him and pointed it at him. Melissa. Momo, put down the gun, she said with fear. Daredevil. Yes, miss, he doesn't want anyone to get hurt, he said with a smile. Momo. No, you will pay. You dared to intimidate me and tried to leave. No, you are not leaving, she said, pointing at him. First take off your mask. I want to see your face when I kill you, she said with a smile. Daredevil. That's not possible, he said, shrugging his shoulders. Momo, don't you see your situation? She said, annoyed. Daredevil. No, you don't see your situation. Look at the hands, not the mouth, he said, throwing a knife at Momo's hand, cutting it, causing enough pain for her to drop the weapon and Izuku to take it. This was just a caress compared to what I'll do to you if I find out that something happens to those girls. Do you understand, damn it? He said, annoyed, so that Momo on the ground agreed in fear. Kyuka, hey, you went too far, you cut off your hand, so you want to be a supposed hero? She said, upset. Daredevil. Don't confuse me, miss, I'm not a hero. I'm a vigilante, he said, shooting at Momo's leg, scaring everyone away. If I wanted to, they would be dead, he said, laughing, so I advise you to call an ambulance quickly, he said, to leave. The girls quickly called an ambulance and took Momo down, where all the boys asked them what had happened. They only told them what really happened. Everyone was upset with Momo and some others with the security guard for the brutality. Quickly the ambulance arrived and took Momo away. Elsewhere. We meet Principal Nizu sorting out some papers on his desk when he saw someone at the window. Nizu, who are you? He said, scared. The subject only came down, revealing his suit. It was the same boy who had gotten rid of the assailants who attacked Class 1A. Daredevil. It's me, Nizu, he said seriously. Nizu, young man, it's you, he said nervously. What are you doing here? He said seriously. Daredevil. First of all, Momo Yaoyorozus attempted against 2 of Izuku Midoriya's friends. She attempted to hurt and kill them so that the boy would leave the academy, he said, impressing the director. Nizu, how is that possible? Young Yaoyorozus must be expelled, he said angrily. Daredevil, don't worry, I paid you a visit, he said, scaring the director. Nizu, what did you do to him? He said with fear. Daredevil, first I tried to reason with her, but when I couldn't, I shot her in the leg and threatened her that if anything happened to those girls, she would die, he said, calming the director down a bit. Nizu, you didn't kill her, he said more calmly, but what do you want, young man? You came here just to tell me that, which I appreciate, but I feel like you came for something else, he said seriously. Daredevil, yes, I need your help, Mr. Director, he said seriously. Nizu, for what? This nervous man said. Daredevil, we are two people in this. I am the one with the powers, my friend is the one with the cameras. But our equipment is very old-fashioned. You are a trustworthy person, you are intelligent and a good person. I need you to help me so that Japan is a safer place, he said, looking at Nizu. Nizu, but why me? He said, a little unsure. Daredevil, my equipment is very old-fashioned. I need someone to provide us with good equipment to fight. I can dodge bullets, but it doesn't hurt. And also some good cameras so that my friend can tell me everything. He said this so that Nizu would understand. Nizu, if I help him in this, what will happen to me? He said with fear. Daredevil, if you decide to help me, nothing will happen to you. You will be undercover, no one will know about you. And if you don't decide to help me, he said, scaring the director, well, nothing. I will accept your decision, he said, impressing the director because of how polite the young man was. So what do you say, director? Do we have a deal? He said, extending his hand. Nizu, on one condition, he said this seriously. Daredevil, which one? Said this unsure man. Nizu, let him protect my students, he said, to make Izuku smile. He must be undercover in my institution, he said, looking at the watcher. Daredevil, your ideals are not very different from mine, he said, shaking hands, and don't worry about being undercover. I already am, he said, taking off his hood, surprising the director. Nizu, young Midoriya? He said in shock. How is that possible? If you are blind, he said, astonished. Izuku told him everything that happened to him, how he discovered his abilities and how he trained them. Nizu, okay, he said without words. And who is the other member of this great team? He said with a smile. Nizu didn't admit it, but he liked the idea that something interesting would finally happen to him. He spent his whole life working at that academy. Now something good finally happened in his life. Izuku, I'm going to call him, he said, taking his cell phone. I need you to come to the director's office. Okay, we'll wait here, he said, to hang up. Now he's coming, he said, so that the director would nod. After a few minutes that Izuku and the director were playing chess, someone opened the door. Nizu, young Bakugo is the one with the cameras? He said, impressed, so that Bakugo put on a smile. Bakugo, yes, the same, he said proudly. Will you be our sponsor? He said this seriously. Nizu, sure, why not? Besides, it will be fun and a good way to spend the extra money I have left. He said this so that the two boys had a drop of sweat. After that, Izuku and the other two discussed plans. Izuku told Bakugo what he did to Momo and he laughed non-stop. After that, the two headed to the bedrooms where Izuku saw how everyone had a worried look. Everyone, Izuku, are you okay? They said in unison when they saw our green-haired boy enter. Izuku, yes, why wouldn't I be? He asked, confused. Kendo, there was a shooting in dorms 1A. The supposed security guard came in and attacked a student and then left. We are worried that he might have done something, she said, worried. Yui, that vigilante, I thought he was cool, but he's a threat. He said this so that everyone except Izuku nodded. Ibara, and if he had dared to put a single finger on Izuku's enzyme, I would kill him myself. She said this so that Yui also nodded. Izuku, don't worry girls, I'm fine, he said with a sincere smile that calmed them and made them blush. Tetsu, but there is something that doesn't add up to me, he said, calling everyone's attention. Setsuna, and that would be? He said this seriously. Tetsu, he attacked the girl Yaoyorozus, the same one who attacked Izuku and the daughter of the man who also attacked him. I saw him running across the roofs, he said, impressing everyone. His movements were not normal. He could stretch a lot and he had very precise. But something that confused me is that he entered the director's office, he said, so that Izuku would get nervous. Izuku, do you think I've done something to him? He said nervously. Tetsu, no, because then I saw how the director came out with a smile. That makes me think, that security guard, it was said that he was a boy, about our age. The security guard is one of us or one of Class A, and it makes me think of the boy Katsuki Bakugo, he said, alerting Izuku. He is the only one who defended Izuku without fear. But I ruled out that option when seeing his height. It doesn't fit with the of the watchman, the only one who fits that height and who is our age, as he said, looking at Izuku, making him nervous. But I quickly ruled out that option. He is blind, he said, calming Izuku down. Reiko, what do you want to get at? She said she was impressed by the boy's deduction. Monoma, that a student from this school is the watchman, he said, surprising everyone. Start thinking, because I don't think it was a rejection to her. She would have tried to do something to him. They told me that he only threatened her, and she didn't. He understood the truth and shot him in the leg. So let's think, it wasn't out of spite, it was for justice, to avenge Midoriya. Which brings me to a student. Third year, Mirio Togata. But what doesn't fit is his build. Mirio is a little smaller and more muscular, so I took Tamaki Amajiki. Everything matched but except the build. He doesn't have muscles, so my last option to it was Izuku. This one fits perfectly, same complexion, same height, but there is a problem. Izuku is blind. He said this so that Izuku would simply relax. Yui, Izuku can't be, he can't see, that's why we take care of him, she said so that all the girls nodded. Ibara, but that doesn't matter now, that watchman is a threat, he thinks that because he has powers he can do whatever he wants. Well no, now we must keep an eye on Izuku, in case someone approaches him. He said this so that everyone could agree. Izuku, you know, I think you should leave that, he said so everyone could see. So far they haven't attacked innocents, only bad people. So I don't think he's a bad guy, he said, annoying everyone a little. Yui, and what do you know, Izuku? Tetsu, hey, calm down. Ibara, and if something happens to you? She said, upset. Monoma, but he has nothing to do with this. Kendo Setsune Reiko, you can't even see, they said without mincing words. Aways, enough, this annoying man said. Izuku, okay, that's fine, I didn't want to bother you, she said before turning around. Everyone realized what they had said, but it was too late. Kendo, no Izuku, that's not it. Izuku, it doesn't matter, Kendo, I already know that I can't see, it's not for you to remind me every time you can, he said while going up the stairs. Yui, I think we went a little too far, she said sadly. Aways, really? Ibara, we must apologize, she said worriedly. Aways, for what? He said angrily. They reminded him that he can't do anything just because he is blind. They know he suffers, but he doesn't show it. They should think about that. They haven't heard. We are his first friends. He has never had one. Yui, you should treat him better. You like him, right? You were the first girl who kissed him, even the first one who hugged him, he said so that Yui would lower her head. And you, Ibara, we know that you also like Midoriya. Why did you not defend him? He also needs someone to tell him that everything will be okay and that we will be there for him. Not someone who reminds him all the time that he can't do anything, he said angrily. Reiko, Kendo, Setsune, you too, why don't you think for a moment what you say? And you are the president of the classroom. He said looking at Kendo. You know what, I better go. I do not think I can take it anymore, he said to leave. Tetsu, hey, come back, don't you think you went too far? He said worriedly. Yui, and oh, he is absolutely right, she said, crying. Ibara, you're right, we're his first friends and we don't support him, she said, crying. Kendo, we are trash, he said. He is crying. Reiko/Setsuna, worse than that, they said the same. Monoma, well, let's go to sleep, tomorrow is Sunday, you will have time to apologize, he said so that everyone agreed and went to their rooms. In Yui's room. Yui, what did I do? She said, crying while hugging her pillow. In Ibara's room. Ibara, I'm a very bad friend, and that's how I treat the boy I like, she said, the same as Yui. In Bakugo's room. Bakugo, I'm hungry, he said, looking at the ceiling. In Izuku's room. Izuku, being told you're blind all the time is also a bit annoying, he said with a frown, but he saw his suit. I think I'll go out for a walk, he said, to put it on and leave through the window. Expelled. City of Japan. We see how Daredevil is doing parkour through the buildings. Daredevil, blind here, blind there, I've had enough of them, they have to remind me all the time, and now that I attacked that damn murderer I'm the bucking criminal, don't buck with me, said this annoying man. Izuku was listening to the radio from his headset, when he hears that there is a bank robbery. Izuku, bank robbery, really? This isn't a bucking robber cartoon, he said, annoyed by how cliché it was. Izuku quickly arrived where he stopped the assailants. The media asked him for an interview, but he left as soon as he arrived. Without saying anything, Izuku left without saying anything. He was going to continue talking until he received a call. Izuku, hello? He said this. Bakugo, Hey nerd, your classmates are here asking me where you are. They are worried about you. We are all in room 1A except for the ponytail. You are on speakerphone. Tell them where you are, he said indifferently. Flashback. Yui, no, this can't wait until tomorrow, she said, heading to Izuku's room, but saw Ibara also arriving. Ibara, you also come to apologize, right? She said sadly. Yui, yes, I didn't want to wait until tomorrow. Then Yui knocks on the green-haired boy's door, but when she doesn't get an answer, she decides to open the door. Ibara, where is it? She said, worried. Yui, it's not in the bathroom, nor on the balcony, she said the same. After that they leave Izuku's room to meet Kendo, who had arrived because of the scandal. After that they explained to her, and she was worried and called everyone to the living room to ask them if Izuku had slept with them, but no one had. After that they thought about going to ask Bakugo since he was his only friend apart from them, and that brings us now. End flashback. Bakugo, so where are you? He said as if he didn't care. Izuku, I just went out for a walk to relax for a while, nothing out of this world, he said calmly. Reiko, but Izuku, how can you leave if you do? She said this, but Izuku didn't let her finish. Izuku, damn, really? Shit, every time you can, you'll remind me? He said angrily. Look, Reiko, I don't know if it was your intention or not, and I don't care anymore. All of you keep reminding me that I'm blind, and it doesn't bother me. I know that sometimes they are harmless jokes or that you care about me. But getting mad at me and throwing it in my face just because I defended a vigilante who does justice, it's not my fault not being able to see. I didn't ask for it. Do you think I wouldn't like to be a normal boy who can watch a movie, go to an amusement park with his friends, or just watch TV? It's something obvious, the answers. I'll get there later. Anyway, I have permission from the director, so screw you, he said, this one hanging up. Bakugo. He hung up on me, said this indifferent guy. Yui, and why are you calm? She said sadly and a little upset. Bakugo. I don't know, shrugging his shoulders. Reiko, don't you care what happens to him? She said, annoyed. Bakugo. Of course I care. But the nerd can take care of himself. But what you did to him, he said, sighing. Better go away before I hit you, he said, throwing them out, but he didn't notice when some armed men came in, slamming the door. Subject 1. Nobody moves, he said to everyone and put on a smile. Subject 2. Look, man, it's our lucky day. We have the 2 classes, he said, smiling, but he realized something. Hey, the one who delivers the order is missing, he said, looking at his partner. Subject 3. Shit, the only person they send us to kill is not here, he said, annoyed. But what no one noticed is that Bakugo pressed a button that sent a signal to Izuku. With this. Izuku, what? He said, seeing the sign. Damn it, he said, hurrying. In 1A. Subject 2. Hey bro, look at these beauties, he said, looking at Kendo and Reiko. Subject 3. Let's have fun with them, he said with a lustful look, approaching them. Kendo, what are they going to do to us? She said with fear. Reiko just had a scared look. Subject 1. Don't worry, beauties, you'll enjoy it, he said, trying to touch Reiko's breasts, but his hand was cut off. I screamed in pain. Subject 3. Who was it? He said, scared. Daredevil. Hey, trying to touch women without their consent is a bad thing, he said while playing with a knife in the window. Subject 2. Daredevil, he said with fear, but he couldn't finish because a knife was stuck in his shoulder. Daredevil. You better get out before I kill you. Thank me for letting you live, he said this, so the 2 of them tried to carry their partner. Oh no, he's staying, he said this, so the 2 of them started running. Subject 1. Damn traitors, I shouted furiously. Daredevil. Hey, who sent you? He asked calmly. Subject 1. You don't scare me, damn it, this one said, scared. Daredevil. Okay, here we go again. Who sent you? He said, shooting him in the leg, scaring everyone. Tell me, he said, holding him by the neck. Subject 1. The Yaoyorozu. It was the Yaoyorozu, he said with fear. Daredevil. Oh yeah, this is personal now, he said angrily. But unfortunately for Momo, he is down at the exact moment. Momo. I no longer heard the shots. The job is over. She saw how everyone was scared, and one of the subjects she hired was on the ground. Momo was going to run, but a shot hit her leg. Everyone was in shock, scared, terrified, except Bakugo. Momo was dying of fear. Daredevil, I think you didn't understand, right? He said angrily. Momo, don't shoot me, I'll pay you whatever you want, she said, scared. Daredevil, I don't want your dirty money. Izuku was going to draw his weapon but realized he didn't have it. Ha ha ha, very clever, Miss Yui Kodai, he said, scared to everyone. Yui, how do you know my name? She said, scared. Daredevil, I just know, give me back the gun, he said seriously. Yui, no, Ibara calls the police, she said this, so Ibara agreed and took out her phone. Daredevil, I wouldn't do that if I were you, he said, laughing. Ibara, why not? She said, annoyed. Daredevil, it would be a shame if a poor green-haired boy exploded, right? He said, showing a button, shocking everyone. Shuka, it can't be, she said, scared. Melissa, leave it, she said the same. Izumi, he has nothing to do with this, she said, also scared. Monoma, don't do anything to him, he said, scared. Bakugo, this guy is so dramatic. Yui, please don't hurt him, she said, crying. Ibara, just leave it, and we will let you go, she said, scared. Izuku quickly grabbed Kendo's hand and locked her in a lock, leaving her motionless on the ground. Daredevil, very bad, he said, pressing the button harder, scaring everyone. Bakugo, don't pressure him, he said, pretending to be scared, bucking straight to the rose dad, he thought. Daredevil, give me back my gun, and nothing will happen to it, he said seriously. Yui at that moment kicked the weapon towards where Izuku was. Daredevil, all right, well, I'm off, he said, about to leave. Kendo, wait, where is Izuku, he said, angry for the impotence of not defending his friend. Daredevil, dead, he said with a smile, leaving everyone in shock. Yui/Ibara, what? They asked in shock. Shuka, no, she said in shock, just like everyone else. Daredevil, he resisted a lot. I didn't like his screams, he said, laughing. Setsuna, it's not true. Tetsu, tell me it's not true, he said, scared. Daredevil, bye, he said, throwing himself out the window. Ibara, no, it can't be true, he's not dead, right? She said, she's crying. Yui, this happened because of us, she said, scared. Almost everyone was crying because of what happened to Izuku. Kyuka was healing Momo's leg while crying. Momo didn't care anymore. In fact, she was happy that the guard there did the work that cost her. But then they saw the doors open, and she saw something that bothered her. At that moment, everyone saw how Izuku, without pain or glory, through the door. He had already entered off his suit before entering, obviously. He entered humming a song. Izuku, sweet Christmas, ding dong, there is joy in the streets of my neighborhood. He entered singing this. Bakugo, you are here, he said, taking everyone out of shock. Yui/Ibara, Izuku, you're alive, these two said, hugging him, leaving him breathless. Melissa, Izuku, you're alive, she said happily. Izuku, yeah, why wouldn't I be? He said, feigning confusion. Ibara, it's that the guard said that he had killed you, she said, she is crying. Yui, we thought the worst, she said, she is crying anyway. Izuku, who? Daredevil? He said, impressing everyone. Everyone, do you know his name? These confused people said. Izuku, yes, just when I was coming here he helped me cross the street and took me to eat somewhere. After that he brought me to the academy where he left me at the entrance, and told me that he had to do some things and that he was waiting that we would see each other again, he said, impressing everyone. Izumi, didn't he do anything to you? I asked, she is worried. Izuku, no, it actually helped me. I already knew it wasn't that bad, he said with a smile that made the girls blush. Kendo, Izuku, we are sorry for seeing you shouted a while ago. We didn't want to. We just got carried away. You are our friend. We are worried that in your condition something could happen to you, he said, crying so that everyone agreed. Izuku, it's okay, don't worry, he said, hugging Kendo, making her blush and leaving the others jealous. What happened here for the watchman to come? He said, feigning concern. Mina, some guys came who wanted to kill someone, but the guard arrived and defeated them and shot Momo in the leg. She said she was a little upset with Momo. Kyuka, we already told you to leave the poor boy alone, she said, this upset. Izuku at that moment only approached Momo. Izuku, I'm glad you're okay, he said with a smile that surprised everyone. They thought he would be happy about what happened to the girl, but no, he only cared about her. Oh, that's what they thought. But Momo was not the case. She was upset. She thought that Izuku was making fun of her, and she knocked him to the ground as best she could and started hitting him. Izuku would have dodged that, but she had to protect her facade. Momo, like hit shit hit your hit alive, he said. He's taking out a small knife, inserting it into his shoulder. At that moment Izuku screamed, because the knife hurt him. He felt very strong pain since the area where it stabbed him was a very sensitive shoulder area. But no one expected that moment. Both Ibara and Yui kicked Momo to defend Izuku, who was still writhing on the ground. Izuku, it hurts, said this, grunting in pain. Ibara, now, you'll be okay, yeah? She said worriedly, so that Izuku nodded. Shuka, quickly get the first aid kit, she said, sitting next to Izuku. After that they healed Izuku's wound and held Momo down since she was upset and tried to let go to continue hitting Izuku. Momo, let me go, that poor shit has to die, she said. She was angry, but at that moment she saw how some teachers and the principal were walking. Nizu, where is Momo Yaoyorozus? He said, this annoyed, but he sees that he was healing in Izuku, who was on the ground. Aizawa, what happened to him? He said, worried. Vlad, brat, you're fine, he said the same. Kinoko, Momo Yaoyorozus made an attack against him, thinking that he would be here when we all gathered, and then the Vigilante arrived and shot him in the legs. She was upset because they didn't kill Izuku. She tackled him to the ground and buried a knife in his shoulder, said the annoying mushroom girl. Nizu, Momo Yaoyorozus, you are definitely expelled. This was going to continue, but in the distance he sees how Momo's parents arrived. Q, Momo, how is my daughter? He said worriedly. Momo, daughter, what happened to you? She said the same. Momo, Mom, I got shot, and now everyone is against me, for something I didn't do. Everyone is defending that poor blind man. I'm sure it's his fault, she said, pretending to cry. Momo, damn brat, he said angrily as he kicked the green-haired boy in the abdomen, causing him to roll a little. Momo, you have been the cause of many of our problems, she said, annoyed. Izuku, shit, he said in a whisper. Hey, he said, drawing everyone's attention. Momo, what do you want, snot? He said angrily. Bakugo at that moment just approached Momo's father and gave him a punch worthy of wrestling. Everyone at that moment was amazed. Momo, brat, said this annoying. Nizu, enough, he said angrily. Momo Yaoyorozus is definitely expelled from this institution, and will never again enter an elite school, and the Yaoyorozus are forbidden to set foot in my academy, he said angrily. Momo, what? He said in shock. I'll have to study in a school for the poor, she said angrily. Momo, director, there will be no other way to solve this, he said, taking out a wad of bills. Nizu, let's not pretend to be Mrs. Yaoyorozus. If I accepted that money, it was because I had faith that Miss Yaoyorozus would change, but she can't. I realized what a trashy person she is, he said angrily. Momo, come on, director, we'll give you all the money you ask for, he said angrily. Nizu, your fortune is not even a quarter of mine. Go away, he said, so that the Yaoyorozus reluctantly left the academy grounds. After that, everyone approached Izuku to ask him how he was, to take care of him. After that they all went to their rooms, but we found a somewhat peculiar scene. Yui and Ibara were in a large bed with Izuku in the middle of them, hugging each other. Izuku, why are these girls? He said with a drop of sweat. Yui, nothing will happen to you while we are here, he said with confidence and a small blush. Ibara, yes, something can happen to you if you stay alone, and I don't trust that guard. He shot in cold blood. It's not good for him to know you, so now you will sleep here with us. We have permission from the director, she said, so that Yui would nod. Izuku, damn rat, he thought, well, have a good night, he said while falling asleep. Ibara/Yui, good night, Izuku, they both said, sticking to the green-haired boy. Izuku, could you separate a little? He said. Yui/Ibara, no, they both said, clinging closer together. Izuku, since he said, hugging the two of them and blushing, let them rest, he said with a smile that made them blush. Ibara/Yui, you too, Izuku, they both said, giving him a kiss on the cheek each. Almost discovered. 4 a.m. UA Class B dorms. We see Izuku being hugged by the girls. Izuku, girls, are you awake? No one answers him. Izuku, excellent, I'll go train, he said, breaking free from the girl's grip. Izuku left the room quickly, went for some clothes and went out to the forest that the UA had, and began to train. For 3 hours he was training. Since that day was Sunday, he decided to train longer. In the bedrooms. Ibara, good morning, Izuku, she said this but received no response. Izuku? She said this, waking up. Yui, what's wrong? She said, waking up because of the scandal. Ibara, Izuku is not here, she said, worried. Yui, what? She said this too. Ibara got out of bed and quickly got dressed but noticed that there was a note on the nightstand. Ibara, Yui, look, a note, she said, worried. Yui, what does it say? She said, reading it. Ibara, if they want to see him alive, they won't say anything. If they want him dead, everyone will let me know. Izuku Midoriya will be of use to me. I'll take him for about 4 hours. Daredevil, they took him, she said, scared. Yui, what? We have to tell everyone, she said worriedly. Ibara, no, if we tell someone they can do something to us, she said, scared. Yui, let's just tell the classroom, she said this so that Ibara would nod. Flashback. Izuku, let's see, if I just leave like that they might get angry. Oh, I know, he said with the idea, but I'll have to come back all beaten up later. Nah, I'll fix it in training, he said with a smile. End flashback. Yui and Ibara quickly went down the stairs where there were some classmates. They quickly called the rest and showed them the letter. Kendo, what? She said, scared. Setsuna, because he always takes Izuku, she said, scared and upset. Kinoko, because he is the most vulnerable, he said the same. Tetsu, no, he said, attracting everyone's attention. Izuku was not taken by the Watcher, he said seriously. Reiko, what do you mean? He even left a letter, she said, shedding light tears. Monoma, what Tetsu means is that, he said, pausing. Izuku is the watchman, he said, so that Tetsu would nod. All what? They asked, thinking it was a joke. Always, this is no time for jokes, he said, somewhat annoyed. Tetsu, it's not a joke, he said calmly, think about it, same height, complexion and eye color. No one noticed when he entered the bedrooms. Yui has an alert, he could only enter through the main door, but it was closed. This means that they took him from inside if that happened, which is impossible. I think we became stupid for too long. I think Izuku is not blind, he said seriously. Ibara, are you listening to what you say? Izuku is blind, his eyes are red from not using them. Before they were green, she said, somewhat annoyed. Monoma, but don't you find it curious? He is the only one who defends the Vigilante, and we know if what he tells us is true. He said seriously so that everyone would start to think. Izuku heard all this from afar, so he carried out his plan. What Tetsu said was true, he had been very obvious. Even if it hurt him, he would have to leave his name in bad shape so that they would not suspect him. The boys saw in the distance how someone was crawling. Izuku, help someone, he said, this bleeding from all sides. All, Izuku, they said in shock. Izuku, guys, he's no good, he said, screaming in pain. Monoma, who is not good? He said worriedly. Izuku, the Vigilante is not good, he is evil, he said, screaming in pain. I don't know what obsession he took with me, but don't let him take me again. Please, he said, writing in pain. Damn Bakugo, he hurt me too much, he thought. Flashback. Izuku, well, now how do I get back without them suspecting them? He said, thinking. Oh, I know, he said, taking his cell phone. Bakugo, come, I need you, he said, to hang up. End flashback. Izuku, it really hits hard, I thought this. Everyone looked at Monoma and Tetsu with a bad look for believing that Izuku was the Watcher. Now he is writing in pain because of the. Yui, let's see, say that he is the watchman, she said, annoyed. Monoma / Tetsu, we are sorry, they said, lowering their heads. Izuku, he said with pain. Reiko, quick, bring the first aid kit, she said, so that Kinoko could go get it. Ibara and Yui were upset. Even though they kept the green-haired boy, they couldn't defend him. They were furious and helpless. Now they knew they had to ask the other classroom for help too to defend Izuku and not take him away again. Even the teachers. Daredevil didn't have to be considered a vigilante, but a criminal. After they healed Izuku and called the students of 1A and the teachers. Nizu, What happened room 1B, why did they call us? But he sees Izuku all beaten up. Young Midoriya, what happened to you, he said, pretending to be worried. He knew the plan. Brad, are you okay? He said worriedly. Shuka, what happened to him? She said, scared. Melissa/Izumi, who was it? These angry ones said. Kendo. It was him, the damn villain, he said, attracting everyone's attention. Daredevil, he said, leaving everyone surprised. Izumi, Shuka, Melissa, what? They said in shock. Melissa, but how is it possible? If he defended him against Momo, why is he attacking him now? She said, scared. Setsuna, apparently he became obsessed with him in some way, since this is the second time he kidnapped him, she said, surprising everyone. Mizu, and why didn't they tell us? He said, pretending to be annoyed. Izuku, the first time, he said, for everyone to see. He just helped me cross the street and invited me to eat, he said, coughing, but now he hit me so hard that I don't even remember how many times it was, he said, laughing a little but twisting. Reiko, okay, don't move anymore, you'll be fine, okay? She said this so Izuku would nod. Aizawa, well, I think I'll talk to the police. They must be aware of this, he said seriously while dialing. Bakugo, Nizu, Izuku, shit, they thought in unison. Nizu, don't worry Aizawa, I'll do it. I have more influence, he said this so Aizawa would nod. At that moment the three mentioned gave a sigh of relief that only one person noticed. Setsuna, why are they happy? She thought she was worried. After that the day passed quietly. They did not leave Izuku alone for a single moment. He said he would go with Bakugo, but Setsuna offered to take him, to which he did not have a single problem. Setsuna was talking to him calmly all the way, until they reached Bakugo's room and knocked. Bakugo, who the buck is it? He said, opening the door. Oh, my dear nerd comes in, he said, but Setsuna pushed them both into the room. Izuku, oh, what's wrong Setsuna, are you okay? He said worriedly. Setsuna, stop pretending, she said seriously, I know you are Daredevil Izuku, and I know that you and the director help him, she said this, scaring both of them. Bakugo, how did you know? Setsuna, I didn't know, it was a hunch, but thanks for confirming it for me, she said with a smile. Bakugo, shit, he said, cursing himself for being so stupid. Izuku, Setsuna, I ask you not to tell anyone, he said seriously, taking off his scarf, making Setsuna blush a little. Setsuna, sure I will, but if you tell me why you intend to be blind, she said seriously. Izuku, well, he said, telling him everything. Setsuna, so you are blind and at the same time, right? She said, she is in shock from everything she just heard. Izuku, basically, he said this, but they couldn't continue as they received an alert. Radio, shooting in Central Street, all units come quickly. Daredevil, if you're listening, we need you, he said this so that Bakugo and Izuku smiled. Izuku, you really have a radio? Great, he said happily. Bakugo, yes, now go. I will see everything, he said, turning around a shelf revealing a gamer computer. Setsuna, how the hell do you have that? She said, impressed. Bakugo, the director, he said this so that Setsuna would understand. After that Izuku put on the suit and went out to the scene. Setsuna looked impressed by the cameras as Izuku did parkour between the buildings. After he arrived at the shooting where he stopped the perpetrators, Daredevil was going to leave the scene but saw the police aiming at him. But one in particular caught his attention. Tashinori and All Might were completely different people. XD. All Might, Daredevil, you are under arrest for disturbing public order and taking justice into your own hands. You must come with me, he said, pointing the gun at him. Izuku, yes, I don't think so, he said, laughing. Bakugo, nerd, go away, he is the #1 policeman in Japan. You will not be able to fight him, he said this so that Izuku would nod. Izuku, sorry #1, I have to go. Bye, he said, starting to climb a building, getting lost. All Might, damn, we lost him, he said angrily. Mirko, don't worry, we'll catch him. Now all the troops retreat, she said this so that everyone agreed. Thank you. Penso is looking where the guard went. Izuku quickly returned and entered through Bakugo's window but did not realize that someone saw him. Setsuna, that was amazing, she said excitedly. Bakugo, yes nerd, you did excellent, he said, laughing a little. Izuku, yes, he gets serious, hide. Someone is coming, he said this so that the two of them would hide. Setsuna hid in the closet and Bakugo turned around next to his computer to hide with her. Izuku stood behind the bed. At that moment Shuka came in annoyed and started talking. Shuka, I know you're here, start talking, she said angrily. Daredevil, what do you want to know, miss? He said, coming out of his hiding place. Shuka, why? She said she is crying because you heard Izuku. She said she is crying and upset. Daredevil, he was a nuisance. I was going to kill him but it didn't work and he managed to escape, he said, leaving Shuka in shock. Shuka, quickly come here is the watchman, he shouted for everyone to come up. Lita, you damn psychopath, he said angrily, today you will pay, he said, taking a knife although his hands were shaking. Izuku, oh no, that's a real knife, he said, pretending to be scared. Melissa, it's real, right? She said, looking at Lita. Lita, yes, it's true, he said seriously. Daredevil, no knives, it's my weakness, he said, pretending to be scared while Bakugo tried not to laugh on the other side. Come on, kid, it's obvious you've never killed, he said, seeing Lita's trembling hands. Shuka, stay still, she said, taking out a gun from a hidden pocket of her shorts. Izumi, why do you have that? She said worriedly. Shuka, my dad is the number 2 police officer you were waiting for, he said this for everyone to nod. Setsuna watched that with fear from the other side and Bakugo was starting to get worried. Daredevil, drop that, miss, he said, putting a hand in his pocket. Shuka, keep your hands still, she said, putting pressure on Izuku, who just raised his hands. Melissa, now answer, why did you hit Izuku? She said, annoyed. Izumi, yes, that's it, she said, it's the same. Daredevil, he was a nuisance. I was going to kill him, but he escaped, he said, leaving everyone in shock. Mina, you are a bastard, she said angrily. Daredevil, I know, people tell me that a lot, he said, laughing. Well, I'm leaving, he said, sitting on the window. Shuka, no, you will not leave, you are under arrest, she said with fear. Daredevil, H.A., he said, laughing, do you really think you can arrest me? Don't make me laugh, little girl, see you later, he said before jumping out the window. When everyone looked out the window, it was no longer there. Shuka, damn, we lost him, she said angrily. At that moment everyone went out to look for him. Setsuna and Bakugo come out of hiding. Setsuna, did they do something to him? She said worriedly. Bakugo, no, you can go down now, nerd, he said, sticking his head out the window to see Izuku holding on to the window. Izuku, that was tiring, he said, laughing. Bakugo, yeah, well, I think it's time to sleep. Look, girl, you better not tell anyone, he said seriously. Setsuna, promise, she said the same. After that the two went to their bedrooms where Izuku had to sleep with a partner. All at that moment they raised their hands, taking a drop of sweat from the boys. At that moment they gave a rock, paper, scissors, which Kendo won. Kendo, okay Izuku, let's go, she said with a blush, taking Izuku by the hand. Izuku, yes, Kendo, he said with a smile which made Kendo blush. Everyone at that moment was jealous, but there were two who were boiling with fury, which were Yui and Ibara, who were the ones who wanted to stay with the green-haired boy. After that the two arrived at the room where Kendo told them that they would sleep in the same bed since he has to watch him. Izuku just acknowledged and took off his shirt to sleep. Kendo at that moment had a big blush which Izuku noticed and wanted to return the favor. So on occasion he made a pose or another, unintentionally. To see how Kendo blew smoke out of his ears, he just laughed mentally. Kendo, Bibi, well, it's time to sleep, said this red one. Izuku at that moment lay down next to Kendo, and she hugged Izuku, sinking him into her breasts, blushing a little. Kendo saw that, and just gave himself a mental reward. After that Kendo fell asleep with Izuku on his breasts, already in Izuku with a single thought. Izuku, don't stop, I think this desperately. A killer, and his identity discovered. After our green-haired boy's effort not to succumb to the situation, he had fallen asleep. It was 4 a.m. when I woke up. He stealthily went outside the buildings but didn't see when someone pointed a flashlight at him. Monoma, you stop there, he said without seeing the perpetrator's face. Izuku quickly ran, but he didn't realize that Monoma's scream had alerted the rest of the class. Kendo, seeing that Izuku wasn't with her, was scared, and when Monoma screamed, everyone went down to see. And so everyone began to chase Izuku, Without realizing that it was him, he had already run. He couldn't let himself be caught, otherwise they would find out his secret. Tetsu, he's the watchman. If we catch him, we'll be able to see his face and take him away, he said so everyone would nod. Setsuna, just give yourself up, Aizu. I want to sleep, she said with annoyance. Everyone was chasing Izuku, until teachers noticed the scandal, and they also chased him. Everyone wondered how the guy ran so fast. Class A also joined the chase since they heard the scandal, since they are neighbors. Everyone was chasing Izuku. He mentally cursed himself while Bakugo laughed at his situation. He ran until he reached a cliff where below there was a river. Ibara, the end of the road, tell us where Izuku is, she said, annoyed. Kendo, what did you do to him? Why the obsession with him? He said he's the same. Izuku, he knows who I am. I can't let him live. He knows my name, he said seriously. Aizawa, it's the end of the road, Daredevil. You're under arrest, he said seriously. Shuka, put your hands up, he said while taking out a gun. Aizawa, how do you do that? He said seriously, this school is very unsafe. Do all the students have weapons or what? He said somewhat sarcastically. Vlad, that doesn't matter. Put your hands up where I can see them, he said seriously. Tetsu, Midoriya, I know it's you, he said, impressing everyone. Shuka, what do you mean? That's Midoriya if he's blind, she said, somewhat upset. Monoma, Midoriya, we have been investigating this for a long time. I know you are the watchman. If you tell us, we will understand you, he said, looking at Izuku. Izuku, no, I'm not that bastard. He knows a lot about me, that's why, he said, pressing a button. An explosion was heard in the distance, followed by a scream. Yui, that's Izuku, she said, scared. Izuku, look for him. For now I won't kill him, but take care of him, because at the first opportunity I'll cut his neck, he said, throwing himself off the cliff to fall into the river. Vlad, the priority is to find the brat before something happens to him, he said, but nobody noticed Bakugo's absence. Elsewhere. Izuku, okay, tie me to this tree. Hit me but not so hard, asshole. That time hurt, he said, looking at Bakugo, and take the speaker. They can find out. The director is coming over. I told him fake bombs. But I'm ready. Start, he said, so Bakugo would start hitting him. With the classes. They were looking for Izuku. No one noticed Bakugo's absence until someone spoke. Mineta, hey, Bakugo? He said, confused. Bakugo. Here I am, he said, coming out after everyone. Good thing I hurt. Oh, they would have suspected, he said, this one to see Setsuna. He agreed for Setsuna to do the same. After that they continued looking for Izuku until they found something that terrified them. Izuku was very hurt next to some bombs and a little burned. Aways, oh my god, are you okay? Answer me, come on, don't go, he said, crying a little. Izuku, I'm fine, alone, please heal me, he said this in such a low tone that almost no one heard it. Only Aways. Aways. He is still alive, he said, cheering everyone up. Let's go quickly, he said this so that everyone would pick him up and take him away. Izuku, damn personal grudge that Bakugo has against me, he thought, somewhat annoyed. Setsuna just looked at Bakugo with a bad face, and he shrugged his shoulders. After that they took Izuku to the infirmary where they would heal him. Everyone was waiting in the dormitories of 1A Izuku since these were slightly larger, but no one expected Bakugo to hit Monoma and Tetsu. Monoma, and why was that? He said angrily. Bakugo, damn useless people. Because of them now the Vigilante knows that they think Izuku is him. Now he can do his things and pretend to be Izuku. You didn't think that, he said, annoying this one. Reiko, the boy is right. I can't believe you still think that Izuku is the Vigilante. Don't you understand the concept of blind? She said, already somewhat annoyed. Bakugo/Setsuna. It's good that they believed her, they said, relieved. Tetsu, you see, he was identical to Midoriya, and he left the bedrooms. Kendo, did you leave your window open? He said, annoyed. Kendo, Izuku told me to open it, he said this seriously. Melissa, okay, this is very strange, she said this for everyone to see. It should be noted that these completely forgot about Midoriya's powers. They thought it was just a lie, and that Izuku was blind. Since these are very skeptical, they did not believe in someone with powers, and when they saw the Vigilante it doesn't occur to them that it was Izuku. No, Mom, and it's that I did wrong to reveal everything to them. The plot is going down the drain. You guys pretend that the moment in which they reveal that Izuku has powers never happened, and that's at XD. Melissa, he says that Izuku knows his name, so why does he want to kill him? Izuku may know his name, but there are many people who share his name. Izuku is not even a threat to him. He said this for everyone to see. Izuku, yes, I am, he said as he entered. I know who he is. I recognized him by his voice. I hope you believe me. He thought he is an old friend of the orphanage. He said this so everyone could see. Izumi, and why don't you say who it is? She said, annoyed. Izuku, do you think it's easy? He was my first friend. I can't do that to him, he said, crying. Setsuna/Bakugo. If he wasn't a superhero, he would be an actor, they said, surprised. Yui, but Izuku, he's trying to kill you, she said seriously. Izuku, you think I don't know? But I can't do that to the first person who didn't discriminate against me for being blind, he said seriously but with some tears. Ibara, Izuku, we know how you feel, but you must. She couldn't continue as they saw some armed men enter. Subject, only chance, shoot, he said this so everyone would shoot at Izuku. In a quick movement, without anyone noticing, he dodged all the bullets, allowing only one to hit him in the shoulder, causing him to fall to the ground. Subject 2, Mr. Yaoyorozus, work completed, they said to leave. Bakugo, NN nerd, you're okay, right? Yui, Izuku. Ibara, Izuku. They both said at the same time, crying. Izuku, shit, he said, taking his shoulder. Monoma, you're alive, he said happily. Izuku, it just grazed my shoulder, he said in pain. Reiko, calm down, you'll be okay, okay? She said worriedly, so Izuku agreed. Izuku just nods. After that they healed Izuku's shoulder. Everyone was upset. Seriously, the Yaoyorozus wanted Izuku dead. This was just upsetting. When he heals his shoulder, he would go pay a little visit to the Yaoyorozus. Izuku, I'm fine now, thanks Reiko, he said with a smile that made the girl blush, leaving a few jealous. Aizawa, Izuku, I think you should leave this academy, he said this leaving everyone in shock. Ibara, what? No, he can't leave, he gave all his effort to get in here and now they want to get him out, she said, somewhat upset. Izuku, Ibara is right, Aizawa, I'm not going to leave. Mr. Toshi and Namuri, may they rest in peace, gave me the opportunity to be here, and I will make them proud no matter what it takes, he said with a smile. Aizawa, I just told you, brat, but take care of yourself, please, he said this so that Izuku would nod. After that, Class A left with the teachers, leaving Class B alone. Kinoko, now what are we going to do? Said the little girl. Izuku, and if I stay in my room, he said this for everyone to see, I don't want anyone to get hurt because of me, so I'll go to my room and probably nothing will happen, he said this without caring much. Monoma, Midoriya, we can't leave this to chance, he said this for everyone to nod. Izuku, don't worry, luck owes me in favor, he said while going up. But what Izuku didn't see was that Yui was leaving her room and went down with everyone. Ibara, did you put it? She said seriously. Yui, yes, I don't like violating Izuku's privacy, but this is the only way to know who that vigilante might be, she said this for everyone to nod. Kendo, we will do patrols, every 1 hour someone will go to Izuku's room, so let's go to our rooms, he said this for everyone to nod. After that night came, Izuku realized how every hour he went to his room, so he took advantage, put on his suit, and left. What he didn't notice was the camera that was recording him. He left and put on his headset and proceeded to call Bakugo. Bakugo, what's up, nerd? He said in a tired tone. Izuku, I'm going to pay the Yaoyorozus a visit. I need you to watch cameras so you can inform me of anything I don't notice, he said seriously. After that, Bakugo locked everything and turned his bookcase over, revealing the computer. He got to work and began to see the whole picture that Izuku had. In bedrooms B. Ibara was entering the green-haired boy's room with a blush, but that blush turned into fear when she saw that he was not there. She quickly alerted the entire room, and when they arrived, the first thing they did was look at the camera, but they would see something that would leave them in shock. Yui, well, let's look at the camera, she said. She was moving forward with the video, but what she saw surprised her at the point of dropping the camera. Everyone was in shock. Monoma and Tetsu were celebrating mentally, but the others were something else. They were amazed, sad, upset. They did not know what to think. Their partner and secret lover of some was a criminal who did not care to shoot in cold blood. Ibara. So if it was true that it was him, she said in shock. Kendo. But he is supposed to be blind, she said shocked. Setsuna. I can explain that to you, he said seriously. Setsuna told what the green-haired boy had told him, and that every time they found him beaten it was because he told Bakugo to do it. This made everyone angry, but when they heard what Setsuna said it made them sad. Setsuna. He doesn't tell them anything because he's afraid that his friends will see him as a freak and stay away from him. Yui. But we would never get away from him, she said seriously, and with a little blush. Monoma. Oh no, he said this scared for everyone to see. Ibara, what's wrong? She said worried. Monoma just showed the phone, and the news he saw left everyone in shock. News: Yaoyorozus family killed by Vigilante Daredevil. What? They said in shock. A strange dream. We see how Izuku was doing parkour through the buildings to return to Bakugo's bedroom. Just at that moment he received a call. Izuku, yes, hello, he said calmly. Tetsu. Izubro, we need you to come to the dorms. It's nothing important, but we'd like you to be here, he said in a somewhat nervous tone, but Izuku didn't notice. Izuku, okay, I just finished doing some things with Bakugo and I'll be right back, he said. Tetsu, okay, I'll wait for you, he said this one to hang up. Yui, did you believe her? She said seriously. Tetsu, yes, he's coming here, he said seriously. Ibara, and what will we tell him? She said seriously. Aways, I don't know, he said seriously, I don't even know if we should continue hanging out with him, he said this so everyone could see. Kendo, how dare you say that? She said this annoyed. Aways, just think about it, he killed those people without remorse. Who knows, we might do something he doesn't like and well, Pui, he said, imitating the sound of a bullet while he put his index finger on his head simulating a gun. Everyone at that moment thought, and well, Aways was right. It was dangerous to be with Izuku. The only ones who didn't think that were Ibara, Yui, Reiko, Setsuna, Ibara, Kendo, Monoma, and Tetsu. With Izuku, he continued until he reached the UA where he stopped at Bakugo's room. Bakugo, do you regret what you did? He said seriously. Izuku, no, not at all, he said the same. Bakugo, like the guy in the support chair, he said this seriously. Izuku, I know, he said with a smile. Well, I'm leaving, he said, saying goodbye to Bakugo. After a while he arrived at the bedrooms where he saw everyone with a serious face. He pretended to arrive at the living room and asked, Izuku, is anyone there? He asked but couldn't finish because of a direct punch from Aways surprising everyone. Aways, stop pretending, damn it. We already know that you are that bucking criminal, she said, taking him by the neck. Izuku, Aways, what's wrong with you? He said angrily, and what is that stupidity I can't even see, he said seriously. Monoma, Izuku, please stop, we know you're Daredevil. We put a camera in your room to make sure nothing happens to you, but he said seriously. Izuku, I put on my suit and went out, he said seriously. Now what will they do? Will they send me to prison, he said, so that everyone except those mentioned agreed. Aways, I'm sorry, but you're a danger. I hope that when you get out, we can maybe be friends again. I don't understand why you do this. But I'm not interested, he said this about to take the phone, but Izuku interrupted him. Izuku, it's clear that you don't know. None of you know, he said this for everyone to see. Ibara, Izuku, calm down, she said worriedly. Izuku, don't touch me, he said, pushing Ibara away, scaring her. Nobody knows what I went through, seeing your parents die in front of you and being left in a bucking orphanage for more than 15 years. Those bucking people killed my adoptive parents without remorse, and that's okay? He said this for everyone to see. Kinoko, of course it isn't, but... Izuku, but? But what? They have money, that's why we stay quiet. Those bastards were trafficking women and drugs. Why do they think I got involved with them? I could have saved all those women, but I'm the bad one, he asked furiously. Aways, no, but we couldn't do anything, he said angrily. Izuku, of course, there were enough witnesses, they would have put them in jail, but I avenged them, Something that the police would never have done, he said, annoyed, but he began to hear some sobs. Ibara, he said in a low tone. I'm sorry, he said, approaching Ibara, but she took a step back. Are you afraid of me? He said in shock. Ibara, just don't come closer, she said, shaking a little. Izuku's gaze was slowly getting lost. He saw his hands and then he saw everyone. Yui, are you okay? She asked worriedly. Izuku, don't come closer, I'm a danger, he said in shock. I hurt the first friend I have. Really, am I that cruel? He said in whispers, starting to sob. I don't even know who I am anymore, he said, looking at his hands. I got blood on myself, he said, while losing his mind. What did I do? He said in shock. No, they deserve to die. They've killed more people than me. They're bad, they're despicable, he said while everyone was watching him. Monoma, dude, calm down a bit, he said, approaching him. Izuku, Monoma, stay away. I'm a danger, he said, removing the blindfold, revealing his red eyes. His eyes were releasing tears. He was crying. This surprised the class since they had never seen him cry. You are afraid of me. I lost everything. I have no friends left. I have nothing left, he said, lying down on the floor while holding his head. No. Mom, come with me, please. I don't want to be alone, he said while breathing heavily, leaving everyone worried. Kendo, relax, Izuku. Just breathe. Everything will be okay. Everything will be solved. Izuku, Dad, Mom, it's you guys, he said, staring into space. Don't leave me again. No, and oh, he shouted as he watched his parents' silhouettes move away. Tetsu, dude, you need to calm down, he said seriously. Izuku, no, I'm not your friend, I hurt you. I have no friends, he said, crying. I hurt the girl I love. I'm trash, he said this so Ibara would be surprised. Ibara, do you love me? She said, impressed and blushing. Yui and the aforementioned girls looked at this with jealousy despite the situation. Ibara, Izuku, I love you too. Izuku, and oh, don't finish that sentence. I don't want to get you into this, he said seriously. Ibara, I love you, but I have to go, he said, running. Ibara, Yui, Reiko, Kendo, Setsuna, Izuku, wait, they shouted worriedly. Kinoko, why are they arresting him? She said angrily. He has to leave, she said, crossing her arms. But when she did that, she threw the remote control of the television, which made it turn on. News. And in other news, the vigilante Daredevil, by killing the Yaoyorozus, managed to get his investors to reveal everything. They had made their fortune at the expense of killing and human trafficking. It is said that only on the whims of the youngest of the Yaoyorozus they killed more than 20 people. Thanks to Daredevil, those people can rest in peace, and the kidnapped women can return to their family. Now we leave you with a few words from the number 1 police officer. All Might, although your method was somewhat extreme, I was wrong about you, Daredevil. You are a good person who only attacks bad people. Let me tell you that the country and those people are grateful to you. You are a hero, he said with a smile. Ibara turns off the TV. Always, shit, we bucked up, he said in shock. Ibara, he never did anything wrong. He saved people, she said angrily. You should apologize to him, she said angrily. Pony, but where could it be? She said, scared. With Izuku. Bakugo, and how does that make you feel? He said with a notebook and a pen while he had glasses, and next to him was Izuku lying down. Izuku, helpless, furious. How could I not notice that damn camera? He said angrily. I really confessed to Ibara, he said, surprising Bakugo. She was going to accept me, but I don't want to get her into this, he said, so Bakugo would give him a slap. Bakugo, that's the worst thing you can say to a girl. Accept her, nerd. She'll be able to defend herself, he said with a smile. Izuku, I don't know. I think I'll think about it, but for now, I'm going to sleep. I'm very tired, he said this to say goodbye to Bakugo. When he went to his dorms, he was very distracted, which was unusual for him. He didn't want to know anything. He only activated his sense of vision and smell to be able to walk to his dorms. But when he least expected it, he was tackled by a hug from the aforementioned girls. Yui, Izuku, we don't see you as a danger. We love you, right? She said while caressing Izuku's hair. Izuku, us? Yui/Ibara/Kendo/Reiko/Setsuna. Yes, we said these to give a kiss to the green-haired boy. Izuku, what? Izuku, what? He said, waking up. Shit, a dream? He said, surprised, but it was so real. He said, confused. Shit, he said, checking his room and realized that there was indeed a camera. This one, in a quick movement, broke the camera just before Ibara arrived. Ibara, are you okay? She asked, worried and blushing at the green-haired boy's shirtless body. Izuku, yes, just a nightmare. I don't like you being awake so late, and if you sleep, he said, moving aside in bed. Ibara, it's okay, she said, lying down next to the green-haired boy. But this one didn't expect the green-haired boy to enclose her in a hug. Izuku, sleep, Ibara, you deserve it. Thank you for everything you do for me, he said while sinking into Ibara's hair. Ibara, no problem, Izuku. You're our friend and it's because I love you, she said, this whispering the last thing that was perfectly audible to the green-haired boy's senses, but he played dumb. Izuku, did you say something? He said, pretending to be confused. Ibara, no, nothing. Sleep well, Izuku? She said, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Izuku, yes, he said, this to sink Ibara into his chest, making her blush more, but in the end she fell asleep. Izuku, what the hell happened? How did I know I had a camera there? And why was that dream so real? Come on, it doesn't matter. I think I'm lucky, he said with a smile. I can't let anyone know my identity yet, he said this to sleep. Bullseye. In a place in Japan. We can see a big man, robust and wearing an elegant suit. Kingpin, did you get it? He said seriously. Henchman, yes sir, a blood sample from that guy, he said with a smile while showing a vial. Kingpin, that's great. With this I can clone someone who repels Daredevil's abilities. I can't leave it in my plans. Create him and send him to the city to cause destruction. We need you to kill that guy. You have 24 hours, he said this one to leave. Henchman, yes sir, Kingpin, he said, bowing. In another place. We can see how two green-haired boys woke up hugging each other. Ibara, hey, this isn't my room, she said sleepily, but when she lowered her hands she felt a lump. What is this? She said, it's like a lever. Does it have no end? She said, lowering herself further along with her hand until she heard a voice. Izuku, don't touch that. That's for later, he said, laughing in his sleep. Ibara couldn't believe it when she turned her gaze. She had her hand on the green-haired man's penis, and for some reason she kept squeezing it. She was trying to find an end to it, and couldn't. Ibara, what am I doing? She scolded herself mentally. Because I can't stop doing it, she whispered to herself. Until Porphin was able to remove his hand from the green-haired man's member with a single thought. Ibara, it's huge, she said, shocked. SW. Izuku, he said, waking up. Ibara, oh, good morning, Izuku, she said, blushing. Izuku, oh, good morning, Ibara, he said with a smile so bright that it even shone. Ibara only blushed even more. Ibara, did you sleep well? She said worriedly. Izuku, yes, I think I feel calm with you, he said, hugging Ibara. Ibara, you really? She said, blushing and stuttering. Izuku, yes, but well, do you want to go to breakfast? He said this so that Ibara agreed. Ibara, yes, she said, nodding. After that, Ibara helped Izuku down. Downstairs there was only Yui sitting about to eat. Yui, good morning, guys, she said calmly. Good morning, Izuku, she said, giving him a kiss on the cheek, blushing. Izuku, good morning, Yui, he said with a big smile that made the girl blush even more. Yui, are you coming to eat? She said to earn a nod from the two. I'll wait for you, she said with a blush. Ibara, okay, I'll cook, she said this to earn a nod from the two. Yui, come, Izuku, I'm going to sit you down, she said this so that Izuku would take her hand, blushing. Izuku, thanks, Yui, he said with a big smile. Yui, don't worry, she said, blushing. Izuku sat next to Yui, and they talked for a while. Yui, so nothing happened last night? She said, a little worried. Izuku, no, nothing bad, he said calmly. If I tell him that I slept with Ibara, he will kill me, he thought. Ibara, it's ready, she said as she came out with 2 plates of food, placing them in front of Izuku and one for herself. Izuku, this smells delicious, he said with stars in his eyes, making Ibara blush and start eating it. It tastes better, he said, eating quickly. Ibara, I'm glad you already finished it, she said, impressed. Yui dropped her chopsticks in shock. Her breakfast was gone in less than 20 seconds. Yui, okay, that's weird, she said this to earn a nod from Ibara. Izuku, come on girls, it's not that bad, he said laughing. Ibara, what do you mean, Izuku? If you eat like that you can get fat, she said, pulling his ear. Izuku, But look, he said, lifting his shirt, revealing his well-marked abdomen, making the two blush. Yui, yes, I see, she said, holding her chin as if she was thinking. But at that moment a flash is heard. Kendo. For later, he said, looking at his phone with a blush. Izuku, what was that? He said, pretending. Ibara/Yui. Nothing, but they pulled out a sign for Kendo that said, pass them to us or we'll tell him, just to earn a nod from Kendo. Izuku only had a drop of sweat on from all this. Kendo, good morning Izuku, did you sleep well? He said with a blush. Izuku, yes, Kendo, thank you very much, but you don't have to do all this for me, you know, I can take care of myself, he said, laughing. Yui, but we want to do it, she said, so that the other two agreed. We care because we are your friends. Yui, Kendo, Ibara, and because we like you, the three of them thought in unison. Izuku, there are girls, come here, he said, extending his arms. At that moment the three girls understood what he meant, and the first to arrive was Kendo, who stood on his chest, Yui on the left side and Ibara on the right. Izuku, when he saw that the three had arrived, wrapped them in a hug. Izuku, they are my best friends, he said with a big smile, but at that moment Bakugo arrives. Bakugo, hey, nerd, I am sorry to interrupt you, but I'll take it for a while. We need to talk about some tea things, he said with a fake smile. Izuku could hear Bakugo's heartbeat. He was nervous and scared. He nodded without thinking. Izuku, I'll be back later, girls, he said with a smile that made the three of them blush, but they agreed. After a while they walked in silence until they reached the 1A dormitories. He greeted everyone and Melissa, and Shuka blushed at his presence, but he only went up to Bakugo's dormitories. Izuku, so what's going on? He said, changing to a serious face. Bakugo, look at this, he said, putting a video on his computer. Video. A man is seen wearing a black suit with white details and a type of target on his head. Hello people of Japan, how are you, me? I'm fine. But now, he said, showing a picture of Daredevil, if this guy doesn't show up at 8 p.m. today in the central building, you can consider yourself dead. I have a bomb that only he can deactivate if he arrives. And when you arrive and deactivate the bomb, I'll finally be able to kill you. Don't worry, friend, I'll let you deactivate the bomb. It's just a guarantee for you to come. So without further ado, your friend Bullseye says goodbye. And you should also say goodbye, but to Daredevil. Kingpin doesn't want you in his plans, he said seriously. The camera falls to the floor, and the video ends. Izuku, shit, he said, confused. Who the hell is Kingpin, and why doesn't he want me in his plans? He said angrily. Bakugo, Kingpin, the leader of the mafia of the upper boroughs. Nobody knows his identity, but it is believed that he may be someone very influential, he said seriously. Izuku, it's good that you informed yourself, he said with a smile. Bakugo, nerd, it's not time for games, what are we going to do? He said seriously. Izuku, gather the director and Setsuna in his office. We will have a meeting, he said this so that Bakugo agreed and Izuku left. Izuku, what are you up to, Kingpin? He said seriously. After that Izuku arrived at his dorms, where everyone saw him with a smile. Monoma, Izuku friend, you are lucky, he said happily. Izuku, and why? He said seriously. Tetsu, a video went viral. Tonight there will be a confrontation between a guy and that dirty criminal. Maybe I'll kill him and he won't bother you anymore, he said, but everyone saw how Izuku became serious. Izuku, but how do we know that the other guy kills him for good? He said so that everyone could see. You know what, we better discuss it later, the director calls me, okay? He said with a big fake smile that nobody noticed. Everyone, yes, they all said to go back to their things. After that Izuku's phone rang to let them know that everyone was already gathered. Only he was missing. He quickly left and went to where the director was and entered his office. Nizu, young Izuku, he said this seriously. Izuku, apparently you've already seen the video, he said, pointing at Nizu and Setsuna, who agreed. Setsuna, but what do I have to do with this? She said, confused. Izuku, you know my identity, therefore you are part of the team, he said with a smile that made her blush. Setsuna, oh okay, she said with a slight blush that no one noticed. Nizu, well, what do we know about this bullseye, what is it? He said seriously. Izuku, nothing. The only thing we know from Bakugo's information is that he is sent by Kingpin to kill me. He doesn't want me in his plans. I imagine his plans are about drugs or some gang war. Setsuna, but who can this guy be? She said seriously. Izuku, an amateur perhaps? He said seriously. Nizu, I don't think so. Kingpin is a mafia tycoon. He wouldn't swim just anyone to kill a guy with powers, he said seriously. So what are we going to do? He said seriously. Izuku, I'll deactivate the bomb, and I'll kill that guy while he's in prison. I don't want any more deaths on my conscience, he said so everyone would nod. Nizu, okay, then we'll meet in Bakugo's room at 7:30, he said this for everyone to nod. After that Izuku and Setsuna headed to the dorms. Everyone looked at them strangely. They were more serious than usual. Izuku is always someone calm and from time to time makes jokes, and Setsuna is someone who always makes jokes or says one or another obscene thing. But on this occasion they were both more serious than usual. Nobody asked him anything. Izuku acted normal in front of his next Harem XD. But they all knew that he was pretending, but they decided not to ask him anything. Bakugo's room 7:30. Nizu, then boy, go now, and when, he said with a smile. Bakugo, we'll be watching you from here, he said the same. Setsuna, I know you will succeed, she said with a smile. Izuku, guys, I just want to tell you, if I don't come back, take this, he said, giving him a suitcase. That guy is not someone to be taken lightly. If he is sent to kill me, it is because he has a way. If you kill me, there are 10 cards, each card has a name. If I don't come back, he said, taking a position at the sale, give those cards for me. You are the best team I had in the first, he said with a laugh. Goodbye, he said to climb the building and start running towards the center. Bakugo, it's obvious that he will succeed, he said seriously. Nizu, let's hope so, he said the same. Setsuna, you can. Izuku Penso is worried. Izuku arrived downtown, and the first thing he saw was a news helicopter above him, and some cameramen. Without caring, he just went, and indeed there was a bomb. He only felt the flow of the cables and quickly removed the blue cable that was the detonator. He left the building and stood in front of a cameraman, and was able to stop a baton that was going straight for his head. Bullseye, so you finally made it, Daredevil, he said with a smile. Daredevil, who are you and what do you want? He said seriously. Bullseye, nothing specific, just kill you. Kingpin would be upset if you interrupted his plans, so I can't leave you alive, he said seriously. News, right now, we can see how the vigilante hero Daredevil is about to face an unknown subject. The subject claims that he is there to kill him so that he does not get involved in the plans of a certain Kingpin. Let's hope that the vigilante manages to win this fight. Now we will leave you with the complete fight. Class A, B and almost the entire school were watching this confrontation. On one hand, Class B wanted the defeat of the vigilante without knowing that he was their partner. Class A had the same opinions. With the other courses, they wanted the victory of the vigilante since they did not find out that he kidnapped a student, so they are supporting him. With Izuku. Daredevil, well, let's start, he said seriously. The two approached running. Bullseye tried to land a punch but missed. His arm was grabbed by Daredevil and gave him 2 consecutive hooks in the face. Bullseye took a bat and he tried to hit Daredevil with it but failed. Daredevil tried to kick him, but his foot was grabbed and he was thrown to the pavement. He quickly got up and saw a metal pipe on the ground. He quickly grabbed it and went against Bullseye. They began a battle of batons as if they were swords. When they failed, Bullseye feinted with his baton and kicked Daredevil in the side, knocking him to the ground. He quickly tried to insert the tube into his head, but it moved. And with a kick that sent Bullseye to the ground, Daredevil quickly stood up and he tried to knock him out but failed. Daredevil moved quickly to try to hit him in the ribs, which worked, but what was not expected was that Bullseye responded with a direct blow to the face, twisting his nose a little. They were both hurt. They could no longer continue fighting. They quickly threw their tube at each other, and their own tube, by obstructing their view of the other, ended up inserting itself into each one's shoulder. Kingpin, retreat, he said in Bullseye's earpiece. He quickly climbed the building as Izuku did. Both of them felt a lot of pain from having the tube buried in their shoulders, but Izuku's was much worse. The Bullseye tube was made of titanium, which made his flesh burn. News. Apparently neither of the two opponents could continue and both retired. Can this be considered a draw? He said seriously. Class A/B, shit, he didn't die, these frustrated people said, except for Bakugo and Setsuna. Izuku, quickly I need to get into Bakugo's window. I want you to have a first aid kit ready. I can't stand this thing, he said through the headset. He quickly arrived and stealthily went to the window where he saw the 3 people from his team. They were scared by the state of the green-haired boy. Bakugo, oh my god, quickly bring a rag to stop the blood when removing the tube, he said seriously. Izuku, I won't need to be stitched up. Self-healing is a sense of the body. It is also increased 150 times. The puncture was in the shoulder, and it was a little big. Nothing that can't be healed. But the cloth is necessary so that my blood doesn't come out, he said this so that everyone agreed. After 2 hours of applying pressure to the green-haired boy's wound, it had already healed, but it left a scar that ran from his chest to his shoulder. Izuku, that guy is stronger than me, he said seriously, scaring the 3 of them. Nizu, what does it refer to? Izuku, that guy could have seen me killed, but he didn't do it. I think they told him to leave. His wound wasn't as open as mine. He could have easily killed me at that moment with more blows, he said seriously. Setsuna, so what are we going to do? She said seriously. Izuku, I will train, and you 3 will support me, he said this one so that the 3 of them agreed. We need someone to help us with weapons and inventions like that guy had. But who? He said thinking. Nizu, the most brilliant mind when it comes to inventions in this institution, he said this for everyone to see. Hatsum and Mei, he said with pride. Watchdog Project. All Hatsum? The 3 boys asked confused. Nizu, yes, wait, I'll call her, he said to take his phone. Miss Hatsum, I need to see you in my office in 10 minutes. No, it's nothing bad. Okay, I'll wait for you, he said. Well, let's go to my office. She'll be there, he said so that the 3 of them agreed. Izuku, I will arrive through the window, but first you will have to ask him some questions to verify his loyalty, he said, earning a nod from the 3. After that the director, Bakugo, and Setsuna headed to the director's room, and Izuku went to the office window to wait for the signal. The 3 of them arrived. Bakugo and Setsuna hid, and right after them Mei arrived. Mei, why were you looking for me, director? He said confused. Nizu, Hatsum Mei, a first-year student but with an intellect superior to many, and her inventions are excellent. I need her for something, he said while Mei put on a proud smile. Mei, yes, director, why do you need me? She said with a smile. Nizu, first I want you to tell me what you've been creating lately, he said with a smile, making Mei nervous. Mei, well, director, do you know the Vigilante Daredevil? She said this so that the 4 would pay attention. Nizu, yes, miss, why? He said, showing more interest. Mei, do you see him as a hero or a bad guy? She said nervously. Nizu, I see him as a hero, someone who helps others. He even defended my students from 1A, he said with a smile. Mei, that's great, she said, sighing. Well, I've seen that he defends himself with his fists, so I was able to create some gloves that stick to the skin or clothing and take the exact color of it. They are not noticeable and have a metal reinforcement that would make the blows affect more. It would be my dream for him to use my gloves, she said, showing her phone to see that she had a Daredevil wallpaper. Izuku just put on a smile. Nizu, are you a fan of Daredevil, Miss Mei? He said with a smile. Mei, yes, he is a good person, who helps people. My dream is that one day I recognize myself and I can make inventions for him. Stupid, right? She said, lowering her head. Nizu, no, Miss Mei, he said this so that Mei would stare at him. Your ingenuity has brought you here. Let me tell me that you will be of great help to the Vigilante project, he said with a smile. Mei, Project Vigilante? She asked, confused. What is that? Nizu, the Vigilante project is a group of people who fight for the good of Japan. We are 4 people, all 4 of us have a function. There is the one with the cameras, a boy with an eagle eye who can see everything through a monitor. He is the one who helps our main boy. There is the financial one. In this case me, he said laughing. We have the one for emotional support. He said this so that Setsuna would only have an aura of sadness. Setsuna, I have no function in this team, she said with comical tears. Nizu, and we have the hero, he said with a smile. Mei, Daredevil? She asked, confused and nervous. Nizu, yes, Daredevil, a boy with superhuman abilities capable of holding the weight of a truck. The 4 of us are the so-called Vigilante project. Oh, how I like it. The Daredevil project, he said with a smile while Bakugo and Setsuna left the doors and Daredevil fell on the director's desk. May DD Daredevil, she said nervously, sir, I am your fan. It would make me very happy if you let me hug you, she said nervously. Izuku just looked at her with a smile. Izuku, come here, he said, extending his arms. May at that moment hugged Daredevil. She did not know why, but she liked the hero's touch. May, thank you very much, she said, separating while Izuku nodded. Sorry for being rude, she said this so that everyone could see, but what do you want from me? I mean, I'm not saying that I don't like it, I love being here, but why do you need me? She said nervously. Izuku, handsome May, he said, drawing the pink-haired girl's attention. According to your record, you are a very skilled mind, with very good inventions. You have won the science fair since you were 9 years old. You are very good, and you will be a great inventor, he said while May had a smile on her face. We need a skilled inventor. We need handsome May, he said while May opened her eyes wide. Maybe it was a dream. Her idol was telling her that he wanted her on his team. Her superhero was recognizing her as an inventor. She was so happy that she didn't know how to respond. Daredevil, so, what do you say? Are you joining the team? He asked while taking off his hood, causing May to blush greatly. May, I accept, she said nervously. I accept, she said determined. Izuku, determination, I like it, he said smiling. Well, then I think it's time to introduce you to the team. He said this so May would nod. Izuku, Nizu, great intelligence and financial support, a good partner who can be trusted. He was the third member of this team. Thanks to him we have managed to make our team more technologically advanced. Nizu, you flatter me, Midoriya. Izuku, Setsuna Tokage, fourth member of the team, analytical mind, solves plans, is a great partner when needed and is the soul of the team. Setsuna, of course I'm the one with the plans. I have a function, she thought. She was happy and blushing at what Izuku told her. Izuku, second member, my right hand, Katsuki Bakugo, incredible partner. He was my childhood friend. We separated for a while, but he was the one who inspired me to be a hero. Without him this team would not be possible. He is somewhat arrogant sometimes, but an excellent friend, he said with a smile. Bakugo, without me you would be nothing. Nerd, thanks friend, he thought with a smile. Izuku, fifth member, handsome May, great inventor. I don't know her much, but what I do know is that her mind is one of the most brilliant at an academic level, a great inventor now and even greater in the future. A fundamental part of the team, he said with a smile. May, thank you very much, she said with a blush. Izuku, and that's all, he said this, but everyone saw him. What? He said confused. Bakugo, you gave us an epic presentation to at least one of you. Have a little ego, he said this so that everyone agreed. Izuku, okay. Now the last member, Izuku Midoriya, a boy who by chance was left without parents and went blind, but life smiled upon him in such an amazing way, giving him incredible abilities. He has trained since he was 6 years old, and even if life throws him down, he will always find a way to get up, and that's me, he said with a smile. Izuku, and many will say that Daredevil is just one person, but no, Daredevil is a group of people who fight for the good of Japan. It's us, he said with a smile. May, thank you for this great opportunity. I promise I won't let you down, she said with a smile. Izuku, I know you don't, he said with a smile, but a notification arrived on everyone's cell phones. Izuku, to video? He said looking at everyone. Video, bullseye, well, you're lucky Daredevil, you got away, but now you won't, now I'll kill you, you won't be able to do anything, you already know yourself, Bomba, in the center, but this time I'll kill you, he said to end the video. Nizu, what are we going to do? He said worriedly. Izuku, I think it's a good time to use those gloves you said, right May? He said this to make May smile. May, yes, she said with a smile. Izuku, Team Daredevil, let's get to work, he said with a smile. All, let's go, they said with determination. The man without fear. Right now we can see everyone in Bakugo's room watching through the cameras as Izuku did parkour through the buildings. May, it's incredible, she said excitedly. Bakugo, you get used to it, he said shrugging his shoulders. Okay nerd, you know it, you deactivate the bomb, you use the inventor's gloves, you put him in jail and we win, he said seriously. Daredevil, it's not that easy Bakugo, that guy for some reason repels my skills, but with these gloves we have a chance to beat him. I have my life in this, I hope they work, he said laughing a little. Of course they will, if it's my invention, she said with a smile. Daredevil, okay, I'll deactivate the bomb and fight that guy. Over and out, he said to hang up. Setsuna, do you think I can? She said seriously. Nizu, no, he said seriously, scaring everyone a little but knowing young Midoriya. He has a plan up his sleeve, he said with a smile. Bakugo, yes, he's right, he said with a proud smile. Be careful, friend, he thought worriedly. 1B. Kinoko, turn on the television, she said seriously. Ibara, why, what's wrong? She said seriously. Kinoko, another confrontation between the subject and the criminal, she said somewhat scared. Always what? He said seriously. Turn on the television now, he said, so that Monoma agreed and put the television back on. News. Breaking news. Right now we can record the Vigilante Daredevil running towards the center after the video where they told him that there was a bomb in the center, and that if he does not come to fight against the subject of black and white, we will all explode. The subject claims to be able to kill the Vigilante, and let's hope that is not the case. Without further ado, I am Angelica Munoz, and I leave you with the recording. She said this to start recording more closely to Daredevil. Yui, who do you think will win? She said seriously. Tetsu, I hope with all my heart that that guard is put behind bars and that he no longer bothers Midoriya, he said, so that everyone agreed. Speaking of him, where is he? He said confused. Ibara. He told me that he would be with the director arranging some things about his scholarship in this place so that they would let him stay, she said somewhat sadly. Kendo, poor Izuku, first the Yaoyorozus thing, then the thing about his parents, then the thing about the Vigilante and blind enzyme? She said, shedding a few light tears. He doesn't deserve all this, she said sadly, while everyone felt the same. Reiko, he's been handling it very well so far, but haven't you asked yourselves how he really feels? She said this so everyone could see it. Until now we always see him with a smile and thinking that everything is fine, but that's not something that is forgotten overnight. She said this so everyone would think. Yui, do you think he is suffering? She said sadly. Monoma, it's most likely, he said seriously. For now let's see the confrontation, and then we'll see what we do with Izuku to make him feel better. He said this so that everyone acknowledged. 1A. The students of 1A were all eating until a perverted dwarf spoke. Mineta, hey girls, he said this, bringing everyone's attention. Kirishima, now don't you dare, he said somewhat annoyed. Mineta, no, it's not about that. It says here that the guy who tries to kill Midoriya will face another guy, he said while showing his cell phone to everyone. Oh, what? They said surprised. Shuka, last time he almost killed him, but for some reason they both decided to withdraw. I hope this time he does kill him. We can't let anything happen to Izuku, she said seriously. Momo Izuku? She said with a mischievous look. Shuka, oh no, I meant, let's turn on the news, she said, blushing while some laughed lightly. Melissa just looked at this with jealousy but didn't know what the reason was, although sometimes when she saw Izuku she felt her heart race and a momentary blush grew on her, but for some reason she felt the need to be with the green-haired boy but ignored it, thinking it was just something else. But what if she was falling in love with the green-haired boy? She had never felt what it was like to be in love, since most of the boys who approached her to talk to her only did so because of her body or her last name. But with Izuku, when he heard his last name, this one mattered less to her, and just spoke to him naturally, and without knowing it this had awakened a slight feeling in Melissa that had grown since then. Melissa, someday I'll ask him, she thought, serious and blushing. After that the whole class sat on the sofas and started watching on TV how the two opponents looked serious. With the team. Bakugo, okay nerd, you're about to start, study his movements and beat him. Setsuna, bring him closer to you, so that you have the advantage, don't let him take out his staff. The moment you see an opening, hit him under the ribs on the lower right side, a good hit with that will knock him out, she said so that everyone could see what? I studied a little for this, she said, making everyone drop a light drop of sweat. Bakugo, bah, never mind, look nerd, remember, you have people waiting for you. Beat that son of a hitch, he said with a smile. Daredevil, you know I will, Setsuna. Excellent plan, he said this to make Setsuna smile. Well, I'll start. Wish me luck. Over and out, he said this to hang up. With Izuku. Bullseye, have you finished saying goodbye to your loved ones? He said with a mocking smile. Daredevil, No, I'm just asking what you want for dinner, he said seriously. Bullseye, well, it will be bread and coffee because it's your funeral, he said as he approached Daredevil. He quickly took a step back, moving as far away as possible. Bullseye, what's wrong? Afraid? He said, laughing. Daredevil, strategy, he said in a whisper, moving further away. With the team. Setsuna, he's doing the opposite of what I told him to do, she said, annoyed. Nizu, no, he's doing well, he said, attracting everyone's attention. He wants to make the rival believe that I want him away from him so that he approaches alone, he said, and pressing everyone. Wow, he's an incredible guy, he said with a smile. May, seriously so high in your planning ability, she said, smiling. Bakugo. Izuku Midoriya, he said, this attracting everyone's attention. A boy who has his senses amplified to 150 after an accident, he said this to confuse everyone. May. But we already know that, she said, confused so that the other two would nod. Bakugo, people would think it's a useless power, but it's the opposite. The nerd's power is a power to fear. People think that the human body only has 5 senses, but there are many more, among them, deduction, strength, flexibility, thought, orientation, touch, speed. Simply with that they make the nerd's power something very powerful. And what I find curious is that his ability grows over time. The nerd in the future will be extremely dangerous. That's why the enemy thinks he can win. He doesn't know Izuku's powers, he just thinks he's someone trained. But Izuku holds back, since ever since he killed, he's felt guilty. So he added to his rules never to kill anyone else no matter how much the situation warrants it. He doesn't want blood on his hands, so if he wanted to he would have already killed that guy, but he doesn't want to. He's afraid that once you start you won't be able to continue. But without deviating from the subject. The nerd is smarter than it seems. His intelligence is 150 times more than that of a normal human. That's why he can put together such incredible plans, he said seriously, but everyone looked at him in amazement. What? He asked, confused. Mei Niza Setsuna. Nothing, these impressed people said, for the reason that is the right hand of Izuku Midoriya. Eyes, these amazed people thought. With Izuku. He continued to back away as Bullseye approached him more and more. In a carelessness of Daredevil he was able to get closer, but when he got closer he saw how a smile formed on Daredevil's face. Daredevil, I'll see you in prison, son of a hitch, he said this to give him a strong blow right where Setsuna said, and he was effectively KO'd. Newscast. I win, our hero has won. Right now they will take the other guy to prison where he will be interrogated to find out why he attacked the city. Without further ado, we thank you, Daredevil, for saving us again. You know, friends, I am Angelica Munoz and I will see you with the news tomorrow. Goodbye, she said so that the news would end. 1B. Yui, did I manage to win? She said in shock. Ibara, it can't be, she said, scared. Tetsu, now he will continue to bother Izuku and we will not be able to do anything to stop him, he said, scared. Monoma, I have a plan, he said this seriously, but it can be risky, he said this so that everyone could see. Let's make him enter the bedrooms, and when he's about to leave we ambush him, he said this seriously. Tetsu, it would be a good idea. He won't be able to beat us. 20, he said seriously so everyone would nod. Pony, so, let's plan, she said this so everyone agreed. Class 1A. Shuka, shit, I won, she said this annoyed. Melissa, it can't be, she said scared. Kirishima, now, he will continue to bother Midori, bro, he said scared. Shuka, not if we can stop him, she said this seriously so everyone could see her. From what I've been told, he manages to sneak into the 1B dormitories and always leaves through the main door. How about we set up an ambush for him, she said this seriously so everyone would think about it. Denki, it's an excellent idea, but we should talk to room 1B to see what they say. Melissa, we'll do it tomorrow, she said to earn everyone's agreement. With the team. Setsuna, it worked, my plan worked, she said excitedly. Bakugo, nerd, are you okay? He said somewhat worried. Izuku, just a few bumps but nothing serious, he said with a smile. Open the window and I'll be there in about 20 seconds, he said so that Bakugo would open the window. After a few seconds the green-haired boy arrived, entering the room. Izuku, wow, that was amazing, he said looking at his hands. I need this in my suit, he said with a smile making May blush. May, seriously, SS Sir Daredevil, she said, he is looking down. Izuku, May, call me Izuku, And that thing about sir is unnecessary. I'm only 16 years old, he said, laughing. May, I know, it's just a matter of respect, but if you say so, there's no problem, Izuku, she said with a slight smile and a blush, and if you want, I can make you a costume, she said, nervous about what the hero would say to her. Izuku, really? I would love to, he said excitedly. This crap almost broke, he said, outraged at Bakugo. Bakugo, what a piece of crap, you idiot, I had to take it out for 28 months without interest, and it was very expensive, he said, annoyed. Setsuna, did you buy it? She said, disappointed. Bakugo, yes, why? He said, shrugging his shoulders. Nizu, okay, young May, I will give you the money so you can create young Midoriya's costume, he said this so May would nod excitedly, but for now, let's go, young Midoriya. I will take you to your bedrooms since this way the excuse would be more credible, he said this so Izuku would nod. Izuku. But first, he said, raising his fist to the floor in front of him, for today's victory, he said with a smile. Bakugo. And for those that follow, he said, putting his fist. May, the ones that follow, she said, she is doing the same thing. Nizu, the ones that follow, he said the same. Setsuna, the following ones, she also said this one. Izuku, no matter the danger, Team Daredevil will defeat it without fear. Bakugo, the fearless hero, the devil of Japan, Daredevil, he said with a smile. The 5, Daredevil, they said, raising their fists with a smile. In another place. Kingpin, so you managed to beat him? He said, annoyed while playing with his pencil. Assistant, yes sir, he was defeated, but don't worry, there are some men on their way to rescue him, he said with a little fear. Kingpin, you better, I spent a lot of money to get that guy's blood. For some reason I can't see his DNA to see who the idiot is, but I'll get it. I'll know your identity, damn Vigilante, said, annoyed this one. We have information. We can see how Izuku and Director Nizu were arriving at dormitories 1B. Upon entering, everyone greeted the director with a bow, and he just returned it. After he left, Izuku sitting on the couch, and he left. Izuku's classmates began to talk to him until someone asked the question. Kendo, and how did it go with your scholarship? She said nervously and worried. They all felt the same. They were ready for any answer. If he said that they denied it, they would support him both emotionally and financially. But if they accepted it, they would congratulate him. Izuku, he sighs, thanks to Director Nizu I was able to get 100% of the scholarship, he said with a big smile. At that moment everyone congratulated him, and told him that they would always support him. Izuku, they would support me if they knew I was Daredevil, he thought this one, but put on a fake smile. Thanks guys, he said this one with a supposed smile. After that he alone went to his room under the gaze of everyone. Yui, you noticed it, right? She said this for everyone to nod. Aways, Izuku, it's bad, he said sadly, but we don't know what he's hiding, he said, lowering his head. Ibara, and there is no way to know, she said the same. Kanoko, she said this in a sigh, we have no way to help him, she said sadly. Reiko, well, let's go to sleep, tomorrow we will help him, she said this for everyone to nod. Later. It was a stormy night. Izuku saw the rain falling hard. He didn't care less, he just put on a shirt, a hood, a cap, and went out to run through the buildings. He felt the breeze and the water fall on him. He had his problems, although he didn't admit it. His classmates were the only family he had left. They would support him if they knew he was Daredevil. I don't know, was the answer he gave himself. After being on the streets for a while, I returned to the academy where he entered his bedroom. He first heard heartbeats, or something, to see if there was nothing that could give him away, and he only heard footsteps approaching his room. He quickly went to his window and changed his clothes quickly. He laid down on his bed when he saw Yui enter his room. He pretended to be asleep when Yui began to caress his hair. He did not feel malice in Yui. Rather, he felt nervousness. She began to caress the green-haired boy's face. Yui, what a surprise you would have if you knew that I am the one with the letters, she whispered this, but it was completely audible to Izuku. I like you, and I don't even know why, but I would like to be with you. I would like you to give me a chance, but I don't know how. I am very shy, she whispered this sadly. Izuku began to feel how Yui's nervousness turned to sadness, and in a reflex he hugged Yui by the arm that caressed his face. He pretended to hug her while he was asleep. Yui, I don't know what you have, but I will help you get over it, and when I help you get over it I will tell you everything I feel, and if you accept me, I think I will have to share you with Ibara, she said, letting out light giggles. I love you, Izuku. Sleep well, she said, giving him a kiss on the lips, thinking that the green-haired boy was asleep while I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you, she said, about to leave and close the door. Izuku, Yui, he said in a whisper, I can't get you into this. I wouldn't forgive myself, he said sadly. Not you, not Ibara, he said to take his head with his hand. I don't know what I can do to keep them being with me without something happening to them. I'd better think about it tomorrow, he said to fall asleep. Then Izuku fell asleep with a bad taste in his mouth because of Yui, but he slept in the end. The next day, we can see how the entire class B was in their living room. Vlad, Izuku, Midoriya, he said this while taking roll call. Izuku, present, he said this at the end of the classroom. Vlad, well, if everyone is here, let's continue with the class, he said to start. After the class passed very quietly, it was time for lunch, where many girls asked Izuku to sit with them, but he cordially refused. Now we can see Izuku at a table with Ibara, Yui, Setsuna, Reiko, and Kendo until a somewhat strange girl with pink-dyed hair arrived. Mei, Izuku, she said excitedly. Izuku, oh hey Mei, what's up? He said calmly. Reiko, Izuku, who is she? She said, somewhat jealous. Izuku, oh, this is handsome Mei, a friend of mine and a great inventor, he said, blushing at Mei. Ibara, and how did you meet her? She said with a forced smile. Yui, yes, I want to know, she said the same thing. Izuku, well, I met her in Mei, in a meeting with the director, she said somewhat nervously. Izuku, yes, in a meeting with the director, he said, trying to sound calm. Mei, well, what we came for, I need you and Setsuna to come with me, she said with a smile. Kendo, and why would you take them? This jealous woman said. Mei, who are you, his girlfriend? She said, already a bit tired and jealous. Kendo, well, no, but I'm his partner and I care about him because I can't let anyone take advantage of him, she said, trying to stay calm. Setsuna, okay girls, don't worry, I'll go with them too, see you later, she said as she started walking with Mei and Izuku. Izuku, Yui, Ibara, I'd like to talk to you later if that's not a problem, he said with a calm smile. Ibara/Yui, yes, they said, blushing. Izuku, Setsuna and Mei left. Ibara, why do you think he wants to talk to us? She said, somewhat nervous. Yui, do you think it could be for she nervous sadly? Yui/Ibara, Kia, they shouted excitedly. Kendo and Reiko just watched this with jealousy. At Mei's workshop. Izuku/Setsuna, how do you have all this? They said, impressed. Just imagine, it's Mei. Mei, well, being the inventor of the group, the director gave me this laboratory to create your suits and gadgets. But back to what we came to, what I wanted to show you was your suit, she said, so that a suit would come down from the ceiling. Setsuna, but isn't that the suit that Bakugo bought? She said, confused. Mei, yes, but with renovations, she said, exciting the two of them. Izuku, and what are they? He said excitedly. Mei a little blushed. Well, these are 1. Living nanotechnology. Every time the suit gets damaged, it repairs itself in the blink of an eye. 2. Metal supports. It has metal supports on both the fists and feet for punches and kicks. 3. Lightweight. The suit is super light so you don't have any complications when moving around. It's as if you weren't wearing it. 4. Bulletproof. As the name says, the abdominal and head supports are bulletproof. The only thing you would have to take care of is your chin, she said with emotion. 5. Adjustable. It adjusts to the size of the person wearing it, no matter who it is. Mei, and last but not least. 6. Armed. The suit is armed with a few weapons and a katana that could be used for sword fights. He said this to see how the two had stars in their eyes. Izuku, how long did it take you to do all that? He said excitedly. Mei, well, thanks to the lab it only took 1 day, she said blushing. Izuku, Mei, you're great, he said, this making Mei blush more. Hey, why are you blushing? He said, looking at Mei, head held high. You are the smartest of the group. Your inventions will help us save thousands of lives. We are proud of you, he said this while Setsuna nodded quickly, although somewhat jealous. Mei, yes, she said with emotion. Setsuna, well, I think we should go back to our classroom. We're running late, she said this so everyone agreed. After that, everyone went to their classroom. Izuku and Setsuna arrived at B and sat at their desks each. After that we can see how Izuku went to where Yui and Ibara were and told them if they could go to the roof at the end of classes. These blushing and nervous said yes. Right now we find Ibara and Yui arriving just to see how Izuku was sitting. Ibara, why did you want to talk to us, Izuku? She said, blushing. Yui yes, for what? She said this the same. Izuku, girls, come on Izuku, just tell them you're Daredevil this me. I just wanted to tell you how much I love you and thank you for everything you do for me, so I wanted to give you this, he said, extending a matryoshka in the shape of Yui and some vines in a pot like Ibara's hair. Just that, thank you for everything you do for me, girls. You're like family to me, he said, extending his arms. The girls, although somewhat disappointed, were happy that Izuku thought of her enough to give them a gift, so they gladly accepted the hug and gave him a kiss on the cheek each. After that the three of them headed to the bedrooms where they took Izuku. Izuku, I'm sorry I can't tell you girls, but I'm afraid that if you end up getting into this something could happen to you, he thought sadly. After that, the two of them took the green-haired boy to his room where he fell asleep. 4 a.m. We can see how Izuku was waking up to have a glass of water, but he started to hear voices downstairs thanks to his enhanced hearing. Subject 1. Those idiots couldn't kill a blind child. We will do it, and in the process we will have fun with the beauties that are here, he thought maliciously. Izuku, knowing what they were referring to, quickly took the suit that Mei had created for him and ran down at full speed. Subject 6. Hey, who are you? He said, annoyed, but he saw him well. Oh look, old man, it's the one Kingpin wants dead. If we managed to kill him we would have more money, he said with a smile. Izuku, okay, it comes from the Yaoyorozus, but they know Kingpin. I'll let one of them pamper me so he can give me the information, he thought seriously. Subject 4. Why don't you talk? Did the mouse get your tongue? He said mockingly. Izuku quickly went into action, knocking the first subject unconscious. Then they started shooting, which alerted everyone. They quickly left their rooms and gathered in the hallway. Kendo, what's going on? She said, scared. But then they saw that the person in charge of watching was Monoma, who managed to sneak up to meet everyone. Monoma, some guys came to kill Izuku, but Daredevil appeared and is now fighting them, he said, scaring everyone. Get into your rooms. He has weapons, he said seriously, but he no longer heard gunshots and only heard screams. Yui, who are those screams from? She said, scared. Daredevil, tell me who the buck is Kingpin, and why does he order me to kill, he said, grabbing the only conscious subject by the shirt. Subject 3, I already told you, he wants you out of his plans. I can't tell you anything else. He'll kill me, he said, scared. Daredevil, if you don't tell me I'll kill you, he said, putting a knife to his head. Subject 3, drugs, it's a drug business. These are extremely dangerous and powerful drugs. They don't want you to ruin their plans, he said with fear. Daredevil, when will that be? He said angrily. Subject 3, on Saturday. He will be at the dock there. You can find him there, he said, crying. Daredevil, good, he said this to hit him and leave him unconscious. But because he was unconscious, he did not feel when an electric shock reached him, knocking him to the ground. Daredevil, shit, just because I'm upset doesn't mean I don't pay attention to his presence, he thought, annoyed. When he looked up, he could see a student from First A, Shuka Todoroki, better known as the daughter of policeman number 2. Between Monoma and Tetsu they grabbed him and put handcuffs on him since he was still a little dazed. Aways, we finally have you, damn it, he said angrily, but before seeing who you are, tell us, why do you marry Midoriya? He said angrily while everyone watched him. Setsuna looked at this worried. Maybe Izuku was defeated. She was about to say something, but she saw how Izuku looks at her fixed. He had a plan. Daredevil, because he is a threat to me, he knows my identity. Look kids, if you don't know what's going on, I don't recommend you get involved in this. You don't know what you're up against, he said seriously. Ibara, no, right now you will go to jail and leave Izuku alone, she said while everyone agreed. Daredevil, I'm sorry miss, I can't do that, he said looking down while still handcuffed. Shuka, you have no other choice, we defeated you, you can't do anything now, she said seriously. Kendo, you won't hurt him anymore, she said seriously. Reiko, never, she said the same thing. Daredevil, you know, you shouldn't declare victory yet, he said laughing. Tetsu slowly approached to remove his hood. When he removed it, he activated his secret phase. Mega Senses. With this phase, he can feel everything, even the fluttering of a fly. He quickly gave a triple back, kicking Tetsu in the head without much force, just enough to knock him unconscious. He ran to the stairs and went into Momo's room, where he saw that he had a photo of him and Izuku. This made him smile slightly. When he saw that everyone was arriving, he jumped out the window, grabbed a pipe that was on the wall, and with all speed he arrived at his room. He laid down on the floor, giving the appearance that he was attacked. The moment his companions arrived, they helped him. They sat him down, and to make sure he was okay, Yui and Ibara stayed with him. Izuku, shit, they almost discovered me, he thought with fear. Setsuna, it almost all went down the drain, he said from his room. Izuku, shit, at least I was able to get some information out of that guy. Tomorrow I'll talk to the team. Saturday will be the big attack, he said while being hugged by Yui and Ibara. If I manage to end all this, I will reciprocate your feelings, girls. Just wait a little longer, he said seriously. The last ally. We can see Izuku leaving his room at 6 in the morning. Yui, where are you going, Izuku? She said, half asleep. Izuku, I'll go see some things with the director. You keep sleeping. Remember that today classes are cancelled. He said this so that Yui would go back to sleep. Ibara just kept sleeping without waking up. After that, we can see Izuku leaving the dorms, and outside he met Setsuna. Izuku, let's go, he said seriously. Setsuna, I hate you, seriously, meeting up so early, she said with dark circles under her eyes and a pout. Izuku, it's not my fault that you stayed up late, he said laughing. Setsuna, how do you know? Are you spying on me? Damn pervert, she said. She is playing with him. Izuku, you have dark circles under your eyes, he said laughing. Setsuna, hey, now that I remember, Yui and Ibara once helped you bathe. Don't tell me that, degenerate pig, she said, slapping him. Izuku, and why is that? He said, crying comically. Setsuna, you saw the bodies of 2 girls without their consent, she said, pulling his ear. Izuku, I told them I could do it alone and they insisted, remember? He said this so Setsuna would remember. Setsuna, oh yeah, you're right, she said laughing. I'm sorry, he said, it's just that I like you, I care about my classmates, she said laughing and hiding her jealousy. Izuku, okay, let's go, what I have to tell you is serious, he said this so that Setsuna changed her mocking face to a serious one to nod, and so both of them went to Director Nizu's office. They arrived at the office and opened the door only to find Nizu, Bakugo and Mei drinking coffee. Bakugo, shit nerd, couldn't you meet us earlier or what? He said mockingly, but I noticed his serious face. It's something serious, right? He said so Izuku would nod. Izuku, team, we have Kingpin in the palm of our hand, he said, surprising everyone. Nizu, what? He said, wiping away some coffee that came out of his mouth. Bakugo, what do you mean, palm? He said seriously. Izuku, some guys entered Yui today. They tried to kill me, not Daredevil. Izuku Midoriya, he said, surprising Mei, who didn't know the reason, but I questioned them and one told me that they will have a business at the dock on Saturday night, he said seriously. Mei, let's see, it seems like they are trying to kill you, why? She said worriedly. Izuku, it's the Yaoyorozus. I didn't let them humiliate me and they want me dead. Well, especially their daughter, but it's not time for that. I'm sure that guy would be there. Setsuna, but you sent him to prison, she said confused. Nizu, Kingpin has connections with everything. Miss Mei, he said seriously, I wouldn't be surprised if they had already taken him out of Hay. He said this so that Izuku agreed. Izuku, today is Wednesday, we have 3 days to prepare, including today. To be honest, I don't think I'll survive if I go, he said, scaring everyone away. Mei, what do you mean? Nizu, you don't think you'll survive, he said seriously. Izuku, think about it. I can dodge bullets, but not that many. Everyone will be armed. There will be that guy that I was barely able to defeat. Do you think I have a chance? I can't do it alone, he said seriously. Mei, maybe I could help you with that, she said seriously. Izuku, no one will go with me. I will not put anyone at risk, he said seriously. Mei, look, I'll tell you. I'm secretly working on a suit for situations like this, she said, somewhat scared. Izuku, don't be scared. We don't mind you working in secret, he said this so that everyone agreed and reassured May. May, I created a suit, so that someone without powers can use it. It is bulletproof and has some large claws behind it to stick to walls or things, and it can shoot almost indestructible ropes. It warns you of imminent danger thanks to the 300 sensors that it has implemented, and it is like your suit, it uses nanotechnology. It is a suit that could give you a fight and even beat you, she said seriously. Izuku, a super suit that makes anyone super, he said seriously, but who is going to use it? He said, looking at everyone. Everyone at that moment turned to see Bakugo since he was the most reliable. Bakugo, sorry nerd, you'll have to find someone else, he said seriously. I'm the one with the cameras, and I'm happy here. I hope you understand me, he said this so Izuku would nod. Izuku, okay, I already have the perfect candidate, but I need to talk to him, he said so everyone agreed. Wait for me here, he said this so everyone agreed. After that they left the director's office. Nizu, who do you think I'm bringing? He said confused. Setsuna, I don't know, but it must be someone reliable if Izuku is going to bring him. But I have a question, he said this for the three of them to see. Why did you waste this great opportunity? He said while looking at Bakugo. Bakugo, I'm the one with the cameras, my position is secure. I don't want to leave that, and I'm too lazy to be a superhero, he said laughing. Nizu, I'm impressed, young Bakugo. Being a hero is everyone's dream, he said this so Setsuna and Mei agreed. Bakugo, well, mine doesn't. Mine is just to support the nerd in his adventure to get revenge on the Yaoyorozus and defeat Kingpin, he said with a smile. Mei, we understand your decision, she said this so that the director and Setsuna agreed. With Izuku. He was walking towards the 1B bedrooms. When he entered he found all the boys in the living room. Hello Izuku, what are you doing? She said with her stoic face but with a blush. Ibara, you didn't even say goodbye when you got up, she said with a pout. Izuku, I'm sorry, but I'm in a hurry for now. Where's Monoma? He said this so that the blonde could speak. Monoma, here I am. What's going on? Is everything okay? He said worriedly. Izuku, oh yeah, everything's fine. I just need you alone for something, he said seriously. Monoma just agreed and together with Izuku they left the bedrooms. Kendo, what do you think they're talking about? She said confused. Kinoko, it must be something about Monoma's grades, she said, downplaying it. Kendo, oh right, I forgot. Ibara, she said, attracting the attention of the two. Reiko and I wanted to talk to you, in my room, she said so that the two agreed and went up with the other two. The rest did not care and continued with their own thing. With Izuku. These were in the UA forest, on a remote bench. Monoma, hey old man, how did you know this bench was here? He said confused. Izuku, Monoma, I need to tell you something, he said seriously. Monoma, dude, look, you're a good boy and all, but I'm not hitting that way, really, it's not because of you, it's because of me, he said nervously but noticed Izuku's serious look. Okay, no jokes, what is it? He said seriously. Izuku, Monoma, first of all, I am Daredevil, he said in a dry but firm way. Monoma, you know, I would have been surprised, but it's obvious, my classmates are a bit stupid for not realizing it, but if you're telling me it's because you love me for something, right? He said seriously. Izuku, Monoma, what I'm going to tell you, you can't tell anyone, he said while removing the blindfold. Monoma, I need your help, I need you to join the Daredevil team, he said, extending his hand. Monoma, what? He said nervously. Izuku, straight to the point, are you joining or not? He said seriously. Monoma, dude, straight to the point, he said, sitting on the bench while putting his hands on his face. You're telling me that you want me to join your team, but for what? He said seriously. Izuku explains everything about Kingpin and the super suit. Monoma, are you telling me that you want my help to defeat a drug dealer using an advanced technology suit that a first-year prodigy student made? He said seriously. Izuku, indeed, he said nodding. Monoma, where do I sign? He said with a smile. Izuku, what? Really? I thought I was going to court you, he said confused. Monoma, hey old man, how often do you get the chance to be a superhero? He said smiling. Izuku, okay, Then follow me, he said this so that Izuku started running and Monoma behind him. Monoma just followed Izuku. Really he would be a superhero, really his best friend was Daredevil, really he would be something important, something more. These just headed and arrived at the director's office. Monoma, what are we doing here? He said confused. Izuku, I'll show you the team, he said to open the door, revealing the three young men and the director. Setsuna, Monoma? She said confused. Monoma, Setsuna? He said the same thing. Monoma/Setsuna, what are you doing here? They said confusedly, pointing at each other. Izuku, Nito Monoma, great friend and excellent person, someone who can be trusted and who I am sure will be of great help to me in the team, not as an assistant, but as a partner, he said this so that Monoma would nod. And answering your question, Monoma, Setsuna is part of the team, he said this seriously so that Monoma would nod. Setsuna, you're not impressed? She said indignantly. Monoma, I would have been impressed if I had discovered it myself, but I was called, so there's not much to be impressed by, he said with a smile. Nizu, okay, we'll go to a hidden place in the UA. Miss May, take the suit to this place, he said, giving her a paper. The rest of us will go there, he said this so that everyone would nod. Let's go, team, he said this to leave the office with everyone. Time skipped 20 minutes. We can see the 6 members of the team waiting for May until she arrived. May, well, here it is, she said, holding out a briefcase. Bakugo, that's the suit, he said calmly. May, yes, Monoma, stand in front, she said this so that Monoma would do what she asked. Look, so that no one suspects or something. Take this necklace, she said, giving him a necklace with the symbol of a spider. Monoma, and the suit? He said confused. May, that's the suit, she said with a smile. Monoma, I already knew this was just a joke. Don't worry, Izuku, I won't tell anyone that you're Daredevil, he said, about to leave. May, hey, she said seriously, at least let me explain, okay? She said angrily. Monoma, it's okay, he said, turning around. May, tighten the chain, she said. She is looking at Monoma. Monoma, what? May, tighten the chain, she said, somewhat irritated. Monoma just did what he was asked at that moment, and he began to feel like something was fitting to his body. A metal but very light. He felt like his body was completely covered until a large suit was visible. Just imagine him a little more scrawny, that is, not so marked. All while they said impressed. Monoma, www, what is this? He said nervously. May, my best invention before the Daredevil suit, she said with a smile. The spider armor, she said with a smile. We tried it? Training the suit. We can see Monoma and Izuku with their outfits on. May, okay, this will be a race. They will go all around the forest we are in, and the first one to arrive wins. This is more for you to learn to control the suit, she said, so that the two of them agreed. Setsuna, okay, ready, set, go, she said this so the two of them could start running. Izuku quickly went through the tree branches and Monoma ran away since he didn't know how to control the suit. Then Monoma starts hearing May's voice. May, Monoma, what are you doing? She said confused. Monoma, what do I mean? I don't even know how to use this, he said irritated. May, okay, look, I'll explain it to you once, she said this so that Monoma would nod. The suit helps you improve your reflexes thanks to the 300 sensors it has. You can jump super high thanks to the springs in the suit. It allows you to stretch more. It is bulletproof and you can throw some types of spider webs that help you balance. As well as some mechanical legs in the back, she said this so that Monoma would understand. Monoma, so how do I get the web out? He said confused. May, just point your hand to the place you want, and move your wrist slightly downwards pointing in the direction, she said this for Monoma to nod. Monoma, okay, suit, don't let me down now, he said as he pointed his hand at a branch. At the moment of doing that, a spider web appeared, but not as he expected. He was lower than normal, until he remembered May's words. Monoma, the wrist, not the hand, he said, aiming at the branch with his wrist, and this time he succeeded. I could do it, he said happily. But at that moment he felt his suit forcing him to move slightly to the right, dodging a stone that was coming at full speed. Izuku, apparently it warns you of danger, huh? He said, laughing a little. Let's see how far you can dodge and advance. Monoma, he said while Monoma put on a nervous smile. Monoma, Whatever it takes, he said nervously. After that, Monoma began to improve a little with the spider webs thanks to the pressure, while the suit told him where to dodge, and if he did not react in time, the suit moved slightly, giving him a chance to dodge it. Izuku threw the stones with all his strength, where Monoma dodged them very difficult, but he began to remember. Monoma, it has mechanical claws. Claws released, he said, waiting for something, and surprisingly the claws were released. This is another Honda, he said excitedly. This one started to go faster. Izuku could easily keep up with him, and he kept throwing more stones, but Monoma's claws hit them. From one moment to another, Izuku dodged a stone that was thrown by Monoma. Monoma, I must also learn to attack, right? He said with a slightly more mocking attitude than usual. Izuku, what happened to you? He said confused. Monoma, I don't know, I just feel excited with this suit. Shall we continue? He said this so that Izuku put on a smile. Izuku, as you wish, he said this to throw himself at Monoma. Izuku at that moment was going to throw a punch, but Monoma barely dodged it. He tried to hold Izuku with two claws, but due to his lack of experience in handling them, he failed. Izuku quickly hit him in the chest, that threw him, damaging the armor. But Monoma saw impressed as he began to rebuild. Monoma quickly returned to action with a punch that surprisingly hit the green-haired man. But it was not strong enough to knock him down. He returned the blow to Monoma's face that threw him, at the moment of throwing it, this callous where the team was watching the fight. Mei, very well, enough, she said, clapping her hands for Izuku to come down. Izuku, that outfit is amazing, Mei, he said this near Mei's face, making her blush. Mei says yes, I know, she said with a blush causing jealousy in Setsuna. Setsuna, well, she said, pushing them away, bothering Mei a little. I think it goes without saying that Monoma did excellent, she said with a smile, watching as the suit returned to the boy's chain. Monoma, that was amazing, he said excitedly. Izuku, well, get ready, Monoma. Today we will go out on patrol, he said, while I saw how Monoma had a smile on his face. Monoma, yes, he said excitedly. Mei, I was also making an invention with your suit, she said while looking at Izuku. Monoma has his suit in hand, she said while pointing at his necklace. You should too, she said while giving him a necklace. Bakugo, let's see, I only have one thing to say, he said this so everyone could see. How the hell do you get suits into those things? He said, impressed. I'm surprised no one has asked him yet, he said, impressed. Nizu, you're right, Miss Mei. How do you keep the suits there? He said, confused. Mei, well, it's very simple really. Nanotechnology is an almost living technology, but it can also be molded. It can be as big as a truck, or as small as a coin, and it can become anything. I just regrouped the nanotechnology and turned it into something cool, he said, pointing at the necklaces. You just have to press the button behind the second D. He said this so that Izuku would nod. Bakugo, well, let's go, classes are about to start, he said this so everyone would nod. After that, everyone went to their respective bedrooms. Izuku, Monoma, and Setsuna entered the 1B dorms, where everyone looked at them confused, but they just said they were just a few problems. Tetsu, hey Monoma, what an amazing necklace, can I try it on? He said, but Monoma quickly moved away. Monoma, no, he said this, attracting everyone's attention. No, I'm sorry, it's just that it's a gift from my grandfather. It's very important to me, he said this one with a nervous smile. Tetsu, no problem, my friend, I understand you, he said with a smile. But in the distance you can see Reiko approaching Izuku. Reiko, hey Izuku, she said somewhat blushing. Izuku, yes, Reiko, what's wrong? He said with a smile that made her blush. Reiko, your necklace is new, she said looking at the green-haired boy's necklace. Izuku, yes, a friend gave it to me, he said this. What I didn't know is that the word friend was the trigger for jealousy in some girls. Ibara, what friend? Izuku? She said with a forced smile. Kendo, maybe the one who took you that time from the dining room? She said the same thing. Yui, tell us, we won't say anything, she said with a forced smile. Reiko, yes, tell us, she said the same thing. Izuku, well, she, like you, is one of my only friends, and one of the people who doesn't discriminate against me and treats me less for being blind. That's why I love her, just like you, he said with a smile that relaxed them. Kendo, we love you too, Izuku, she said, hugging him just like the others. Izuku, shit, he believed it, he said, sighing in relief. Izuku, well, I'll go change. Classes are about to start. He said this so that everyone could feel it, and so he went up with Monoma and Setsuna, who were also going to change. Monoma, so what time will we leave? He said, confused. Izuku, at 10. I want you in my room already ready with your necklace. I already told Bakugo. I'll give you a hearing aid so he can help you too, he said, so Monoma would nod. Okay, change. And Monoma, remember, I chose you because you are the right one for this. Monoma, I won't let you down, he said with a smile. Izuku/Setsuna, I know you don't, they said with a smile. After that, the three of them changed and saw all their classmates who were already ready waiting for them. Each one went with their group of friends and went to their classroom. When they arrived, everything was relatively calm. They received their classes until lunch arrived and each one went to their respective table. Kendo, Ibara, Yui, Reiko and Setsuna led Izuku to a table. He simply let himself be carried away. Some girls asked Izuku to sit with them, but a look from the girls who carried him was enough for them to retract. They sat at the table with their lunches. Everything was normal. They ate relatively calmly. After that, lunchtime passed, and they headed to their classroom. Again, classes passed, and they went to their bedrooms. Everyone was calm watching a movie until Izuku felt someone red on his legs. This one to see discreetly, he realized that it was Reiko, and at the moment of doing that he stuck his tongue out at the other girls, who became furious. He, with a drop of sweat, just began to caress Reiko's hair, blushing her. After that, the movie passed quietly. Izuku asked Reiko if she could get up, and she without complaint got up. Then it was at that moment that the girls were going to take Izuku to her bedroom, but Monoma appears. Monoma, okay brother, come on, I'll take you to your bedroom, he said with a nervous smile for Izuku to nod. Izuku, thanks old man, I whisper this. Girls, damn, Monoma thought, these annoying girls. Monoma, I don't know how you do it, but you have almost all the girls in the room behind you, he said, laughing. Izuku, Monoma, the moment you fall in love with someone, keep them away from this completely, he said this so that Monoma could see her. I like them too, Monoma. But I can't allow something to happen to them. If at any time they find out something about me or you, they won't respect anything and will go find your relatives. That's why you can't tell this to anyone who isn't on the team, is that clear? He said this so that Monoma would nod. Monoma, strong and clear, Captain, he said, laughing a little. Izuku, well, remember, at 10 he said to enter his bedroom since they had already arrived. Monoma, yes, he said, leaving Izuku in his bedroom to go to his own. Get her away from all this, huh? He said while thinking about a certain foreign blonde girl. I think it would be best. Spider-Man. Class B dormitories, 10 p.m. We can see how Monoma headed towards Izuku's room. He was nervous since it would be the first time he would try the suit in the city. He was nervous, scared and excited. Since he couldn't sleep, he only looked at his phone waiting for it to be time to go out on patrol. When he arrived, he opened the door to Izuku's room and saw him sitting on the balcony of the window with his suit ready waiting for him. Izuku, let's go, he said to receive a nod from Monoma. At that moment Monoma touched his necklace with a spider pendant, and the suit quickly placed itself on his body. He began to breathe excitedly but calmed down. Monoma, let's go, he said to get out of the window thanks to his claws that adhered to the wall. They quickly went through the buildings until the call came into their headphones. Bakugo, hey, nerd spider, assault on the central bank, 8 guys armed to the teeth, top 10 police officers present, estimated time 20 minutes by air, run, he said while the two agreed. They quickly arrived at the scene and placed themselves above a building. Izuku, very well Monoma, he said seriously, the first thing we will do is that I will fall with the one in the center, and you with the one next to him. Then you will take care of the 3 on the right, and I will take care of the 3 on the left, he said while Monoma agreed. Well, let's go, he said while the two of them threw themselves. They quickly fell where they had planned, delighting everyone present, but they were shocked to see another superhero with claws on his back. Monoma, oh, what happened? My cops, they need help, he said, moving his claws. Daredevil, this is no time for jokes, kid, we're going against them, he said seriously. Monoma, why did you call me a boy? Oh yes, it is true, our secret identities, he said laughing, making a drop of sweat come out of everyone. Subject 3, oh, apparently you're the rookie, it'll be easy against, but he couldn't finish because Monoma slammed him against the ground with a claw, leaving him unconscious. Monoma, Muthanga, he said, this one to launch himself against the other two. This one with his claws grabbed one and threw him against the other, throwing them towards where the patrols were so that the officers could take them. Izuku was already giving the coup de grace to the last assailant. Daredevil, you're okay, he said while Monoma agreed. Monoma, I'm excited, this thing about being a hero is great, he said with a smile under his mask. But at that moment the two see some cameramen approaching them. Reporter, Daredevil, please tell us who is the boy who is with you and helped you stop Hoi's assault, he said, putting the microphone very close to his mouth. Monoma, Spider-Man, he said without thinking. Daredevil, how original, said this ironic. Spider-Man, I know, he said laughing. Well, we got enough attention, time to go, he said while with one claw he grabbed Izuku and threw him into a building and then left. Reporter, well, as we can see now, Japan has a new vigilante called Spider-Man. Will this be good for Japan or will it only harm the work of the hero? We will see about that, she said to cut it off. With Izuku and Monoma. These two were returning to the dorms, but before that they stopped to buy some hamburgers and stopped to eat on top of a building. Monoma, this old hero thing, he makes his mask go away, revealing his face, it's incredible, he said while biting into his hamburger. Izuku, I know, he said while taking off his hood and also biting his hamburger. Monoma, I was able to finish off those two criminals in less than 2 minutes, and now I even have a cool name, he said with a smile as he lay down. Spider-Man, Daredevil's partner, he said with a smile. Izuku, no, I said this, confusing Monoma. Monoma, what? He said confused. Izuku, even though you are my partner for now, in the future you will have to forge your own path and make a name for yourself, he said with a smile. Not only will you be my partner, Monoma, you will also be my rival, he said with a smile. Your suit is amazing, but you are even more amazing. Do you know that I asked May to deactivate the suit's automatic mode? He said laughing. Monoma, are you telling me that? Izuku, yes, everything you've done so far you've done it yourself. Congratulations, Monoma. You can control the suit a little more, and when you have the whole suit mastered, we'll fight, he said with a smile. Monoma, believe me, I will beat you, he said, clenching his fist determinedly. Izuku, I hope so, Spider-Man, he said, raising his fist. Monoma, sure, Daredevil, he said, hitting him. So now we are the vigilantes of Japan, he said with a smile, while removing his fist. Izuku, sure, if you want to see it that way, although we are also justice, he said smiling. Monoma, I never thought it would be something like that, he said this one. It's exciting, he said this one happily. Izuku, I didn't think about it either, and look here, we are eating hamburgers on the edge of a building more than 20 stories high, the quietest, he said laughing. Monoma, and how do you do it? He said. Izuku, well, it's simple, I just lied down and sharpened my sense of balance, he said laughing. Monoma, no, I mean about the secret identity, how do you think I can keep it secret? He said confused. Izuku, before entering the UA, take off your suit. Oh, by the way, take it off in the forest, but it will be more suspicious. When you want to leave, go out your window, but leave your door locked, and if someone sees you and asks you for extortion, threatens them that you will kill them, he said laughing. Monoma, but what, I will not kill anyone, he said firmly. Izuku, I know, he said seriously. Monoma, listen to me, this is a fundamental rule, he said this so Monoma could see it. Killing is completely prohibited. Did you understand me? He said this while Monoma agreed. We are vigilantes, not murderers, he said with a smile. Monoma, thank goodness. I don't want to kill anyone, he said the same. Well, we're done. We should go back before this guy listens to his phone. Oh shit, my phone. Who is it? He said looking. It's Tetsu. What do I do? This guy said nervously. Izuku, answer him and tell him we went drunk, he said seriously. Monoma, this is not the time for jokes, he said nervously. Izuku, so far it's the most credible excuse, so you'll answer that phone and tell him that we went to get drunk while you pretend to be drunk, he said while Monoma agreed. He quickly answered the phone and the first thing he heard was Yui. Monoma, hello? He said nervously. Yui, Izuku is with you, she said seriously. Monoma, pretends to be drunk, this one thought. Oh yeah, hip, that's very good, this one said laughing. Izuku, don't get her pregnant. Remember to use protection, this one said while everyone opened their eyes and Izuku was already considered dead. Ibara, What are you doing? She asked, upset. Monoma, we come to a nightclub, hip, and the girls throw themselves at Izuku, he said, laughing while having a face that begged for Izuku's forgiveness. Reiko, Monoma, bring Izuku here right now or consider yourself dead, she said angrily. Monoma, no, he said to hang up. Reiko, he hung up on me, she said with a cold look. Ibara/Yui/Reiko/Kendo/Setsuna, consider yourself dead, Monoma, they said with a cold look. With Izuku. Izuku, you just screwed up, you know, he said, watching as Monoma trembled. Monoma, that's the least of our problems. If we arrive and they see that we're not drunk, they'll suspect us, and it will only be a matter of time before they discover that we're the vigilantes and they'll send us to prison, and Izuku slaps him. Izuku, let's see, Monoma, calm down. First let's get to the entrance of the UA, and then we'll drink this, he said, showing 2 bottles. Monoma, what is that? He said, confused. Izuku, a drink that causes drunkenness effects. It was for enemies, but now we are in a more dangerous situation, he said while Monoma agreed. After that, the 2 put on their suits and headed to the UA as quickly as they could. Upon entering the forest, they returned their suits to the chains, minus the serums. Izuku ready? He said this. Monoma, I've never gotten drunk, he said worriedly. Izuku, neither do I. Well, now, he said as the 2 began to take the bottles. After a while of drinking them, they were completely drunk, and as best they could they returned to the dormitories where all the boys were waiting for them. Setsuna, these 2 were supposed to go on patrol, but tomorrow they will pay me for it, she said, annoyed. Tsunatori, Monoma, how did you take Izuku to drink? She said angrily. Just wait for me. She couldn't continue because Monoma hugged her. What are you doing? She said, blushing. Monoma, I love you, he said, snuggling up to Tsunatori. She didn't know what to do. She just sat on the couch with the Monoma on her legs while stroking her hair. At this, Izuku just laughed, but he remembered something. Izuku, I have to pretend to be blind is true. Why? It doesn't matter, just do it, said this drunk. Hey, someone help me, he shouted while the aforementioned girls approached him. Ibara, Izuku, how dare you drink and mess with? Monoma, it was a joke, I was just bothering you. He didn't mess with anyone, we just went to a bar, he said, laughing. You are comfortable, he said, hugging Tsunatori more, blushing her. Izuku, and even if we were, who are you, my mother? This drunk said, although I appreciate that you worry about me, come where you are, he said while putting a hand on Ibara's head. Oh, there you are, he said to hug her to the point that he carried her, blushing. Yui, hey, she said, looking at Izuku, you're an idiot. How could you even think of drinking when you're only 16 years old, she said, equally upset. Izuku, oh, I see you also want hugs. Come here, he said, hugging Yui. Yui, it worked, she thought, blushing. Izuku, well, I'll go to my room, who'll take me? He said this, but no one was faster than Kendo. Kendo, I'll do it, Izuku, she said, sticking her tongue out at the others, bothering them. Ibara/Yui/Reiko/Setsuna, Cheater, thought these annoying. Monoma, see you tomorrow, brother, he said on Tsunatori's legs. Izuku, see you tomorrow, he said while going up thanks to Kendo. Spider-Man, this drunk thought. The man without fear? We can see all the kids gathered in the classroom. Reiko, Izuku, she said, blushing a little, looking at the green-haired boy who had a hood and sunglasses just like Monoma. Why are you wearing that? She said, confused. He immediately took off his hood, making the girls blush, as he had a style that gave him a bad boy air. Kendo, he's hungover, said this disappointed green-haired boy. Izuku, in my defense, Monoma took me, he said this so that drops of sweat began to run down Monoma's temple. Monoma, girls, do you know he's lying, right? He said, seeing how the girls looked at him with an aura of pain. After that we can see Monoma with 3 bumps on his head, one on top of the other. Izuku just laughed a little, but as quietly as he could so they wouldn't hear him. After that, school day went by very quietly. Even at lunchtime nothing interesting happened except for. It is seen at lunchtime as Izuku was sitting with Reiko, Yui, Ibara, Kendo, Setsuna and Monoma, but then all the people pay attention to a movie that was entering the cafeteria. Girl 1, she is one of the 3 smartest in this academy, right? She said with stars in her eyes. Boy 2, she's very pretty, he said with a blush. But nobody expected what happened. Nijire, who is Izuku Midoriya? She said this, impressing everyone since she was looking for a boy. At that moment all the girls screamed, imagining the most handsome boy in the academy with the most beautiful girl. It was like a youth series. Izuku, it's me, what's wrong? He said, confused. Nijire, be my boyfriend, she said, leaving everyone in shock. Oh, what? They said in shock. The girls who were sitting with the green-haired boy felt jealous. Monoma, old man, I know you're blind, but you have to see that, he said, drawing a drop of sweat from Izuku. Izuku, Miss Nijire, with all due respect, I'm not interested in any relationship right now, so if you'll excuse me, I'll keep eating my hamburger, he said, leaving everyone with a blank look, especially Nijire. Out of shame, she just ran out of the cafeteria with a blush. The girls who were at the green-haired boy's table looked at this with a happy look, knowing that their Izuku had not been taken away from them. After that, lunch went as normal, of course, not counting Nijire's incessant attempts to make Izuku her boyfriend. The girls kept Izuku as far away from Nijire as possible, and Yui clung to him, making the others a little jealous. Everything was going smoothly until the day ended. Each class went to their respective dormitories, except Monoma. Izuku and Setsuna, who had to go to the principal's office to fix some problems, these left everyone confused about what those problems could be, but they decided not to get involved. In the director's office. Nizu, so everything ready? He said seriously. Izuku, yes, we are already prepared for tomorrow. Monoma, do you feel ready? You do not have to go if you do not want, he said, seeing how Monoma put on a smile. Monoma, if I don't do it now, when will I know that I'm ready? He said this so that everyone smiled. Bakugo, I'll prepare my eyes for tomorrow, he said, laughing a little. Setsuna, I'll make a plan, she said the same. Mei, I have nothing to do, she said, shrugging her shoulders. Nizu, I'm the same, he said, this one too well, you can go back to your dormitories. We'll see each other here tomorrow at 6, he said this one so that everyone would nod. Well, go away, he said this one so that everyone would start to leave. At that moment everyone returned to their respective dormitories. The boys, seeing that their 3 companions returned, began to talk to them, each one in their respective circle of friends, until someone asked. Tetsu, hey, have you seen that Daredevil has a new partner? He said this to see how everyone was surprised. Everyone, Monoma, Izuku, Tetsu, really? They said, impressed. Tetsu, yes, it says here that his name is Spider-Man. He said this so that everyone would be surprised and some would get angry. Kendo, he's definitely a damn villain just like Daredevil, she said, as everyone agreed, and Monoma just felt a pang in his chest and cried comical tears. Monoma, well, I think it's really cool, he said, attracting everyone's attention. Tsunatori, the partner of someone who stalks our partner can't be great, Monoma, he said this seriously. Monoma, yes, maybe you're right, he said, a little blushing. Izuku, well, I'm going to sleep. Tomorrow I have a lot of things to do, he said, but then he started to hear it raining. Rain? He said, confused. Setsuna, oh, it started raining, she said as she stuck her hand out the door, feeling the drops of water fall on her hands. But at that moment a thunder is heard. Damn thunder, dog, son of a hitch, was the scream that was heard. At that moment everyone turned to see a scared green-haired boy who was shaking on the couch. Monoma, seriously, the girls, he's afraid of thunder. Kia, how cute, they thought with a blush, but couldn't continue when they saw how Bakugo entered through the bedroom door with a scared look. Bakugo, he said, heading towards the green-haired boy sitting next to him. Lightning bolts forever, he said, looking at the green-haired boy. Izuku, yes, he said, scared. Izuku/Bakugo, when you hear the thunder, don't be scared. No, everyone saw them with a drop of sweat. Go with your relampamigos and sing this song. Bucking thunder, I'm going to catch you, they said while raising their middle finger. You don't do anything to me because God, I fart on you. PFFF, they said, simulating a gas. Everyone watched this with a drop of sweat on their face until someone arrived. Kirishima, old man Bakugo, we have to go, he said, pulling Bakugo. Sorry for the interruptions. Izuku/Bakugo, no lightning friend, they said, these scared ones. At that moment everyone saw how Izuku began to tremble. Girls, it's super cute, they thought with a blush. Reiko, okay, Izuku, come here, she said, taking him by the hand and blushing a little. Let's go to sleep. The thunder won't do anything to you. I'll protect you, okay? She said in a loving tone while the green-haired boy agreed. At that moment almost all the girls watched with jealousy as Reiko took the green-haired boy away. Tomorrow it would be their turn. The hours of the night passed, and we could see how Izuku was shaking, but Reiko, upon noticing it, just hugged him and began to caress his hair. Reiko, I said I would protect you, right? So don't be afraid, the lightning won't do anything to you, she said with an angelic smile, hugging the green-haired boy. At this Izuku just relaxed, and began to fall deeply asleep between Reiko's breasts. The next day, we can see how Reiko was waking up, but she felt warm. She felt a comforting and comfortable heat. When she opened her eyes, she blushed massively since she was being hugged by a green-haired boy who put her on his abdomen. He with a blush began to touch her abdomen gently so that it wouldn't wake up. Reiko, how hard, she said with a blush. After that the green-haired boy woke up and thanked Reiko, who told him that there was no problem. Reiko, I'm grateful, she said with a blush. After that the day went by very normally, nothing relevant, except the girls making one or another insinuation to Izuku. But after that nothing, and so it went on until 6 in the afternoon came. Our boys left with the excuse that they had something to do with the director. Not everyone found it strange since the director had told them it was because of Izuku's scholarship and that Setsuna and Monoma were helping him. They just went until they arrived. Nizu, well then, are you ready? He said seriously. Bakugo, I'm ready, he said looking at his monitor. Setsuna/Mei, ready, they said nodding. Monoma, ready, he said the same. Izuku, ready, get ready, Kingpin, he said seriously. We're coming for you.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.